got electronics warfare. They even had a gunner on board, even though they didn't have a gun. But it was part of the B-52 experience. So you had a large room of people getting ready to go fly a mission. But in Desert Fox, it was 4 F-16 pilots getting ready to go bomb Iraq and punish Saddam for throwing out the UN inspectors. And so I went into that first mission briefing and saw these 4 pilots, and big difference from the B-52 times. When I started to pray, every one of them got on their knees to pray with me. And they went to do their mission, and they came back. Now, those experiences of supporting our troops during warfare, reminding them that their spiritual readiness was a very important component of readiness, was something that became a very important part of their success and their ability to survive during this time. My last assignment was at Lackland Air Force Base. When 9/11 hit, we were in a staff meeting at the Airmen's Chapel and just beginning our day. We're watching the planes hit the buildings and trying to figure, okay, what's happening? And then later, we're trying to figure out, what do we do? How do we tell the airmen that are in basic training? And we knew that many of them would deploy almost immediately from basic training into a war situation that none of them were really fully prepared for. And most of them were not prepared spiritually at all. The thing about Desert Storm was we had this period from August to January for people to think about the relationship with God and the spiritual strength they needed to continue to serve. But we didn't have that kind of time with 9/11. And the deployment started happening right away. And so when I would brief the airmen, I would ask them, how many of you have been in church before you got to basic training, had been in church maybe twice in the previous year? Well, maybe a quarter of them would raise their hands. All the rest had not been involved in any kind of church program at all. I think it's probably even less today. But there was no spiritual readiness at all on their part. And we talked about how they could be ready to do what they needed to do to be strengthened spiritually. And also for their families. Their families needed to be strengthened and supported as well. So it was spiritual readiness was a theme of the ministry that I had. I retired in 2002 and assumed a position at Christ Episcopal Church in San Antonio right away. And I served there for about 5 years and then went off to serve other places. Then when I retired, I was rector of Grace Church in Cuero and went back to Christ Church to hang out. And I've been hanging out with them since 2012. So it's 2014, yeah. Well, anyway, it's been a while, but we have a lot of retired military in our church and active duty military. And so even though I don't have a current experience of working with the military, active duty military on base, I do know what it's like to work with our friends who are in our church who have been in the military. So thank you.
Thank you, Eric. Appreciate it. Well, Scott Ruthven, you got about 2 minutes is your limit because we're going to have to hand over the reins. But Scott did a full career in the Air Force Reserve and deployed to help active duty. And I know just before you retired from the reserves, you got to go to Kuwait. So what would you like to share with us?
Well, I think the Lord has really blessed me by having one foot in the local church and another foot in the military. And it's an odd place to be, but there are real blessings involved. And so I would have a life with the active duty because I trained with the active duty. I backfilled for the active duty. And then I had this other life in the church. And what happened is that we brought together those vets and those retired military in the parish and had an opportunity to really recognize their role in the military. So I guess what I did was balance both extremes there. But what I loved about the parish life and the vets who were in the parish is I could find ways to coin them. They'd never been coined before. Whenever I was promoted, we do a promotion in the parish, and I'd turn it over to my vets, and they would run the promotion. They ran my retirement, and so we became very tight, and we bonded because of this common experience of being military members. And I found that very helpful. Consequently, I would also get a lot of people coming in from the streets on SSI or homeless who happen to be vets, and I resonate with the priest who first started. One of the things we were doing out of the parish was to pay as many utility bills as we possibly could, for that very reason, to keep these vets and others in their homes so that they didn't get kicked out. So anyway, it's been a wonderful run. And the only thing I'm doing now with vets is that every Wednesday morning I'm at a vet's breakfast and with all branches of the service, and we have a great time sharing our lives together. Thanks, Ben.
Thank you, Scott. And thank you to each of you for sharing your experiences today. And I especially like the emphasis on pastoral care and spiritual readiness. So Sean or Ellie or Todd, whoever's got the reins now, you can turn this over the next hour. And thank you so much. And thank you to our sponsor for this hour, Grossman, Yannick, and Ford, as well as the primary sponsors, the Pritzker Military Foundation and FedEx Ground. Thank you all so much.
Ben, I hope that you got a proper introduction, and I also hope that you got properly thanked for the role that you've played in building and nurturing the Veterans Breakfast Club over many years. You are the epitome of servant leadership. I've never met anybody like you. You've been an inspiration for many years, and I can't imagine the Veterans Breakfast Club without you and the special touch and values that you have instilled in our organization. And I don't tell you that as much as I should, but listening to these chaplains share their experiences, it just reminds me that much of what we do at the Veterans Breakfast Club has a very strong spiritual component, very strong spiritual component. And much of that has come from you. And I'm just very grateful for it. Thank you, Ben. The other thing I'm grateful for, as you are a lieutenant colonel, you are the only person who would bring the program into the exact minute, 4 p.m. Boom, done. I mean, to the second. I can't believe it. My goodness gracious. I as you can see, I'll be rambling, I'd be rambling for minutes afterwards. But thank you very much to all the chaplains. Thank you to you, Ben. My name is Todd DiPastino. We've reached the 4 o'clock hour. We are now, 16 hours into Vet-A-Thon. I just returned from a nap and a shower and a cup of coffee, and I feel terrific. I'm ready to go. So I am the director of the Veterans Breakfast Club, and we conceived this event on Veterans Day to kind of showcase what we do, which is we bring people together with veterans and to listen to their stories. Everyone is invited to a Veterans Breakfast Club event, including non-veterans like me, people who don't come from military families who really struggle at times to understand military culture, I should say, and how it shapes people. I think there's a disconnect in our society between the few people who have served and who are serving and the general population that really doesn't understand that the bonds, burdens, and benefits of military service. So a lot of what we do is this attempt to connect veterans and non-veterans. And we find that non-veterans like me get inspired and educated, just as I was listening to the past 45 minutes for me to these stories from chaplains. And we also find that veterans get it. This is always been a bit of a struggle for me to understand completely what the veterans get out of this transaction that we have, where veterans come and share their stories, and then we listen and ask questions. I understand perfectly what I get out of it. I get inspired and educated all the time, but I've often struggled with, why do veterans do this? Why do they give so much of their time and so much of themselves to share intimate, meaningful stories with the public and with me. And I think there is a connection there. I think there's I've come to learn that there's also a healing, that may be too strong a word in some cases, a healing quality to sharing the stories and unburdening. But it's also, I have found, like the last step in the hero's journey. The hero is somebody who goes out into the world of, the unknown and danger and mission and purpose, and they have an experience that others don't have, and then they come back to the world or to the community. And the last stage, or really maybe not the final stage, but a really important stage, is to report back to the community what they've seen, the perspective they've gained, the wisdom that they've gained, that you could only gain through struggle and hardship and maybe even suffering. And that is what we hear here at the Veterans Breakfast Club. We hear that last step in the hero's journey, the reporting back, the sharing back to the community. And I'm just so grateful to the heroes, and I do mean that, who come and share their stories. So this Vet-A-Thon is intended as a way of showcasing what we do with the Veterans Breakfast Club and have been doing since 2008. We've done it in person from 2008 to 2020. Last year, we started doing these online programs. We'll continue doing those, and as well as getting back to in-person programming. And one of the exciting things that we've learned over the past year has been that we can bring people from across the country and even across the world to our events when we hold them on Zoom and simulcast them on social media. Social media can be a poisonous environment. And I like to think that the Veterans Breakfast Club is helping to make it a little bit more healthy, one program at a time. And the Pritzker Military Foundation, on behalf of the Pritzker Military Museum and Library in Chicago, I think has recognized our programming with giving us a grant to expand our programs outside of Western Pennsylvania, the Pittsburgh area where I live, where Ben lives, and where the Veterans Breakfast Club began. And part of that grant is a matching challenge. So that we get sponsorships and we get donations. Pritzker will match them up to $25,000 and to help us continue our programming and move our programming nationwide. And it's been an exciting thing for us here at the Veterans Breakfast Club, and a real challenge. And that's what the Vet-A-Thon is, in part an effort to raise money that could meet that challenge. FedEx Ground stepped up early on to become our title sponsor, sponsoring all 24 hours. We're very grateful to them. We've worked with them for several years in-house, doing programming with their veterans employees and with their general employees, encouraging veterans to share their stories with their colleagues at work. We do that online and in person. And then this hour is again sponsored by another new sponsor we're very grateful for. And that is Grossman, Yannick and Ford, certified public accounting firm. Bob Grossman was on earlier this morning, and he was terrific. It was the 101st Airborne Division in the early 70s. It was just like that. Our slogan is every veteran has a story. Doesn't matter where you served, when you served, how you served, what branch of service, whether you liked it or didn't, whether you were a cook or a clerk or a 11 Bravo. It doesn't matter. We want to hear your story. And one of the fascinating stories that we've done and that we thought we'd build this hour around is the story of Armed Forces Radio Vietnam, AFVN. And it began in 1962. In 1962, Dennis Wojtek will tell this story, I think, in more detail. Hello, Dennis. But I'm fascinated by this because in 1962, Radio Hanoi began broadcasting American popular music, interspersed with propaganda, with a good English-speaking DJ nicknamed Hanoi Hannah. And that radio signal was reaching the growing number of Americans who were being sent to Vietnam. The U.S. military responded quickly and hastily by assigning 6 people to a makeshift radio station in the Rex Hotel in Saigon. And Armed Forces Radio Saigon was born. And within a few years, Armed Forces Radio had expanded to Armed Forces Network. And by 1967, 100% of all personnel in Vietnam, 100% could receive Armed Forces radio signal. 80% could receive the Armed Forces television signal. And AFVN kind of broadcast the turbulent 1960s right there in Vietnam, everything from the Kennedy assassination to the very pullout of Vietnam in 1973. It was all right there, chronicled by people like Dennis Wojtek. And it's just fascinating to hear their stories. Hello, Dennis. Thank you for joining us.
Hello, Todd, and thank you for inviting me. And this hour is also brought to you by Jack Murphy, who hopefully will be joining us to join. Now, here's the story. I invited so many of my AFPN guys that are still alive, and all of my friends from CBMU 301 to join me. Looking at the list, nobody's there, but maybe they'll be joining us a little bit later. I do want to thank the chaplains, though, because, a lot of us, when we went to Vietnam, we pretty much lost our religion. I mean, if there was a God, he certainly wasn't looking out for us. And a lot of you chaplains really helped a lot of the guys to get through some really tough times. So I'll start out just talking a little bit, hopefully, how does this work? Yeah, that works. And see if I can get this. Yeah.
Are you trying to share an image or sound?
I'm trying to share, let's see, I'm trying to share this. Can you see that?
I can't, but let me share something, and then I'll look into your sharing. I just want to show people I forgot to do this. I love this picture. This is you, Dennis.
That's me doing my imitation of Good Morning Vietnam. Now, the story behind it, I'll do this story really quick, is when we were up in the Quang Tri Dong Ha up at the DMZ. We had no idea who this Adrian Cronauer was that was doing this Good Morning Vietnam thing. So I had no idea until the movie came out that I wasn't the guy who came up with that slogan. When the movie came out, I go, oh crap. I thought it was me who did this. I got to know Adrian very well, and we had managed to spend some time together, some dinners and things, and talk about all of our stories. He passed a few years ago, but this is how I would start my morning show from 6 till 9. We were so far up in country that the signal that was supposed to carry from Saigon, it was carried on a piece of two pieces of wire. Sometimes you would hear other people joining in and singing and things. We just decided, okay, we're not going to do that anymore. We're just going to do our own programming. So we started doing our own programming for the most part. And, I played rock and roll. It was the morning show, 6 till 9, whenever we could be on.
Dawn Busters. Is that what it was called?
Well, they called it Dawn Buster down in Saigon. We just called it the Denny Wojtek show. And everybody else is.
I'm sorry, Denny, you were a Navy Seabee.
I was a Navy Seabee. And here's, if I can, let me see, can I get to this? Will let me do this? Okay, then let me desktop and open system preferences. Why is it one open system preferences? How do
Are you clicking the little green button share screen?
Yes.
And you're getting,
and there it says desktop 1. Oh, but it gives me a triangle with a, it says open system preferences to share my screen. So how do I share my screen? I thought I tested this before, but evidently on that screen recording, screen sharing. Oh, nuts.
Do you know what you could do, Denny? If you want to try, is put what you want to share into the chat to me,
okay,
and or to all of us, and I could share it.
Okay, let me see how I can do that. Okay, put that into chat, and oh, this technology is going to drive me crazy. Okay, so there it goes. So this is what I did is I kind of planned out the story here, and I thought I was going to have it a little bit, more of the guys joining me, so I wouldn't have to quite talk quite so long. But and we'll also take questions too, by the way. So more than happy to do that as we
Yeah,
go.
and let me invite people to, break in, unmute yourself, ask a question, raise your hand, however you want to do it. Okay, I've got the presentation, and meanwhile, I will. All right, here we go.
Yeah,
Oh, Denny.
evidently I needed some permissions on my computer
Yes.
to share a screen.
Okay, now
Never shared a screen before. I mean, I've shared burgers, and I got my free tavern burger at Red Robin today. Or
Did you really?
yes, I one of the guys invited me, and when I get there, there's 12 other guys. They've been doing this for like the past 5 years. They meet at Red Robin, and they have a tavern burger, which is what tavern they offer, and so it was a lot of fun.
Okay, now I am hold on just a second. I'm really going to get this up. I really do promise. Okay,
Yeah,
hold
there's
on.
some really, I mean, I scanned in a whole bunch, not a whole bunch,
Oh,
but
they're fantastic. I'm looking
I
at them
scanned
now.
in some slides that I thought, wow, this will really kind of tell the story of, first of all, how I got involved in this, because I joined the Navy to be a photographer.
Huh.
Well, they don't necessarily listen to you when you want to, you
They
have a
don't.
choice.
They don't really.
No, they don't. So in boot camp, they said, well, you're going to be a CB. And my first thing was, what the hell is a CB? What the heck is a CB? And I found out very quickly that I was going to be a CB, and I was going to be a construction electrician. And that's me. So
Can do. We fight. We build. We fight.
yes, we do a lot of other things too. Most of them would go to jail for if we if they knew about it today. So there's one of our trucks. So I started out as a CB electrician. I helped build a generating system for the MASH unit at Quang Tri. And that's our truck. You can see we kept it together. We did the door from opening with a little latch there because the handle didn't work. and that little bend you see on the bar above the cab, that was because something fell. I don't know what it was, but anyhow, then we had our little peace symbol there. So that was that's
this
me. I
is
had a
you
lot
behind
of
the
hair.
wheel.
I'm sorry.
This is you behind the wheel.
That's me behind the wheel. Yeah.
Holy,
A lot of hair.
And yeah, you had the looks to match your beautiful voice. Why did you not become a movie star?
Well, no, don't no. Listen, they always tell me, Dennis, you got a great face for radio. So I spent my time as an electrician for at least the first month and a half, climbing telephone poles and trying not to get shot at. And those creosote poles, boy, when you slide down though, that can really hurt.
Oh,
Okay, so I move on to the next one.
Gosh, you did this. Are you afraid of heights?
No.
What if you are afraid of heights?
I was afraid of people with bullets shooting at me. You go 90 feet up a pole in Vietnam, you go, wait a minute. This is like a target practice, but luckily
Right.
none of us ever have. This is the airport at Dong Ha. So this is where we first came. That airport is now the main street in Dong Ha. I went back in 2015 to see what it was like, and that's now their main street. But there's that was the airport in Dong Ha. You see what great accommodations we had.
Yeah, looks like a garden spot.
They moved the CBs from Dong Ha after they found out that the Dong Ha was in missile range of North Vietnam. So it was a bad calculation of how they put their base there.
And that's a caribou, it looks like, right? Maybe.
Yeah, or you Air Force guys would know more like what that is.
Yeah, some Air Force.
I think it's a C-130. Maybe not.
It's that tail that sticks up. I don't know. It looks like a caribou to me, just that profile, but maybe I'm wrong.
And then that's that Dong Ha Combat Base. You can see the little trenches that are underneath every one of the hooches. And that little building to the right, of course, that's the most important building on campus, on the base. That's a four-holer there.
Right here.
Yep, that's a four-holer.
That's the latrine. And
Yeah.
by the way, 14-year-old Trey Berman tells me I am wrong. That is a C-130. Sorry about that. Thank you, Trey. That is where you lived at Dong Ha Combat Base.
Yeah, and we were there. I was probably there for maybe a couple weeks, and then they decided to move south to Quang Tri, and I'm not sure what's next. Oh, so that's I'm not sure if that's Quang Tri or Dong Ha, but you can see we had a lot of sandbags around our hooches.
And who filled those sandbags and placed them there?
We did.
You did.
I mean, later on, they had the Vietnamese come and fill the sandbags, but that was part of our duty to fill those sandbags. Let's see what's up next here. There's the laundry, so you could have your laundry done at the Dong Ha Laundry, which eventually caught fire and burned down.
You know, we've done the Veterans Breakfast Club has done 2 trips to Vietnam back with veterans. Ben Wright went on the first one, and we spent a couple days in Dong Ha. And I must say, while it's not like a garden spot, it's not the most beautiful spot in Vietnam, which is a beautiful country. It is a far cry from what I'm looking at here. It's hard for me to picture. I mean, you were at Dong Ha in 2015, so you know what I'm talking about. It's a big city.
Yeah, it's a nice city. They have boulevards, they have stoplights. So a bunch of, you're going to see some of the roads here because I have some pictures of the roads. That was it's called the Red Barn. And anybody who's ever spent some time in Dong Ha knows the Red Barn. That's where the movies were shown. There's a movie screen up there on top. That's where some of the USO shows, they were, I guess, grade B acts that would come. And there's, Filipino acts that really did a good job of replicating American music. So that was our entertainment. And that is the water treatment plant at Dong Ha. I have literally thousands of slides of we spent so much time taking pictures, and then we had them sent home. So we would take the pictures, send them home, send them to be developed, and then they would send them off to your house. So after I got back from Vietnam, I got a chance to look at all these, whether they turned out or not. Let's see what.
I'm sorry, Dennis. I'm sorry, but I'm the kind of person because I'm so fascinated with the Vietnam War and military service. I just linger over this picture, and I could sit here and look at it for half an hour, asking questions. What's smoking in this thing right there? I think I know the answer, but I'm not positive.
Yep.
How did you?
It came from that little four-holer. They pulled the 55-gallon drums that were split in half. They were filled with diesel fuel. They would pull them out, and we would light them, and the smoke and all sorts of things would. That's how they took care. That's how we took care of our waste.
And my understanding is the smell is so powerful and distinctive.
Oh yeah,
that you never quite get it out of your nostrils.
Yeah, you can kind of. Okay, don't remind me now.
But that, I mean, truly, when I ask Vietnam vets, what was your first impression when you landed in Vietnam? They say the heat and humidity and the smell. And a lot of the smell that they remember from, their first few days in Vietnam is the smell of burning human waste. Yeah,
it's one of the trigger points, and that when I talk to vets is they come up with the smell. Like when I smell jet fuel, like at the airport, brings back memories. When I smell diesel fuel from a diesel truck, memories. It's when I smell Spam, it brings back memories. There are so many sensory things that trigger.
Yeah. sensory things. And how is the water treated? That may be beyond your.
That's beyond my pay grade. Probably a lot of chlorine.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, from what I remember, it didn't taste bad. So whoever was in charge of the water treatment, they did a pretty good job.
Okay, I'm going to ask some other disturbing questions. I don't think I've ever gotten an answer to this. When you go to a new country and you're exposed to new bacteria that your stomach hasn't, ingested before, you can get sick. You can get, Montezuma's revenge, or just traveler's illness. Did that ever happen in Vietnam? I mean, did guys have a break-in period where, they would get sick because they drank water that wasn't quite clean enough, or was that not
I
something
imagine if you didn't eat, like most places had mess halls and things, we did not. We had sea rations.
Okay.
When I first got there, everything was, packed in 1942, and we were eating it in 1968. And the little can opener, and you open the cans, and all that green paint that was on the cans would get in your food and add some extra flavor to it. So we had canned food for a long time till we worked up a deal, and I'll tell you about that as we get in.
Okay.
Closer.
So you became an
closer
expert in the P-38, working the P-38.
Oh yeah. I have a couple of them hanging around here somewhere. So that's Quang Tri Airport, and the helicopters were all closely spaced. I don't understand why they did that. I mean, they had the protection between them, but I guess if they hit one, it wouldn't affect any of the others. But there was a large. Now the base is not there. The air base is not there, but you can tell where it was. When I went back in 2015, we could tell where the base was because a lot of stuff was still like asphalt and things. So it was interesting to see, what the base. It was a big air base in Quang Tri.
And so these things, are they called revetments?
That or blast shields.
Blast shields or revet. Okay. In between the helicopters to protect. If one explodes, it won't destroy its neighbors.
Yeah, you can see right in the middle of the road there. Evidently, there was a something hit.
Is that what it is? That was probably like a mortar shell or something.
Yeah, mortar shell or something hit there.
Oh, boy.
Okay. Now that looks like snow, right?
Yeah, it sure does.
It is not. Of course, it doesn't snow in Vietnam. That is the white sand to combat the monsoon season and the mud. What we did is we trucked in sand from the beach, and we spread that white sand all over the base. So that was CBMU 301. You can see the speed limit is 75 miles an hour. What it's supposed to be.
I just saw that right here.
Right here. To be 15, but one of us was good with spray paint.
75 miles an hour. The
building to the right is the what we call the club, where we could get nice ice cold beer for, I think, either a dime or a quarter. I'm trying to remember what the cost was for the beer, but it was ice cold. And then next one, let's see.
Yeah. Okay, Dennis, I'm sorry. I'm going to ask.
No, it's okay. No,
I'm not irritating. I ask a lot of stupid questions. Why are these sandbags on the roof?
To hold down the tin, just in case we had some windstorms, because Quang Tri was kind of, it was very flat.
Yeah.
And the sandbags were there to hold down the roofs.
How many of you lived here at this base?
I think around 200. I think it was roughly 200. There was some, I'm trying to think, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. Roughly 12 guys per hooch, maybe a little bit more, because some of those are a little longer. So I think there was about 200 that were there.
I want to share a story that somebody told me about I don't know if it was this base or another CB base that was up near the DMZ. And he always wondered why his CB base was never shelled during the Vietnam War. Well, during the year he was there. And And there was a lot of action all around, but the CB base was never hit. One night it was artillery shells exploding, a couple CBs killed. The next day, Hanoi Hannah got on the radio Hanoi and said, we want to apologize to, CBMU 301 base. We accidentally fired artillery shells into your compound. We know that some of your CBs were killed. We want to apologize for that. And we want to assure you that the artillery battery commander was relieved of duty. We want to make sure that that you build our country so that we could enjoy it when you leave.
Wow.
I
never heard that side. Now they did hit the ammo base a week before I got to Dong Ha, and they literally blew up the ammo dump completely. I have some pictures of it somewhere, but I didn't include those. That's the gang. That's the CE, the construction electricians. Well, we all had a lot of hair, didn't we?
Yeah.
Kind of like the Beatles there, but but some of us were in better shape than others. And I'm not sure the guy on the okay, right. That's right. That's no, the guy on the left in the back, Gaston Gray. He could not march to save his life. He just couldn't march. I don't remember some of these guys' names, or even if they're hanging around anymore. We kind of lost touch with each other. Okay, the next one is the back of the. That's the back of the club. You can see the refrigeration unit there that kept the beer really, really ice cold. That's not been an interesting slide, other than it's the back of the club.
Oh, look at that.
This is the one of the USO shows at the MASH Medical Center.
Oh,
They had a little bit better setup than we had at the Red Barn. I got to know them because I was one of the guys who designed the 3-generator system for the MASH unit for the hospital to keep electricity on. We had one generator running, one in standby, and a third being, preventive maintenance thing being done. So I got to know the doctors and the nurses really well, working with them, and they had some nice shows there.
and what year was this? 68, 69?
That was 68
Okay.
and 69.
Okay. A horrific battle would be fought in Quang Tri in 1972 when there were many fewer Americans there, but Arvin really participated in it. A gigantic, bloody, absolutely horrific, a lot of civilian deaths. And I just,
Quang Tri was it wasn't directly on the river. You had to go to the Qua Viet through Dong Ha. But it was, first of all, the major airport. And there were a couple CB units. There were the CBMU Construction Battalion Maintenance Unit. That's what CBMU stands for. There was also MCBs, which were Mobile Construction Battalions. So anyhow. So this is the bridge that goes to Quang Tri City. Now, we were technically at Quang Tri. That was the combat base, but it was about 3 to 5 miles from the actual city. And you can see that it was one-way traffic across that bridge.
Yeah,
including with the people.
Yeah,
and
the pedestrians hugging the sides there.
Yeah, that was our shopping center. kind of like one of the first malls. You could get all sorts of things there. We could also we washed our Jeep and stuff in the river, just drive it in the river to wash it.
Boy,
let's see what else is.
And this looks like Dong Ha or
that. Yeah, you're going to see some of those buses. Their mass transportation system was pretty interesting.
So I'm looking at the sign, Phuc Tin Laundry, something, barber shop and store.
Yeah, everything was all combined. Now we didn't trust anything. I mean,
Really?
we heard stories about you'd buy a bottle of Seagram's and they would be ground glass that would be inside the So the first time you took a swig of the whiskey, the ground glass would, get into your throat and esophagus and things. So we never bought anything there. We don't know how true that story was, but we heard stories. So we didn't buy anything there.
Oh, there you go.
That's what happens during the monsoon season. You get a lot of mud, and this was not my responsibility, nor it was my fault. But we used a chain to pull that thing through. They had to bring bulldozers in to clear the mud out. I mean, that's any of you guys have experienced that kind of mud.
That explains the white sand that you're
Yes.
trying to prevent this
Yeah,
kind of.
yeah, and that was our entrance to our base.
Oh God, jeez, this is so interesting to me.
So here are the roads. This is Highway 1, U.S. Highway 1, that linked Da Nang with Quang Tri and then Dong Ha. And this was before the CBs came in and laid asphalt down. But you can see how, if you wanted to get on the bus, you just got on the bus. And when there wasn't enough room, you just got on the bus. And then you rode on top or on the sides. Or it was comical for us to see that. But wow.
Boy, I'm just gazing at this. And, as many people know, Vietnam is one of the fastest growing economies and has been for the past decade and a half or 20 years. And it's one of those Asian tiger economies. The further south you go, the more gleaming the cities are. But even in the north, it's the infrastructure is nothing like this.
Yeah, I was amazed that when we went back and landed in Hanoi, which I had never been to before, so I couldn't compare it to anything. But when we went to Da Nang, it was like, oh my goodness, it's like a major city. And then we went to Saigon, which I had never been to before, but it was just, their economy is thriving. They love tourists and they welcome tourists, and we were treated very, very well.
What's happening here? This is one of those buses being.
That's one of the buses. Yeah, people are getting on the bus.
Did you interact with the local people much, or what was your, view? Were you suspicious of them?
We were cautious of them because I didn't include the slide, but there's a bend in the road between Quang Tri and Dong Ha, and at that bend there would be children standing waiting for us to throw candy. So, we would throw candy or the little chocolate wafers that came in the sea rations. We'd throw them to the kids. They had in exchange throw a grenade at us. So we started you couldn't avoid the area, but you had to drive really quick because you never knew when you were going to get a grenade thrown at you.
Trey Berman, you have your hand raised.
Yes, I do. That grenade story, the kids throwing grenades into trucks, really reminded me of something very sad. In Afghanistan and Iraq, to some extent, but mostly Afghanistan, I was talking with an Afghanistan veteran recently, just because I wanted to talk to him, and he was talking about how they would say, like the Taliban would say, "Oh, go pull the pin on the grenade, go give the friendly man this gift, right? And it'll give you some chocolate." Turns out the gift was a grenade. And it was like the Russian grenades. They showed them on the Russian grenades. Sometimes they would even have the kids jump up and pull a grenade on an American pin, hoping that the guy would go, like on a vehicle. They would pull the American guy's pin and then hoping the guy would go in the vehicle, and then the vehicle would explode from the inside. Let's say if it's like a tank, the commander especially hangs out a lot on the top of the tank, and when he goes in, he's right in front of an ammo rack.
Well, Trey, we as Americans, we trust children.
Yeah,
I mean, so naturally there was a built-in trust of children, and it deterred us for a little while. I still love children and trust children, but back then you just trusted them, and then you realized, wow, could they really do something like this?
Awful that people could take advantage of such a young child to do something that horrible.
Yep.
And that's why one of the reasons I love America.
Thanks, Trey. This is the AFEN station in Quang Tri. This is like the first day we got we had a tent. Now here's how I got to AFEN. Quick story. I was working for the Seabees. I was a Seabee, and I heard that they were going to build this Armed Forces Vietnam radio station up at Camp Red Devil, which is where this is. It's a little bit from Quang Tri. So I went up there to check out these guys and meet them and talk to them. And they found out that I had experience on generators and radio and transmitters and all of that. So they said, wow, it'd be great if we could get you to, come join us. I go, well, your lieutenant, who was at the time Doug Wilson, he has to talk to my commanding officer. So the two met and they gave me a temporary duty assignment to AFEN Quang Tri. As far as I know, I'm the only Seabee who's served with Armed Forces Vietnam radio. So I went up there and we got a permanent location set up. You can see the tower is the temporary tower standing up, and then this tower laying on the ground. We had no idea how to build that. The TV trailer is that Army trailer. The Armed Forces Radio and Television Service had those built. I think Sark's Tarzan built them. There was a transmitter, a control center, a projector center, and a small studio that was all contained within that trailer.
TV and radio in that trailer.
No, just TV. Radio was you'll see this radio station. The Seabees, of course, since I knew them very well, I asked them if they would come and help us, and they said yeah. So next. So they that's the first day again. But on the right hand side, that's the hooches that the Seabees built for us. There's three there. There was an office. There was and two bedroom, dorm like areas. They also built the radio studio and a club for it. Everybody had to have a club, but that was kind of the first or second day. Next.
So without the Seabees, you would not have had that nice accommodations.
No, we would have been in the tent probably still.
In that tent that we saw in this tent here.
Yeah, great old fashioned Army tent.
Yeah. Oh, I'm just thinking about running a TV station out of this thing. Those are air conditioning units, I guess. Those are
two air conditioning units. The only three air conditioning units, because we had heat generating equipment. So we did have the air conditioners. So that necessitated the need for a generator. And if you go to the next one, well, first of all, we had to build the tower. So
this is the platform for the tower.
Yeah. So a lot of us were raised in the Northeast, and we knew that you had to have a really deep base. So we dug a base 20 feet deep and 20 foot square.
A footer.
Yeah, a footer. Of course, there is no frost in the freeze cycle in Vietnam, but we didn't realize that. That base, by the way, is still there, and it's the kitchen floor for a guy who built a house over where the transmitter site was.
Oh my God!
He showed us, and we wrote our initials in the concrete, and they're still there to this day.
You can see us.
You can see us kind of building the tower. They told us we could have the engineers from Saigon come up and build the tower for us in about 2 or 3 months. So we decided, what the heck? How hard is it to build a television tower and a radio tower? Well, we learned how to use a gin pole, which is essentially a extension that you haul the sections up, and then you move that section up. It's like a caterpillar thing. You move up. We only dropped one section and almost killed one guy.
Of course.
It fell from like 250 feet. It got buried pretty deep in the ground.
Oh man, I'm going to go back just because I want. So you are erecting these things, stacking them vertically on a base that's 20 feet deep, of course.
Right.
And figuring out a way. I mean, I picture you're following like an IKEA instructions, how to put together a TV antenna.
No, we
Um,
made it up. We
you
made it up. We didn't have any, we didn't have any instruction manual. We just had, a bunch of CBs got together and we said, okay, how do I do this? And they showed me how to create the gin pole and how to keep stacking. And that was the TV tower that went up 300 feet. The radio tower is off to a swampy area, and that was only 100 feet. But yeah, 300 feet with a blinking red light on top. And everybody's saying, what's the matter with you? You're blinking red light. That's a perfect way for the Vietnamese to Viet Cong to aim at the airport. Well, that didn't happen. But so here we're building a generator shed, and the reason why we're building a generator shed, what CBs are helping build, you can see the wonderful mud conditions, is and the power lines. By the way, those power lines go off to the Army replacement company, which was off to the right, and the lines go the other way to the Marines transportation group. Here is the deal. We worked out a deal with the Army replacement company. If they gave us one hot meal a day for the 8 of us, we would provide them with stable electricity. We did the same thing for the Marines, but in exchange for a diesel fuel. Now we did that because a generator has to have 80% load on it. Otherwise it'll run away with itself. So we were only doing like 20%. Now this generator I requisitioned from some Marine in Da Nang who had no idea that the things I put on my collar, I wasn't a general or I was a petty officer, but they had no idea. So
what did you put on your collar to make yourself look like a general?
We just put railroad tracks, just lieutenant's bars. And we managed to get this generator, which was really good generator. You'll see a picture of it here in a minute. Managed to get it on a boat and had the boat go up the South China Sea up to Qua Viet, and called my CB buddies and said, hey, why don't you bring up a lowboy and a forklift? I have some present for the radio station. And my lieutenant was really thrilled that I managed to commandeer this generator without papers.
You impersonated a Navy lieutenant or an Army lieutenant?
I was a Navy. Well, I would have been a Navy lieutenant, but I don't think he knew because we had greens.
Yeah, I mean, right. Who the heck knows Navy rates and ranks, and they're so confusing to me. I don't blame the guy.
And he was like a Marine PFC or something. He was supposed to guard this. So the next, I think the next one you can get a little closer view of how we built this thing in the middle of the monsoon season. And the new generator is off to the left. You'll see, I think I got a picture of that. And I think next one, no. Well, you heard the song about the burn the outhouse down. There was an old country song. We wanted to remove some of the brush, and the Agent Orange wasn't doing a good enough job. So we borrowed a flamethrower. None of us had ever used a flamethrower before and didn't realize that when you pull the trigger, that gel that's in there, that comes out at a fast, very forceful. So we lit the end because you have to have the end lit. And then we pulled the trigger. And as we pulled the trigger, we swung around with this thing because it was so powerful. We hit the outhouse and burned it down. A beautiful 4-holer with porcelain seats that someone had brought from Tokyo or somewhere. And we had a magazine rack in there. We had radio. We had a speaker in there piped in so you could listen to the radio, and we burned it down. Yep.
Oh my.
No, there's the generator. Man, it was a really good generator. I mean, that was the creme de la creme of the generators.
Top of the line.
And my lieutenant couldn't believe that I actually managed to get that and get it for free. Now here's the okay. Back into that story is I'm in Alaska, right after Vietnam. This general comes to visit, and he's being taken a tour, and my lieutenant is up there, was so proud of my acquisitions of things. He told him about the generator. The general looked at me and said that was supposed to be my generator. I go, what are the chances? The statute of limitations ran out.
Right.
So that's me. That's the radio station, a radio studio we built. Far cry from a. Anyhow, most of it worked. That's me doing the morning show. And someone said, you're playing a 45 RPM record. And I go, yeah. Well, we didn't have 45 RPM records at Armed Forces Vietnam Radio or Armed Forces Radio because they controlled the music. So they would press a LP, a 12-inch record that had maybe 6 rock and roll songs on one side, 1 or 2 classical on the other, maybe a country, and maybe something else on the other side. So these were shipped into me from my buddies in Erie at the radio station I worked at in Erie. So we played them. We played the songs that you weren't supposed to play.
So
We got to get out of this place, and a bunch of other ones.
You would receive these 45s from the States and play them because they weren't kind of in circulation at AFVN for you.
Yeah, they weren't approved music according to whoever was approving the music in Los Angeles and putting these discs together. So they gave us safe music, but we decided we were close to the DMZ. What's the worst thing they're going to do to us?
Yes, that's right. That's right. I mean, Dennis, you look like you could be in Erie in this picture. You're not in uniform or
uniform with the uniforms. Who wears uniforms?
Huh.
Well, I mean, we did have to wear uniforms when we were, if we were going off, into Dong Ha or Quang Tri. But when we were hanging around the hooches and stuff, we wore civilian clothes.
That is this whole thing, I'm getting it, just like you're giving us such an interesting, a fascinating glimpse into a life. Oh, geez.
So that's me doing my good morning Vietnam. On the left. On the right, that's me on the hospital ship. I got to spend a month on the hospital ship.
Why?
And the radio station and TV station that they had on board the ship didn't work. Well, luckily, I'm pretty good with a soldering gun, and I managed to get the radio studio working, and then the TV, some of the projectors needed some attention. And so I, as soon as I was allowed to get out of my bed, I wandered up there, fixed the station, then I'd go up and do shows. And you can see me in my lovely Navy medical garb that we wore.
And I can't tell what album this is, but it's so cool that you were playing this on board ship. How did you get wounded?
Well, that's a long story, but and probably I'll move on to the next.
Okay.
Move on to the next one. Yeah, Chris Noel.
Chris Noel. I'm trying to get her on this program.
Chris Noel. Oh, I just tell her that I said she has to be on this program because she was of course, those of you who don't know the story about Chris Noel, she was an actress, and she decided that she wanted to go and entertain the troops in Vietnam in one of the USO shows. Well, when she did that, she was then blacklisted by the movie industry, and she never worked in film again after that. So she decided to do a daily radio show. She did it in Los Angeles. It was called A Date with Chris. And those of you who have ever heard Chris Noel, that voice were just, guys would sit in their hooches and she'd go, "Hi, love." And she would do dedications and things. But I got to meet her a couple of times and got to be good friends with her. And she runs a vet's home
Yes.
down in Florida. And she's still giving to our veterans. And, for her to have left because to have not been able to do movies again and to take up this I'm sure she did make as much money as she could have made, doing movies, but boy, she did play the music, and that voice was just like, oh. So if you go to the YouTube and say "Date with Chris," you can probably find a couple of her programs that are some digitized.
Yeah, listen to them. They're wonderful. And she does live in South Florida, and she still works with veterans. She oversees a veterans home, a veterans nonprofit. You're inspiring me to try again to reach her and get her to come on our program sometime. I'd love to have her.
As a matter of fact, tell her that if she goes on the program, I will digitize 100 of her shows.
Okay. Got it.
As a deal.
Listen to how this CB wheels and deals. Immediately you're thinking of a deal. Let's do it.
Yeah, well, I don't if it's going to get her on the Breakfast Club, I will be more than happy to do whatever I can to convince her to, hey, yeah,
That's so great.
So that's me on Monkey Mountain when I was 18 years old. And yeah, look at that hair.
Yeah.
Anyhow, so those are some of the slides. Anybody have any questions here? I know we have just like 5 minutes. I didn't realize this was going to take the whole hour. I thought, boy, this would be 15 minutes, and then what am I going to talk about?
This is wonderful, Dennis. Absolutely fascinating to me. And I love the photos. Those slides.
I'll put a plug in for it. We went back to Vietnam, and when I went back, I decided to produce the documentary. We had 11 Navy Seabees go back. I put wireless microphones on them, and we put together an hour. I think it's about an hour of Seabees returning to Vietnam. So there's pictures of before and after. And Todd, I can either, I probably have probably about 50 of these left. If you want to earn some money, I'll ship them to you for free. You want to sell them for $20 a piece and take the whole $20 and put them into the coffers for the Breakfast Club. More than happy.
You were nice very kind, Dennis. Yeah, I would love it, very least, to listen to it. I think that would be fantastic. I will email you about that, and if anybody wants to order them, they certainly can do that.
Yeah, we can work out a deal, and you get the money. I don't want to see any of the money. Just come right, put it in for the programs.
You're very kind, and you're also very kind for taking an hour and joining us here and sharing the story of AFVN in Vietnam and your time as a CB in Vietnam. I do want to invite people to ask questions if they want. I know Connor Ritchie from Louisiana has his hand up. Hello, Connor. How are you?
I'm doing very well. How are you?
How do you feel about saying Happy Veterans Day, Connor? I'm taking a poll. Is it appropriate to say Happy Veterans Day, or is that somehow inappropriate?
It's appropriate, yes, because that's my great-grandfather's birthday and his father's birthday.
How about that?
And also, you have a special guest in my house.
Who is that?
That's my dog.
Oh, hey, what's his name or her name?
Pumpkin.
Pumpkin. Hello, Pumpkin. Yeah. Very good. Well, I know your great-grandfather and your father or your grandfather mean a lot to you. Your great-grandfather, World War II veteran, kind of has inspired you to connect with veterans, and especially with World War II veterans. Have you recently connected with Joe Peterburs?
I don't have his number.
Okay, you will be talking to him. He's going to be on later tonight on our program too.
Yes, he will.
Great. Very good. Thank you for joining us, Connor.
And sir, soon, probably today or tomorrow, can you give me his contact so I can interview him? Because he's very interesting.
Yes, and he should have emailed you back. I think he's eager to talk to you. He's very much looking forward to it, and I will connect you with him again. I know he told me he loves talking to young people. Connor is a 16-year-old high school student who is on his own contacted up to almost 30 now World War II veterans and interviewed them. And you come on and report what you've learned periodically, and we appreciate that, Connor. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I want to
And
I want to give a shout out to the Thompson family and the Hallfield family. They're my two daughters in Maryland and here in New Kensington who have been watching and hopefully, well, they've heard these stories so much because when my kids were growing up, we would read a story to them every night, and eventually you run out of books. Yeah, there's Marissa. So we would read stories to them, and eventually we ran out of book stories. So what I would do, there's Sarah. Hi, Sarah. And we ran out of stories. So I said, what did you do in the Navy, Dad? So I would start telling them Navy stories. Now, the stories that they heard were all, they may have heard some stuff today that they probably maybe hadn't heard before. But I pretty much shared, from boot camp all the way to when I left from Alaska and came back to civilian life. So they've preserved the stories. And
that is so wonderful. Hi, Sarah. And Marissa, is your name Marissa?
Yep, is Marissa.
Okay, Marissa and Sarah. Hi, Sarah and Marissa. I'm laughing because I have two daughters, and I can imagine them being little and saying, "You want to hear a story? Well, I needed a generator in Vietnam, and you should have seen the mud."
Hi, Andrew.
I want to pop in. Andrew overheard the story about the bathroom, and he's like, "Oh, I need to see the picture."
You want to see the picture? Yeah, we'll share the picture. Your grandfather took a flamethrower to an outhouse. And not a good idea. Let's see here.
So Andrew, an outhouse is it's a bathroom that's out away from the house. And the pit toilets at the parks? That's what it's like. It's like a pit toilet at a state park.
Here, let me show you the outhouse burning. It is definitely, you definitely want to see this.
So when we say don't play with fire, you don't want to play with fire, Andrew, because that's what happens when you burn the outhouse down.
He took something called a flamethrower, which is like a gun, but it shoots flames, and he caught the bathroom on fire. Don't ever do that. I think that's the lesson here. What did it smell like, Dennis? I could imagine that was not a great.
If you play with fire, then you'll start to learn not to.
That's right. That's right. Some of us, we need to be burnt a few times before we learn the lesson, but the smarter among us, you play with fire once. Trey Berman, you have your hand up.
It's already dark, but I just wanted to say I love how this stream devolved into explaining how to burn a outhouse down with a flamethrower to a toddler. I just want to point out the ridiculousness of that situation, and it is already dark outside where I am. So
and of course it's CBs. So think about that. The regular guys, the jarheads and the flyboys and the doughboys and the army guys. Only CBs would cause that kind of chaos.
And
the Navy SEALs are actually descendants of CBs. Just learned that the other day while I was reading one of James D. Hornfisher's books. He was talking about how the first Navy SEALs were actually CBs that would go and clear mines for landing craft. Yeah,
well, we had a lot of what now classified as SEAL training. That was the outhouse that Todd was circling. That's one that was still there. We had a lot of that type of training. They didn't call it SEAL training, but underwater demolition. Hey, I can blow up a bridge. Oh, just give me some plastic explosive and which, by the way, is how we heated our sea rations before we got the free meals. You take a little bit of that C4, put it on a table, and they have a can over it and put your food on top. And as long as you burn it, it's fine. You smack that thing and you blow up your table.
That's what I should do to my school's food because it is always cold. And I swear you need a nuclear weapon to get that thing to heat up. Like I put it in, like my advisory area has a microwave at my school. You cannot heat that up. And my advisor is a veteran, or my advisor has like veteran friends, and he brought one in, and we were talking, and he's like, "So what's it like at Key?" I'm like, "Well, there's like at my school, it's like, well, my food, it can't be heated up, so I just bring stuff in. And he's like, same thing. It is not good.
You know, we bought a case of sea rations when my kids were little. I forgot how we got them, but we had Sarah and Marissa remember the sea rations. Maybe my son Jonathan remember it, but I fed them sea rations just so they could taste it. The turkey loaf, and their little Hershey's discs. Oh, so good.
Ham and lima beans. Oh yeah.
No.
That'd be child abuse.
Yeah.
I was talking with a Marine the other day who is a Vietnam Marine the other day at a veterans thing that I was at. I was just at at the Navy and at the Naval Academy, and I was talking with him, and he was talking about the new the meals, like the new meals that the Army and Navy have and the Marines have. They're like trays, right? They're little lunch trays. You got your mom packed sandwich, and he said, if you eat that, you have no right to be a Marine. You haven't gone through the initiation process. And
See,
I'm
they were
that's
just
a bit of strong feelings.
they were just getting the MREs. They were just getting those in when I was leaving Vietnam. So
Yeah.
we're taking up time from Ryan here, and I know he's up next. I have so many stories I could probably be on for a couple more hours, but
Dennis, I could listen to you all night. I mean, truly, these stories are so great, and the way you tell them are so great. I'm just going to finish by saying, have you ever written your story?
well, here's the guys down in Texas
Mhm.
did a 6.5 hour interview with me.
Excellent.
And he's going to send me the transcript of our conversations. So I'm either going to write a book, or I'm going to do for sure
Good.
give it to my children. Well, what was the one thing I forgot? There's one thing I was going to mention, and now it's just, it goes right over your head. You just completely.
Oh, those
forget
guys
about
at
it.
Texas Tech, Kelly. Oh, they're fantastic. I'm so glad.
Yeah. So get involved with them. They're always looking for people to. And they do it. They're very good about it. They do it in 1.5, 2 hour chunks.
Oh yeah.
Over the phone. You don't appear on camera or anything. And
Kelly Krager. Kelly
yeah.
Krager is right. He's the head of the oral history project for the Texas Tech Vietnam Archive, and he was on our program when you were on with fellow fellow AFVN vets, and he was so eager to interview all of you. I'm so glad he got to interview you. Thank you very much, Dennis.
I gotta say, I was very privileged to be part of the CBs and also part of Armed Forces Radio, and Todd for inviting me to come in and tell stories, all of them, which, by the way, are true.
This is great. What a fantastic day it's been so far. We are at 17 hours now into our 24-hour Vet-A-Thon. I'm Todd. I'm the director of the Veterans Breakfast Club. This is our first ever 24-hour Veterans Day Vet-A-Thon that has recently been voted the best virtual 24-hour Veteran Days event in the world, and I'm very proud of that. There was no other competitors, by the way, for that, and I do have the trophy somewhere around here I'll bring, but I want to do the handoff to my good friend Ryan All. Thank you, Ryan, for agreeing to come on this 5 o'clock hour. I'm not as efficient as Lieutenant Colonel Ben Wright, who finished exactly on time. I'm 7 minutes late. Thank you for coming on and hosting this hour.
I am happy to be here. Thank you very much for having me, Todd. I actually invited a few friends to join me. Thank you very much for inviting me and for giving me this primetime slot. I feel like we got a lot of people in the room, which is really cool. And this first ever, Vet-A-Thon, I think is such a fantastic idea, and it's a lot of fun. And so I invited a few friends, but before I introduce them, I think should I thank the sponsors? I probably should.
Sure. Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you to FedEx Ground. Thank you to the Pritzker Military Foundation, and to Bill Boswell for sponsoring this hour of the 24-hour Vet-A-Thon. My name is Ryan All. I'm an Army veteran. I've been involved with the Veterans Breakfast Club for a few years now, co-emceeing, co-hosting their Scuttlebutt, getting made fun of a lot for not understanding some of the historical references made by some of the people on here. But I'm happy to be here. This is a great opportunity. I invited a few friends. Eric Smith, who's been a guest on the Scuttlebutt before, he's here. Joe Walk is here, and Joe Walk's beard, he is also here. And I don't know if Jake made it on. Jake Sidlick, are you on here? You're gonna have to unmute yourself. Oh, he just messaged me, he's trying to get on. So we'll introduce him in a minute. So before we get started with some of our questions and what I thought we might talk about today, I wanted to give Eric and Joe an opportunity to introduce themselves. Joe and Eric and I all served in the same unit. We all deployed twice together. We were all followed a very similar career path when we enlisted, when we got promoted to NCOs, and so we have a lot of very similar experiences. But so I guess I'll just throw it over to you. You can tell me what you did in the military and what you're doing now. So I'll start with Eric. Let's go. Hi, Eric.
Hey, can you hear me all right with my headphones in? Okay. Eric Smith. I did serve with Ryan and Joe and Jake Sidlick, who you said was trying to log in.
Yeah, he's coming.
After the military, I pursued a career in law enforcement.
You're going to keep it pretty vague.
I'm going to keep it vague because I'm a state employee. We can say that, but no affiliation to the show. I can't, you know what I mean? I can't do stuff like that.
You never know who might be on the show. You could be, you don't want to incriminate themselves.
Right. I think I have a warrant for Joe's beard, though.
So let's turn over to Joe, who I actually haven't seen in person in probably like a year. And I think he's been growing a beard the entire time. Joe, what's up, man? You're going to have to unmute yourself.
Can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
All right, good. Hey, thanks, Ryan, for having me on. Good to see your face. Good to see Eric's face. Just a brief description of my career. I enlisted in the Army in 2002. Fortunate enough to deploy with Eric and Ryan 2 times. When I got out of the military, I got a job with the railroad. Been railroading since 2006 for 15 years now. About all I got.
Thanks.
Got any
Joe.
questions for me, Ryan? Any?
I got questions. But
anything?
we're gonna get to that. Don't worry. I got lots of questions. And Jake, I see just joined. Jake, can you unmute yourself? Tell us a little bit about what you did in the Army and then what you're doing now. Make sure you unmute yourself.
Oh, there you are. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Yeah.
Oh, all right. Yeah, no, I was did 6 years in the military. Actually, Mr. All here was my team leader for my entire deployment over in Iraq. Got out and now I'm a lieutenant for the corrections department of Pennsylvania, and just been working there now for about 7 years.
Awesome.
Actually, you said 8 years, actually.
Thanks for coming. So I really appreciate you guys being here. I'm glad you guys can make the time to be on here for this. So I'm going to, I thought I would do this at the end, but I thought it would actually be more fun to do this in the beginning. We're going to do a lightning round. So what's going to happen is I'm going to ask some questions and you just need to answer and throw out the first thing that comes to your mind. Okay. As long as it's like appropriate, don't say anything crazy. Like, and the order we're going to go is Eric, Joe, and then Jake. Okay. So, the whole theme, we're going to be telling mostly funny stories for the next hour of what our Army experiences were like. And I'm hoping to get some of those creative juices flowing with this lightning round. So Eric, you're up first, because I know you really enjoy being put on the spot. It's like your favorite thing.
Yeah, absolutely. Best thing in the world.
So every person will answer the question and then we'll move on to the next question. Okay. So it's going to go Eric, Joe, Jake. So you're all going to answer this first question, then you'll answer the second question, etc. And it doesn't have to be a perfect answer, but first thing that comes to mind is lightning round. You got to remember.
Okay.
Okay. Question one, are you ready?
Fire away.
All right. What would you change from your time in the Army?
Living conditions.
Joe, make sure you're unmuted.
Food.
What?
Food.
Food.
Jake?
My diet.
Okay.
What's changed?
Eric?
Is that what you said? What's changed?
No, I said, what would you change from your time in the Army?
Oh, what would I change? Nothing. Nothing. There's nothing I would change. That made me the person I am now.
All right. Next question. What did you hate most about the Army, Eric?
Oh, wow. I have a list, but I think it comes from a lot of the frustration of lack of information flow and the appearance of stupidity of higher ups.
Okay.
Not
Joe?
saying that they are stupid, but I'm just saying that sometimes it appears dumb and redundant.
Joe?
I would definitely say, yeah, the politics. But one of the things I hated the worst was being in garrison. I was a field soldier. I like being in the field the most. So.
Okay. Jake, what about you?
I hated having to be serious certain times because I'm not serious at all. And the fact that I had to put that aside and not embarrass you was it was miserable.
Yes. Eric, what did you like the most?
The camaraderie.
Joe? Joe, maybe.
I agree with Eric. Camaraderie.
Okay.
Am I frozen still?
No, you're better
Can you
now.
hear
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. I would have to agree with Eric. The thing that kept me together. What's so funny?
Okay. You're just freezing a little bit. It's okay. You sound great. Jake, what about you? What did you like the most?
I'm kind of on the same lines, the people I got to meet, because still probably some of the closest people that I have, even if I only see them once, twice, not even some people I even see at all a year, still closest with them.
Awesome. Eric, next question. How many different styles of uniform did you have?
2. Yeah. I had the original woodland camouflage and then the gravel parking lot / floral pattern sofa digis.
Joe?
We had 3. We had DCUs too, right?
Yeah. Oh yeah, I forgot about those.
Yeah. So 3.
3. Okay. Jake, how about you?
I only had 2.
2.
The Mossy and the ACUs. I did not have the DCUs.
Yeah. Or the green woodlands. Okay, Eric, next question. This is a fun one. Have you ever failed to fit into your dress uniform?
I wore my dress uniform one time. I avoided any situation I could to wear that thing. So yeah, I failed to fit into it. I think I was 150 pounds when I graduated basic training, and obviously time catches up with you, weight gets put on.
Joe, have you ever failed to fit into your dress uniform?
Actually, I haven't. As big as I am, I haven't. I like Eric, have only used it once. When we did a drill weekend, we had to put them on and all that stuff. So yeah, I'm good to go. Still in good.
Jake?
Yeah, it was when we had to put it on for that drill, pants were bulging because went into boot camp about 120 pounds. And about that time I weighed about 175, 180, and it did not fit at all.
It was all muscle though, right?
100%.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Eric, how many push-ups could you do right now?
100.
Joe, how many push-ups?
Maybe 10, 11 on a good day.
Jake?
think I could get somewhere close to 40.
Wow, Eric's really showing you guys up. I thought you guys
I did
might lie a
100
little more.
yesterday. I can prove it. I did 100 yesterday. Ask Joe. I was doing them on vacation all day long.
I can attest to that. I'm a witness. He can still
What
rock
were you doing the whole
push-ups.
time, Joe?
Probably drinking beer and wearing mirrored sunglasses.
Eric, what's the worst Army food you ever ate?
The beef and bean burrito. It looks like a severed hand that was soaked in formaldehyde.
Joe, what about you?
I would say the worst Army food was at FOB Omaha, our first deployment. It was awful, absolutely awful. The best thing about being on patrols was stopping at different bases, eating at their good chow halls. So I lost a ton of weight not eating at all at FOB Omaha. So there you go.
There you go. Jake, what about you? What's the worst Army food you ever ate?
Yeah, I actually kind of liked it. So I can't think anything I didn't like.
It doesn't surprise me at all. Why?
Yeah.
Why do you think that is?
I don't know.
Quick follow-up.
Because it's probably better than what I actually eat when I'm at home.
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. Eric, have you ever fallen asleep on guard duty of any kind?
Absolutely.
Okay. Joe?
I'm sure I have, but I do have a good guard duty story if I can tell it. Or you
Yes,
want me to
please.
wait till later
No,
on?
please do. Go ahead.
Okay, so I forget the guy's name. We were at FOB Omaha pulling guard duty, and it was the guard tower in the back corner. And that was something as infantry soldiers there we did maybe once every month or two. Like it wasn't our regular duty job. But it was wintertime over there, and obviously nobody packed their winter clothes, so we are freezing our butts off in this guard tower, this concrete tower. So we went down in the motor pool and found this giant, looked like a soup pot. So we take it up in the guard tower, busting up pallets, and we had a fire, which was a horrible idea, absolutely horrible idea. It illuminated the guard tower, and a sniper could have picked one of us off from 2 miles away. But the sergeant of the guard called us on the radio and said, "Hey, would you guys quit screwing around with those flashlights?" So obviously, yeah, we had to put the fire out because we got busted, but we stayed warm for half our shift, at least that much.
That's good. And you bring up a good point that when our advance party showed up in Iraq, this would have been like 2004. I remember them messaging us back and saying, make sure you get out your winter gear and your wet weather gear. And we all thought they were joking. Like we thought, we're going to the desert. Like, why would we need any of that stuff? And we did not have it. And it was cold. It was very cold. Jake, you're still there. Have you ever fallen asleep on guard duty of any kind?
I think every time. I don't think there was a time I stayed awake. In fact, I remember specifically pulling guard in sector in Iraq and my team leader having to wake me up while I was sitting on the side of a building on a street just out in sector.
Who was your team leader? Who woke you up?
That was you.
Oh yeah, that's weird. It's weird how I knew the answer to that question before you.
Right.
Before I asked. Eric, did you ever
Yeah.
leave a range with live ammo?
Yes.
You know that's a no-no. You're not supposed to do that. Did you know it at the time?
No.
No. Okay. All right. Joe, did you ever accidentally leave a range with live ammo?
Not that I can recall.
Jake,
I did a couple times.
on purpose?
Yeah, and I got scared because I had them in my pocket at the bottom of my boots, in the pants, and everything was jiggling, and we were climbing in the back of the vehicle, and I thought I was going to get called out to why I sounded like a baby rattle.
Eric, did you ever steal anything from the Army? Or while you were in the Army, steal something from another unit?
There's only one thief in the Army. Everybody else is just trying to get their shit back.
There you go. Did you ever tactically acquire anything from another unit?
Well, I can't remember. Yeah, I'm sure I have. I'm sure I definitely have.
Joe, what about you?
I've never stolen anything. I've definitely reacquired things that we needed to turn in. I remember turning in vehicles in sector to the first deployment, and somebody said, "Oh crap, where's our Pioneer gear?" Yeah, the crap that we threw in a Connex box that probably got shipped away 6 months ago. So we go to the next unit over who just got in and take all their crap and turn it in.
It happens, right? You're just trying to, you're trying to balance everything out.
That's
Jake,
right.
did you ever-
I will just point out, just interject. I'm loving this conversation. Joe, that is stealing, actually, not just reacquiring.
Absolutely.
I'll just clarify for our civilian listeners.
What does the person who is in law enforcement think about this?
What, say that again.
What do you think as a law enforcement professional?
I mean, you're really bringing out the political guns here, aren't you?
That's not. I'm just worried. You know the law.
Yeah,
what is the definition of stealing, and have you done it?
Yeah, I in the military, just like that to fit your inventory. I'm sure we have taken things like I think we were missing an axe once, so we procured it from somewhere else. So yeah, that's definitely stealing. However, theoretically, if you want to get technical, we took it from a unit that belongs to the government and gave it back to another unit that belongs to the government. So we just repositioned it in an inventory list.
It's called reallocating.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's perfect. The government still had it. It's not like you took it for personal use. It's
correct.
Yeah. Okay.
I want to thank you for that clarification. We have Connor Ritchie from Lafayette, Louisiana, who's listening very closely to this program. He's 16 years old. He lives in Lafayette. He loves listening to veteran stories. He messaged me and said stealing could really land you in prison, and that is true. But the kind of reacquiring or stealing that takes place in the military, especially during wartime, it really is almost like getting the equipment and the material needed where it's needed, without the paperwork that it often takes to move things from one place to another in the government. Sometimes you just have to take matters in your own hands and skirt the regulations a little bit to get a job done. And I just want to make sure that Connor, our 16-year-old from Louisiana, understands that that's what we're talking about. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. And for any other young listener, this is kind of tongue in cheek. It's not we're not talking about like literal stealing. It's more of a joke. It's kind of an inside joke in the military that you're not really stealing it. You're just somebody else took your stuff, so you're taking something from somewhere else to get the job done. So Jake, how about you? Did you ever tactically acquire any items?
You know what? I don't think I did.
No?
I think I'm off the hook on this one.
I find that very surprising.
I can't think of anything off the top of my head.
I remember one time when we were in training and someone found an armored plate that had fallen out in the middle of the woods. And when I checked my serial number list, I was like, oh, this happens to belong to Specialist Sidlick.
That might have happened.
So you didn't steal that, but you certainly did lose it.
Yeah, I was
failed to tell me about that, which that was a fun time. Eric, have you ever been drunk or hungover for a physical fitness test?
Yes.
Joe?
Yes. 2 beer limit.
Jake?
Yeah, no doubt. Everyone after I got out of boot camp.
Eric, did you ever speak poorly about an officer behind their back?
I talk shit about you all the time.
Language, Eric. This is a family show.
I'm sorry.
Joe, did you ever speak poorly about an officer behind their back?
Never. I always said it to their face. You guys know that.
Jake?
Yeah, I did, because you might remember I was trashing somebody once and they were standing behind me and nobody stopped me from the rant I was going on a certain captain. And then he decided to interject in my conversation and wanted me to ask him why I was trashing him.
Tell us, expand on that. Tell us a little about what happened there.
We were on the range. I can't remember the guy's name. It was somebody from your first deployment that was a lieutenant or captain, had googly eyes, and everybody said he got promoted. And I went off on how did that guy get promoted, and I just kept going. And then finally, I think it was you actually who said, "Hey, he's behind you." And
I don't know why I would ever let you continue to bash a person when they're standing behind you. That doesn't sound like me.
Exactly.
Right. Eric, did you ever cheat on an Army physical fitness test?
No, I don't think. No. Maybe
Joe?
Maybe you did.
No, I never have either.
Never cheated. Jake?
I may have wrote higher numbers on someone's PT card for them, but I personally have never cheated.
It's because you forgot your Army values, Joe, like integrity. Jake, what about you? Did you ever cheat on an Army physical fitness test?
I personally didn't cheat on one, but the person instructing and grading me gave me higher scores, but that was on their own volition, completely unsolicited.
Interesting. I want to, am I able to share my screen? I wanted to pull something up here.
Let me see. You should be able to.
I think I can.
Yeah, let me know if you cannot.
Oh, yep, there we go. Who's that young guy?
My beard is ashamed of that picture.
So this is Joe in 2004. Let's see if we can.
My eyes are closed in that picture.
I think it's just a reflection off your glasses.
Can you see
No,
this
they're
next one? Can you see Eric now? Or do you
No.
guys still see Joe?
I'm still there. Get it off the screen, Ryan.
Hold on, I'm trying to figure out how to. Okay, hold on. There we go. Okay, we got one more. Well, we have a few more actually. Here we go. Look at this guy.
Wow, look at all that hair.
I feel the same way.
It got out of the Army when I did.
So this is 2004 as well. Just so you guys don't get too upset, I'll show mine as well. So here's an old one, right? Hold on. I'm still learning how to use this. I feel the same way, Eric. Where did all that hair go?
Wow.
The price, the burden of freedom, the toll it takes on you.
Yeah, let's call it that.
That's
Yeah,
the
let's
hairline
call it that.
I remember.
Connor Ritchie says, "What happened to your hair?"
I know. It's really, yeah, look, I mean, it is. We're talking like
It's
all
gone.
like it is gone. I do want to. I have one more picture I didn't want to leave you out, Jake. This is one of my favorite pictures of all time. I don't know if you can see this one. I zoom in a little bit. So this is Jake and I playing with a donkey, standing on a pile of garbage on a mission in Iraq.
Of course.
Yeah, just the regular stuff. But there's Jake. I have one more that is kind of fun. This. Here we go. This is a tradition. If you guys can see this. This is from a tradition we called Mustache May, which is where we had a mustache growing competition in the platoon. And there's Joe in the middle in his PT gear. I'm there on the left, and Eric's all the way over on the right with his shades and hat on because he always stays tactical. He's always ready to go. And then two of our other friends, two of the other NCOs, Sergeant Norris and our platoon Sergeant Siegel is the seated one. And this is so this was Mustache May, one of the things that we did over there for fun. I do want to, so this question more for Eric and Joe, but I want to know, like, do you recognize this?
Yes.
What is that, Eric?
Yeah, that's Sergeant Cavallero.
And what did we call him? What was this?
Oh, now I'm drawing a blank.
Come on. What was his nickname?
I can't remember. The Desert Cheetah.
The Desert Cheetah. That's right. So this was so I share this because I wanted to bring up one other topic, which was
graffiti.
Military graffiti. Okay.
Oh no.
So this, obviously, I drew this in like 30 seconds, right? This is a pair of glasses, some bushy eyebrows, and a mustache. And this was something that we drew on every porta-john and every available wall from Fort Dix, Fort Polk, Kuwait, Iraq, every place that it could be drawn. There is a symbol of this. Just for comparison, exactly, it's very much like Kilroy, right?
It was your version of Kilroy.
Yes, this was an internal version of Kilroy. So I will going to zoom in a little bit to protect this man's identity, but I do want to share one more thing with you.
You don't have it, do you?
This is the inspiration for the Desert Cheetah.
There he is.
There he is. He's the Desert Cheetah. So you have to know in military, right? We only do these types of things for people that we love, right? People who have had some sort of impact on us. So please don't take it in the way that we're making fun of him. He had been in the Army longer than any of us were alive, even at that point, and he stayed in for years more. But this thing, it was you that came up with this, right, Eric? Pretty sure.
I didn't. That's not my work. I think it might have been Bo.
Who it was?
I think Bo came up with it.
Really?
Yeah, somebody from that platoon or that squad.
The Desert Cheetah. Do you guys remember the warning shot to the leg conversation?
Can't say that I do remember that one.
No? So
I never heard that story.
No, so we were in training in Fort Polk, and Sergeant Cavallero, the Desert Cheetah, we were pulling this guard that's supposed to be a simulated like civil unrest scenario. So these actors are coming towards you, and they're kind of refusing to leave. It's supposed to be like dealing with a mob or dealing with something like that. And the desert cheetah, said, I'm gonna shoot him. We said, no, you can't shoot him, even though this is simulated, right? Like, this is just training, but you can't just shoot a guy for walking towards your barrier. And he said, okay, I'm gonna give him a warning shot to his leg. I don't think that does it. I don't think that worked. I don't think that's how warning shots work, Cav. I don't think you can do that. I had one of, no, well, we can't really talk about that. Let's not do
Hey,
that.
do you mind if I butt in just for a second
Yes,
here,
please,
Ryan?
go
I
ahead.
see Commander Brandon Smith with us. He's with the Navy Talent Acquisition Group, Pittsburgh. Good evening, Commander. Thank you for joining us. I know I invited him to come on if he could at some point today, this evening, just to talk about the work that he does.
Oh, yeah.
And that mustache, is there a mustache November, Brandon, in the Navy?
Movember is alive and well in the Navy, especially in the aviation community where I come from. So I got a head start on it. I wish I could claim this just started from the 1st of November, but I started on this in October. It was part of my Halloween costume.
How are things in the Navy Talent Acquisition Group, Pittsburgh?
Recruiting is very difficult right now.
I can't imagine it. I cannot imagine how difficult it is.
The competition from the job market right now and the kinds of benefits that are being offered for entry-level work and trade work are well above what the military can offer right now. So recruiting is difficult, but it's always hard. So our job is just to keep it fun and keep it light.
What message are you trying to get out to people to, make it more likely that you could have candidates approach you and talk to you about joining the Navy?
Well, I think one of our messages that's changed over the last year is, we're trying to adapt our message to this, what we call the Great Resignation, or what people are calling the Great Resignation, this mass exodus of the workforce, especially from the food and service industry. That it's a lot of people in their 20s and maybe early 30s who have worked for a long time in very thankless jobs and for very low pay. And frankly, let's admit, working with some of the worst people in the world, which are hungry Americans. and that the military offers, for those people who have left the workforce and decided, I'm never going back to that, that the military, for all its faults, has a lot to offer those people. It offers service and calling and camaraderie, all the things that we're talking about here. Finding those people is difficult because connecting with those 25 to 30-year-olds who are not working right now, we don't, our bread and butter is high school recruiting. So finding them is difficult, but we're trying, and that's our message. And we're hoping that we can attract a lot of them.
And I've been thinking about that, working with veterans and reading about the Great Resignation and what it's a conundrum. It's a bit of a mystery. Every analyst, worth his or her salt is writing about what is happening with the great, why are people resigning? And I do get the sense that part of it is a lack of meaningful work, lack of the kind of work that can infuse your life with meaning and with brotherhood and sisterhood and connection and camaraderie. So I do wonder if, Navy recruiters, military recruiters might be able to kind of turn the conversation around and say, hey, if you're looking for, meaningful life work.
I think you're exactly right. And, the word political has come up a couple of times here, and at the risk of saying something that does tend to get political, the narrative around the resignation is often that Americans are lazy and they would rather stay home than work. And right. We have chosen to be more optimistic to that they are not lazy, that people want work, but the word that we use is purpose. Not many careers or not many jobs can give you the purpose that military work gives you. And that's really what we're trying to advertise, that you want a tribe, you want a calling, you want a purpose, you want meaningful work, you want camaraderie, then come join us, come sail with us. We want you.
We've had so many veterans say that they found, they may have spent 2 years in the military or 4 years or 6 years, gotten out. And to a person, they will pretty much say the best thing about my service were the people that I worked with, was the community that I was a part of, the camaraderie that I experienced, and then also the sense of shared mission and purpose. And many of them say that one of the struggles about going back into the civilian world is finding that sense of purpose and mission. And but I wonder, you kind of the challenge is to is to let Americans know that maybe what they're suffering from is something they're not quite aware of yet, that there is a life that you could lead a meaningful vocation.
Absolutely. And, like, we have to be careful because we don't want to try to sell the military as a jobs program. And we don't want to try to sell the military as a cakewalk, as Ryan and Jake and Eric are talking about. It's not a cakewalk. There is hardship involved, there is sacrifice involved, and there's real pain involved. But we have sacrifice, pain, and risk in all of our daily lives. And the question is, what do we do it for? And who do we do it for? It's, if you're going to take that risk in doing some things where the benefit doesn't outweigh the cost, then that's a poor risk analysis. And I think someone said it better or best earlier when they were talking about, the hardship of the deployment, but what would you change from your career in the Army? And the answer was nothing. I went through all that, and I think that was very, very well said. It's simple, but it's a very powerful message. And we try to remind people of that.
You're looking to a change of command ceremony, yes, sadly for us in March, I think, leaving the Navy Talent Acquisition Group, Pittsburgh. Do you know what the next chapter holds for you and your family?
Yes, sir. My plan was to retire. I'm at 20 years. What we call detailers, the people who control our career progression, asked me if there was anything that he could do to keep me in the Navy. And I said, our dream has always been to go to Europe. We've never done a tour in Europe. And he sent me a list of Europe jobs, and I got my first choice. So we are moving in March to London, and we're going to do 3 years at Northwood, which is NATO Maritime Headquarters Command, just outside of London, UK. And we are beyond excited about it. So from Pittsburgh,
so great.
Pittsburgh to London.
That is so great. Well, we hope that after you're done with London, you'll come back to Pittsburgh. Just selfishly, you and your family. If people know, are either interested in the Navy, or they know somebody, maybe in their family or a neighbor, who might be interested, what's the best way to contact you? Do you want to leave some contact information here in our chat, or give it to me that I could pass along?
No, I'll leave contact information, but I will say the easiest thing to do is just go to Navy.com, because there's a window there where you enter your zip code, and it connects you directly to the local recruiter that's closest to you. Because we are headquartered in Pittsburgh, but we recruit from almost all of Pennsylvania and New York, basically everything except Philadelphia and New York City, and then parts of West Virginia and Maryland. And there's about 40 stations and 200 people assigned in that area. But Navy.com is the best bet. But either way, someone can always call me, and I'm happy to talk to somebody about the Navy. I'm passionate about the work. So my phone number is 412-475-6764. And again, that's 412-475-6764. And, Todd, if you'll excuse me, because I know you've heard me say it before, but it's been a while since I've been to an in-person event. It's that we rely very heavily on the veterans community. And one thing that the VBC is great about is that we tell each other stories, and we learn and we grow and we enjoy each other's company. But in a place like Pennsylvania and even New York, which does not have a large Navy base, we very much rely on veterans telling their stories to the public. And we know you're proud of your service. And there's a lot of young men and women out there who don't even consider the military to be on the table, because they don't know about it, or they don't think about it, or they have some preconceived notions that are not serving their interests. And so we would just ask you to please be vocal, tell your stories, get out and engage people, because as you know, and hopefully still believe, that the military has something to offer an awful lot of Americans. And thank you for telling your stories that you have and that you do.
Thank you, Brandon. Thank you so much, Commander. I appreciate you sharing that. I'm warning you, I'm going to share your phone number. So
please.
Good. And I hope you do get some phone calls. One thing that we're concerned about here, we talk about often, is that that America is becoming a caste society, where you have a group of families in the country that serve in the military. The other families are unrelated. And I think part of your mission is to kind of break through to those families that don't consider the military as part of their vocation or career trajectory. And
absolutely. And to take it one step further, there's, especially with the recession and COVID, there's been a lot in the media about the likelihood that people can break out of their socioeconomic status and actually move up. Some of us probably believe our upward mobility is greater than it actually is. And I firmly believe that the military is a path. This sounds hokey to say it, but I will say it. I think that the military sells the American dream in a lot of ways, that we offer a path towards growth and family welfare. And welfare, I mean, is in health and welfare, and just stability and prosperity in ways that so many other places do not. So it's definitely a path out of some hardship, and I believe firmly in that, and I'm passionate about it.
Wonderful, Brandon. Thank you so much. Join the Navy from Oklahoma.
Absolutely.
Join the Navy and seeing the world. Thank you so much, Brandon, for joining us.
Thank you for having me. Sorry to interrupt the conversation. Thank you all for your service.
All right. I'll
Thanks,
throw it back
Brandon.
to you, Ryan. Thank you for giving us that time.
Yeah, thanks, Brandon. It was a pleasure hearing from you. There was one more thing that I wanted to ask these guys about. So this was our tour in 2009. Our senior platoon leadership was living in a different area than we were, and we lived in a separate set. So it was basically E5s and below, all the E5 sergeants and below. And we called that the block. That's where we all lived, and we had a game called Who Runs the Block. And Jake, just from your perspective, I'd like to hear about how you viewed that game, how that game went. What was that game all about? You're gonna have to unmute yourself.
Sorry, I forgot I muted because I didn't want no noises coming through there. But it was interesting to say the least. It was a game of one-upsmanship on who could outdo the other, whether it was hiding behind barriers and throwing water at people when they came by, or
now who was this game? What were the teams? Of this game?
It was there were 3 team leaders, including yourself, Eric, and another guy that's not on here with us, and then me and 2 other E4s. So it was 3 E4s versus 3 E5s. And I feel like we fully got the better the whole time. I mean, we might have gotten over one or twice on us, but one of you was tied to a bed. One of you had 2 buckets of water jumped on them, and another one had water thrown on them coming from around the barrier. So even though we were outranked, we were never outmatched, and we ran the show.
So you would call yourselves the victors of the competition. Who runs the ball?
No doubt.
Okay. So to give you guys some background, right? This was we only had the E5s and below in that area, and this was a friendly competition over who was in charge and who ran the block. Eric, from your point of view, how did you feel that competition went?
Oh, well, yeah, I don't know. It was definitely back and forth quite a bit.
Can you tell me about one of the things that happened to you specifically?
Yeah, I was the one with the 2 buckets of water thrown on me from the roof of the building.
So what happened?
I don't know. There's like silly string or rope or something tied on the door, and I was cutting it off to get into the building, and water got thrown on me twice.
It was a pretty ingenious, actually, red herring. So what sort of came to happen among all of us was that if you were on one of these teams, it got to the point that you couldn't go anywhere by yourself, because shenanigans would have people were laying in wait at all times to ambush you in a variety of ways. And the one day, Eric and I and Tom went to the gym, and Eric left early. Eric went back to the barracks early, and Jake's team happened to get all of this on video because they were laying in wait for him. They waited for him. They were waiting for forever. I don't know, the patience, the amount of patience it must have taken for them to put this trap and lay it in place. And because we were at the gym, we were gone. Who knows how long we could have been gone? They didn't know, but they were going to wait, and they were going to spring this trap. And so Eric shows back up by himself, and they set up this red herring, right? This it was like fishing string on the door, and Eric like sees it, and he walks away, and he comes back, and then he cuts it, and he thinks that that's like the trap, and he goes to walk into his door, and Jake and his friends poured 2 buckets of water on him from the roof. But there was another one where I was the victim of a very particularly vicious attack, where Jake, I was in charge of 2 soldiers, Jake and Terry, and Jake runs up to my room and he pounds on the door, and I opened it, and he said, come quick, Terry's hurt." And I jump off I run out of my room, and I look over and I see Terry laying on the ground, holding his knee. He's kind of just like, ah. And so Jake leads me through this little causeway, and I run through there, and one person hit me with a bucket of water, and another person threw a whole bucket of baby powder on me. And then Terry and Jake both get up and they just laugh at me, and they ran away. Some rough stuff.
Well, what made
really,
that better was you having your fleece jacket, which really absorbed that water.
It did. Yes, it did. Any other thoughts on that, Eric or Jake?
I'm proud that I avoided the antiquings, considering that I think everyone was antiqued at least once.
It's true. It's true. So for some reference, antiquing is when you get baby powder thrown on you, and then you look white and like an antique. So it happened quite a few times. I gotta say this about Jake. So Jake, I was in charge of Jake for the majority of the deployment, both as his team leader and for a little while as his squad leader. And I have to say, Jake, that it was being in charge of you, and I've talked about you on this show before. It was being in charge of you that made me realize that I could be a father, right? Because
that's not what I was expecting. That's
right. Because, and here's the reason, is because if you didn't hear Jake for a certain amount of time, this sixth sense was developed in my head. Like, what's he doing? Like, what is Jake up to? Like, what is going on? I haven't heard from him in like 30 minutes. What is he doing? So I want to thank you for that. You really helped develop that early for me. And it really has come a long way. So I appreciate it.
You're welcome. I appreciate being able to help.
I do want to, is Joe still on? Joe,
much.
Yeah,
sure.
I'm here. My video's not running now.
Okay. So this one, Eric, on our first deployment, Joe was around for a lot of this. And Eric, you had a special show you used to run. It was motivational in nature.
Absolutely. Yeah. It was for, morale, obviously.
For morale, yes. And this show was called, we'll just bleep it out. It was That Ain't Bleep, as in that. Let's just say that ain't poop. That is
right. Yep. Mm-hmm.
So that's what the show was called. And can you describe the nature of the show here?
It was a knockoff version of the popular MTV show that is named after a donkey.
And what would you do in this show to help boost morale?
Well, I did a lot of things. Mind you, I was a 21-year-old E4 at the time.
Mm-hmm.
I drop kicked a door on a marble surface, which hurt fairly badly. I was kicked in the
in the groin
once or twice.
Okay.
Had a dart thrown at me.
I think you got hit in the head with a broom.
Hit over the head with a broomstick once. Yeah.
I think you also set off a very large rat trap on your arm. Or was that Mac? I can't remember.
I think Mac did the rat trap. Yeah, Mac did the rat trap.
Joe, do you have any memories of that? Any thoughts you want to share?
I didn't get to see any of that live, but I certainly saw the videos, and they were definitely morale boosters. Seeing a dart stick out of Eric's butt cheek was pretty funny.
So Todd, you have a look. I'm
Yeah,
not sure.
I think the rat trap is what gets me. I mean,
Okay.
rat traps are big.
Yeah, it was big. It was humongous.
Should I ask what part of your body?
I think that was another guy that's not on the show, but he definitely set it off on his hand.
Okay, good. I mean, not good, but better than some other alternatives.
Right. Yeah, obviously, yes.
But that could do huge damage.
It could have. Yeah. I don't think we were thinking about that at the time.
What motivated you to pursue this, motivational self-injury?
Well, okay. So this is somewhat of my philosophy now, even today. And I feel that, so I enjoy making people laugh. I do. And I think that by bringing laughter, especially to a very stressful environment, I mean, even like just now, I say that when you bring a little bit of laughter into this world, just one or two people, that brings a little bit joy to a dark place. And I think that's what that was all about, was, making people happy in a terrible, terrible environment that was, bad sometimes.
Yeah, and it was. Yeah, that was a rough time and place, and Eric.
So it was definitely silly, yes. However, it did have a deeper meaning to it, I guess.
Yeah, it definitely brought smiles to a lot of guys' faces who were definitely having some rough time. And I want to thank my guests and friends for joining me for this hour of the Vet-A-Thon to help tell some funny stories and for humoring me in my lightning round. Eric, Jake, Joe, thank you very much both for joining me today. Thank you for your service. Thank you for your continued work. Happy Veterans Day to you guys. I will be turning it over, I think, to Todd, who will take control and move it on to the next hour of this 24-hour Vet-A-Thon. And thank you guys again. Thank you to everyone here today. Here's to the first Vet-A-Thon. Thank you for having me. I had a lot of fun, and I hope to see you guys soon.
It's terrific, Captain Hall. What a fun, wonderful hour. This is an insight into Ryan that I hadn't gotten before. Thank you very much. This is a great hour. Colonel Hughes Turner is going to be taking over the next hour. I want to let people know, I saw that many people just have entered from the waiting room. In fact, and I should admit some more people from the waiting room. And I know some of these people are new. They haven't joined Veterans Breakfast Club events before. They have no idea who I am, who we are. So I just want to introduce myself. I'm Todd DiPastino, the director of the Veterans Breakfast Club, also the founder. We created the Veterans Breakfast Club just from the magic that we experienced being in a room, having 30 World War II veterans share their stories at a hotel ballroom in the South Hills of Pittsburgh in September of 2008. And from that original remarkable meeting was the seed that became the Veterans Breakfast Club. The idea that if you get veterans in a room together and you create the right environment, even with people like me who haven't served in the military, who are just interested in listening to the stories, that you can create an environment where veterans open up, like open sesame, the opening up of kind of a magical opening, that when veterans do open up, there's an immediate kind of coalescing in the room. The energy gets all focused together and people really bond. And people have said that going to a Veterans Breakfast Club event is like going to a family reunion. And there's a lot of that. Stories that are passed around, stories that are new in some ways, familiar in other ways, but connect all of us. And that is what we really try to achieve with the Veterans Breakfast Club, is kind of to heal that military-civilian divide that I think is very real in this country. It's to educate and inspire non-veterans like me through the stories that veterans have to share about their service, no matter where they served or when they served or how they served. or, whether they set rat traps for their friends or not. I mean, all of these stories are educational and inspirational. And for veterans, I think it's a really important part of their process of veterans are people who served in the military. That means they entered a distinct subculture that's very different from the civilian world. They entered it, they learned a lot, they had broadened experience and increased wisdom, and they're bringing it back to the civilian world to share. And I think that's part of their mission, and helping veterans achieve that mission, I think, is part of our mission. And so we conceived of the Vet-A-Thon as a way to showcase and promote the kind of programming that we do both in person and online. And one of the great kind of prompts of this event was a grant that we got from the Pritzker Military Foundation on behalf of the Pritzker Military Museum and Library to expand our programming outside of the Pittsburgh area, both online like we're doing today, and in person. Eventually, we'd like to go to places across the country and do like where Pat Hughes is in Texas, and do Veterans Breakfast Club events. They issued us a grant, and part of that grant is a challenge. If we could raise money through donors and sponsors, they will match the donations. And so the Vet-A-Thon is a chance to raise some money for that. We have a $25,000 goal. From what I could see, and I have not been able to keep up with the math, but I do see that we have quite a few donations coming in. We are well ahead of halfway there to that match, maybe close to $20,000. And that's because of the sponsors that we've gotten and the donations that we've received. FedEx Ground, headquartered here in the Pittsburgh area, has been a supporter of the Veterans Breakfast Club for quite a while. They are the title sponsor for this event, sponsoring all 24 hours. We're very grateful to them. And we have a new sponsor, Archer Corporate Services, and I'm very grateful to have learned about them and to have them sponsor this wonderful hour that we have coming up with I think he's our newest board member, Colonel Hughes Turner, who served for decades in the Army, has been a public servant for well over 40 years, finally retired from that, but not retired really, still extremely active. Hello, Hughes. Thank you for joining our board, and thank you for taking over this hour of our Vet-A-Thon.
Oh, well, thanks for having me. And the truth be known, nobody can ever take anything over from you, Todd. And I want to qualify your title too. I mean, it's not only the director, you're the executive director of the Veterans Breakfast Club. I'm kind of reminded, and start off with just a little bit of humor, pardon my French, but I remember as a young captain, one of my superiors, I think he was a colonel, said, Hughes, you know what the difference between a war story and a fairy tale is? And I said, no, sir, I don't. He says, well, fairy tales begin with once upon a time. War stories begin with this ain't no bullshit. So now we're going to get into, some discussions here, hopefully over the next hour, about some real life stuff that I think is pertinent to that many veterans can identify with. Again, I just want to acknowledge that this particular hour is sponsored by the Archer Corporate Services organization out of Belleville, Michigan. So you were talking about expanding the audience and the reach of VBC. Now you have folks who are sponsoring us from Michigan. I'm really pleased to have a special guest with us today. His name is Army Colonel, retired Christopher Holschek. He and I have had a relationship for well over 10 years, and we both served in Iraq during the initial combat phases. He has a unique perspective, and if I were to look at things and kind of break, this hour down, and we'll see how things go, there are probably three major areas that jump out at me with regard to Chris. Number one, he's a civil affairs guy, and he commanded during the initial ground combat operations an Army Civil Affairs battalion, which was tasked to support the Marines and the regimental task force I'm thinking about, actually first MARDIV element out of Camp Pendleton, commanded by an individual named Brigadier General Jim Mattis. And Chris had the distinct honor of supporting his element during the initial phase of ground operations, and then followed that immediately with supporting Ray Ordierno, who commanded the 4th Infantry Division at the time, and then later became a senior commander in Iraq, and then became Army Chief of Staff, and unfortunately passed away within the last month, if you all recall. So that's one piece. The other piece is Chris is one of those individuals, and I have not run into anybody else in uniform that in his capacity on active duty supported UN operations as a blue beret guy. So he has an interesting perspective on US involvement, military involvement in peacekeeping operations from a UN perspective. And then lastly, when Chris retired, as part of his retirement, he actually got on a Harley Davidson motorcycle, and he's a big cyclist, and went across the country. And he founded an organization called the National Service Ride, and the focus is on public service. And so he brings that unique perspective, I think, that is very pertinent, especially in today's environment. So one thing I do want to ask you, Todd, and I apologize for this, did you receive the slide deck that I pushed to you guys by email?
I did. I got it.
Oh, terrific.
Ready to share it.
Yeah. And Chris, can you hear us?
Absolutely, live from New York.
All right. Quick setup with Chris. He got his commission from the New Mexico Military Institute, and then received his bachelor's degree, I think, from George Washington University. I think he also got a master's from there. And I believe you also, is it Boston University that you
Boston
spent?
University,
Okay.
I got my master's as well as my master's in strategic study from the Army War College right after you and I saw each other in Iraq.
Right. So I'm going to just shut up, and I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Chris. And you know, people are welcome to pipe in, and you know, if we see your hand raised, we'll try to acknowledge that. But I'll go ahead and let Chris take over from here.
Sure. And again, live from the deep south of New York State, on the other side of the mountain from a little place called West Point. You might have heard of it. Got a little school there. And I'm here because, as you know, Hughes and I used to live in DC together, because I was spending my time after I was in the Army. And then in 2015, I moved up this way because found out that Mom had Alzheimer's disease, and I became like many veterans, I became a veteran caregiver, both Mom and Dad. So I was challenged with things that I thought I'd seen just about everything, but being the caregiver of your own mother suffering from Alzheimer's is quite a challenge. It's all worth characteristics and skills I didn't know I really had, or still to this day don't think I still have. But you know, you do the best you can. So I am much more than sympathetic. I'm empathetic to what a lot of veterans go through nowadays, and trying to take care of their parents. And you know, it's a simple principle, right? They took care of us on the way in, and we take care of them on the way out. You know, and someday somebody will do that for us too. So it goes around, comes around, and that's a lot of really what I want to talk about later on when we talk about, you know, the project that I'm involved in, and on behalf of the American Legion now here in Orange County, New York. I'm with the Legion. I'm continue to, you know, service is a bug you get, right? It's like a drug. You can't get away from it. Once you start living a life of service, it becomes a part of your DNA, and you continue to serve. So I'm involved with the American Legion very much. I'm involved in Rotary and Lions and a number of different local organizations. And on the professional level, I'm the vice president in the Civil Affairs Association. And I put together, we just finished a symposium online with the Civil Affairs Association, a discussion about building global networks, how important that is nowadays to great power competition and the phase that we're all entering now that Afghanistan and Iraq are closed. And with that in regard, I don't know how much folks know about what civil affairs is, but the more popular interpretation is we're the guys who hand out the soccer balls. And win hearts and minds and do kind of public relations, and that's really not what civil affairs is. Civil affairs actually goes back well over a century as a military specialty. And it was originally called military government because, as you know, in many places we got involved, we had to transition from military to civilian control to include the American West. California is a good example of that. And so this transition management function, if you will, is really a big part of civil affairs. So we got involved in the Rhineland in World War I, but our big claim to fame is we did Germany and Japan. We did what some people call nation building. Not entirely comfortable with that term. I think transition management is civil military transition management is better. War termination. I mean, one of the big lessons we got out of the last 20 years is, you can't, you really haven't won the war until you've won peace. I don't think we're learning that. I think right now, actually, interestingly enough, I think the Taliban is learning that. It's the phase 4 problem that we were all talking about, when we were there at CFLIC News, and we were sitting around the big board and the board table and the relief table and the relief map, and everybody was talking about how we were going to take down Iraq in 10 days. And then we're just kind of looking around and saying, okay, so what happens after that? Kind of what Tony Zinni calls what happens when the dog catches the car. And that was the uncomfortable question. And it's people like us who have that background to deal with those things. But we did, as I said, we did Germany, we did Japan, we did Korea, and if anybody, I think most of us here own a car that's probably Japanese, German, or Korean. And so if you like those products, you may have liked our work. That's all I can say. Sometimes it succeeds. And there are a lot of reasons for why it didn't work in places like Afghanistan and Iraq, and that, I mean, we could probably have another 24-hour, Vet-A-Thon to discuss, but I won't go into it. But anyway, when I reported to people like General Jim Mattis, and later on to General Odierno up to the north, we did the invasion. We supported the first Mardiv very proudly. The last part of my military career was one of the rare Army soldiers that could wear the 1st Marine Division patch as a combat tab. And my other colleague, Dan Emmerman, who commanded the other battalion, went on to become civil affairs commander. Psychological operations command. 85–90% of civil affairs is in the reserves. We both got to wear those, and our people who and it's kind of fun down to Quantico sometimes, and would walk around base and people would be saluting me, and the Marines would be, sir, we can't even wear that. Marines couldn't even wear that. And it was great. But we weren't structured for success as usual. Civil affairs is often a kind of an afterthought in a lot of these situations. It still is in many ways. It's not very well understood by what you could call the big army, which which is largely about overwhelming force and power and kinetics and things like that as the core business model of warfare. But we're even more relevant today than we were back then because of competition. And the best way that I can get people to understand that, and this is something we're actually discussing with people like the Modern War Institute, is to get the Army in trying to kind of get its head around what happened in Afghanistan and Iraq. And let's face it, we lost. We lost. So we got to figure out why and learn from that. One of the great guys I, by the way, got to know at the Army War College was a guy named John Nowak, who wrote a great book about counterinsurgency called Learning to Eat Soup with a Knife. And what he basically said, and I think it's very true, is the people who succeed, and I think this is true in high intensity conflict as it is in low intensity conflict or irregular warfare or anything you want to call it. I think it's true in business. I think it's true in your personal life. I think it's true at many levels, and that is the people who succeed the best, the people who win, people who stay ahead, and the organizations and nations likewise are those that become the better learning organizations. The better you learn and faster you learn from your experiences, you're ahead of your competition. And so if you're competing, you have the better learning organization. Corporations know this, as well as any successful. And I think that that's really important to keep in mind when we're talking about this new phase when we're competing with Russia and China and if we had enough problems dealing with the Taliban, which was a far weaker organization than the Russians and the Chinese, then we have got a lot of learning to do in order. So I bring that. That's something we're faced with at the moment.
I'm going to break in here.
Todd, you got a question,
Colonel? Yeah, I'm just going to break in here because I saw Brad Washabaugh had his hand up. Number one. Number two, I do want to let you know that we're losing about 1 out of every 8 words that you say. It just seems to drop out. I'm not quite sure why that is, but
it could be the bandwidth here. So I'll slow down.
Yeah, it just might be the bandwidth, but this is so fascinating and so pertinent. This is a big conversation about the direction of our military, the purpose of the mission that lies ahead of us as a nation, on our military, the failures, as you called them, that lie behind us. Brad Washabaugh, I saw your hand out. I'm thinking it has something to do with Colonel Holsheck's relationship to the Marine Corps.
No, yeah. First of all, thank you, Chris, for service across the spectrum, but especially with the 1st Marine Division.
Thank you, Brad.
And General Mattis. General Mattis promoted me to colonel. We go way back, and I know if you can work for him and survive, you're above average officer.
Yeah.
But I thought, as you were talking, I had a tour at SOCOM with General Downing years ago, and I learned a lot about PSYOPs and civil affairs. But I think our viewers would be interested. They probably don't know that civil affairs is under special operations.
Well, yes and no. It's been bifurcated. It actually was bifurcated in the time of the Iraq War. In terms of the force management of the largest part of civil affairs, which is USACAPOC, the U.S. Army Civil Affairs and Psychological Operations Command, that's actually under the Chief of Army Reserves. It's the Force Com of the Army. The proponent for civil affairs, for doctrine and training and so on, is in USASOC, in U.S. Army Special Operations. There was a so-called divorce at the behest of the Secretary of Defense at the time for that to take place, and we've all tried to move on from it and deal with it. But the comment that I will make is this, and this is the argument that I'm now making. with people like the Modern War Institute to get across to our senior leadership, and particularly the Army, but not just the Army, the Marines as well, is that if these sort of influence and information related capabilities, which is really what they are, civil affairs, psychological operations, information operations, I mean, competition is still in the gray zone between the great powers. It is primarily in the gray zone, because our adversaries, and they say the enemy always gets a vote. Our adversaries fully intend to win well left of bank. They're not going to go to phase 3. They're going to win this before phase 3. And we have to understand that. So when you look at the Chief of Staff of the Army's paper, for example, on this, it's really, it's got, for example, one of the faulty assumptions is that the Army is going to basically contribute to strategic competition through deterrence. Well, that may have been great in 1985, but who are we deterring? The Russians aren't going to be deterred from doing the monkey business they're doing right now as we speak in eastern Ukraine and perhaps the Baltic states. Unrest, they're pushing these people across the border into Poland to help destabilize those areas. This is warfare right now. The Chinese are at war with us on a different level, not just in terms of political warfare, which is a term that we're very uncomfortable with, particularly in the State Department, but they are on that level in economic warfare. Belt and Road Initiative is all about that. And yet they fought well outside of the box. For example, the Chinese, the People's Republic, the People's Liberation Army, PLA, is totally subordinate in a command and control sense, not just political direction, but in a command and control sense. They are totally subordinate to the political leadership in the embassies and regional commands, if you will, in China. And they're fully supportive of the more political and economic objectives. The Russians, by doctrine, subordinate all military activities to information operations. That is radical for us. That is unthinkable for us. I mean, we can hardly integrate information operations into just military operations, as we see them as kind of force multipliers and nice to do. And yeah, we'll get around to that after we stop thinking about how we're going to blow things up and stuff like that. So we really, and this is why I think we have to start with a moment of humility. And defeat is a great teacher, and we have to understand we've been defeated. We can talk about what the strategic direction was, what the politicians did, and so on. But let's set that aside and understand that the military itself has contributed quite handsomely to our failures in those places. And we need to have a moment of introspection and self-honesty and say, okay, we need to relook at our business model and maybe make some adjustments. There's a lot we can draw on. The good news is there's an awful lot of strength that we can still draw on, and I'll talk about that when I talk about some other things. So let's just go from there. Brad, I'd like to, if I have a moment, to kind of tell you a quick war story about Jim Mattis. And by the way, I wrote a book that's about my reflections and my experiences and a lot of things that have led to the National Service Ride, which is called Travel Harleys. You can get it on Amazon. But in the book, I tell the story about the time that we, General Order number 1 was the dissolution. Yeah, it wasn't General Order number 1. It was the order number 1 that came from the political leadership in Iraq was de-Ba'athification. The second one was the dissolution of the army, which was a huge mistake. And so we basically fired the Iraqi army after promising them that they had a future. And guys like us, you know, down in the trenches were the recipients of the business end of all of that. And, you know, I tell the story in the book about how our CMOC was surrounded for 3.5 days by what we call 4,000 POIs, otherwise known as pissed off Iraqis, carrying AK-47s and getting more and more PO'd. And I sent out the water trailer to help calm them down, put up the awnings in the tents because it's really hot. For those of you who've never been to southern Iraq in May and June, it's, you know, 135, 140 degrees in the shade. And in the meantime, I'm kind of figuring out what to do. I you know, am in negotiation with these people and sending up, you know, to First Mardiv reports, and I'm working with the regimental commander there, and saying, okay, what do we do? You know, what request guidance? You know, here's the situation. Kindly request guidance, and guidance wasn't forthcoming. So after a couple of days of this, you know, we were kind of sitting around brainstorming over the whiteboard, and my handy friend and trusted partner, Otto, I asked him a question. I said, Otto, how does honor payment translate into Arabic? He said, very well. And I said, okay, so here's what we're going to do. We have captured funds. We are going to give these guys a payment that recognizes them, kind of thank you for your service, a little expression of our gratitude for having laid down your arms and cooperated with us. And this is something to recognize your hardship and help you get over this time. And until such time as the Ministry of Defense and perhaps a sort of a VA figures out, you know, what to do. We were all pulling this out of our fourth point of contact. And so word got out on this. We started doing this, and we started the honor payments and everything. Then in all of the other provinces, people were saying, hey, how come we're not getting an honor payment? This bubbled up all the way to Bremer. Bremer got really indignant. Bremer got really hot. And he came down to Mattis and said, who are these guys and what are they doing? I want to have their heads, da-da-da-da. And Mattis just, you know, so Mattis was coming down on his helicopter, you know, and I thought, oh crap, we're toast, you know. And the regimental commander and I are there, and he comes in and he talks to the troops and he does his thing, his general thing, talking to the troops. And then he gets us in a room. And it's kind of like, you don't wait, when you get dressed down by Mattis, it's kind of like R. Lee Ermey as a Rhodes Scholar, if you can imagine, you know, the drill sergeant in full metal jacket, but speaking like, you know, a Rhodes Scholar. And, you know, Bob and I are standing there full attention, looking straight forward, and we're ready to be here, have him here say, you have been relieved. You know, you're done. And then he just kind of lightens up and says, great damn idea. Who the hell came up with it? And I looked at Bob and I wanted to, you know, he's the commander I'm supporting. I said, it's Bob's idea, sir. And he says, no, it's Chris's idea. He says, well, I just want to know who the hell's getting on my helicopter and coming up the hella to talk with my staff about this. So I said, all right, sir, I'll pack. I'll get on your helicopter.
That's a good story.
But that's the kind of leader he was. He gave us the top cover, and he was never too proud as someone as completely well qualified as he was to be a leader and as brilliant as he was. He was never too afraid to learn from anyone.
Right.
And that's, you know, that humility, the great characteristic, the first great characteristic of leadership. He had that. And I hope that, you know, enough of our leaders going forward in this difficult time in our military history are doing likewise. That we need to have that humility so we can learn from the things that we've not done well, and do them better, because like the future of our country is really at stake. This competition that we're in is deadly. But we have a lot to draw on. from our legacy, and civil affairs is certainly well aware of those strengths. So anyway, any comments, any questions, I think I've discussed civil affairs well enough. But
I want to encourage people to ask questions, raise their hand. This is big picture stuff. This is very important stuff. I'm so impressed, Colonel, with your candor in talking about mistakes that were made, things that were done poorly, things that were done well.
Yes, he was Mad Dog. Yes, he was also called he was also called the Warrior Monk.
The Warrior Monk, right? Is it? How I've learned that the Army has become there's a kind of a built-in self-critical mechanism in the Army, I guess at Fort Leavenworth and elsewhere, where lessons learned are taken very seriously, and it's like the gloves are off when it comes to self-criticism, how to improve the mission. I hear some of that ethic in what you're saying.
Yeah, there is, but there's also a kind of political correctness, and it's been going on for some time. But when I submitted the first draft of an article that I was writing about this issue, and I made it very clear right up front. In the first paragraph, we lost. We need to get over it. And that was like edited out. Oh no, you can't beat that in your face. You can't, because you're going to offend. I'm sorry if you're going to be offended. How many troops did we lose there? How many trillions of dollars did we spend? We have a responsibility as military leaders to the nation. We are entrusted with the lives of the soldiers and Marines that we're given, and to do the very best. So that's kind of my pushback on that. But I learned, by the way, a lot of that honesty from guys like Mattis,
Really?
That he gave us space for that, to be politically incorrect, and tell people the truth, and by the way, I'm going to scale that up to something I'm going to talk about a little bit. There's some parallel issues. We as a country need to kind of take a slice of humble pie. As a nation, there's too much flag waving. There's too much "we're the best," USA, USA. We need to tone that stuff down, because by the way, the biggest advantage that we have in competition with the Chinese and the Russians is we still have allies. And if we want to keep them, we need to be a little more humble. We need to be a little bit more, give and take with them, and be willing to learn from them. Because even your smallest allies can teach you things, and just have again realize that it's like that. Who's that famous video that comes out with we're not the greatest country in the world anymore. It's been shared like a gazillion times, and it's a good little video because it's a reminder of we're not the greatest country in the world anymore. I don't know who is, but we're not what we think we are. And the only thing worse than underestimating your enemy is overestimating yourself. And I think that's been one of the causes of our failures, that we're not willing to learn, not just from our enemies, but also from our allies. And so, but we as a country, if we're going to compete economically, a lot of our corporations, look at our auto industry. Our auto market is half owned by those three countries that I mentioned that we helped to rebuild. And it's because it's not because, we're too expensive or anything like that. It's those corporations are run better than ours. They produce better products. And the American consumer themselves are voting with their pocketbooks and buying these things. So, we got to kind of look at ourselves and say, okay, we can't just rest on our laurels. Every generation is presented with a challenge. This is the great story of America. Every generation we have to come at those challenges with, an idea of embracing the challenge and having an honest and open approach to it. Learn from the past, learn what we've done well, but also understand what we don't do well. One of the glaring weaknesses is we suck at information warfare. We suck at information, and basically what we're in competition about is information warfare, right? We absolutely suck at it. And we're the land of Madison Avenue in Hollywood. We have the world's best commercials for the world's worst beer. We can sell anything, and yet we suck at information warfare. The mis and dis and malinformation that's torn our country apart through some of this penetration into our social media and all these different things. Because we have not schooled ourselves or trained ourselves as a country. Let alone we don't teach people civics and history. So they got a better context of some of the stuff they're being told. But we don't even teach things like something I learned in high school. I was very fortunate to go to a class in English that was called Persuasion and Propaganda. And we actually learned the techniques that were used by marketers. And we went home, part of our homework assignments, we went home, watched TV commercials, came back in and gave examples of the TV commercials of certain techniques that they were using. It's like airplane recognition in World War II, right? Yes. If we did that with our society in general, we would be much better at information warfare in our own military, because let's remember, our military is a reflection of our society. We didn't recruit our military from Mars and the civilians are all from Venus. No, the 24-year-old Lance Corporal or Buck Sergeant that we recruit is the same person that goes to an NGO or works in the Peace Corps. And by the way, one of the things that they have in common, very much in common, is that they're looking for adventure, they're looking to go to foreign countries, and they're looking to go help people. You see this in the commercials for the Marines or the Army. One of the reasons that soldiers join up is because they want to go help people. So it shouldn't surprise us. One of the things I'm seeing, I see all the old behind you. I see all the old behind you, Todd. I see all the old sea rations. But one of think about this for a second. We've just reintroduced the World War II uniforms. The pinks.
Yes.
The pinks.
Yes.
We're wrapped up in all this nostalgia about an era. Our psychological reference point as a country on warfare is 1945. We're gonna produce more tanks and planes and guns and overwhelm the enemy with firepower and rah rah rah, and then we're gonna have a parade and all go home. Well, you know what? World War II was an anomaly in military. The kind of wars we just fought and guys like Max Boot have written great books about this. The truth is, in the Army's history, we have fought more irregular wars than we have fought conventional wars. And yet, we don't talk about irregular wars. In our national narrative, we talk about, is it bombs or it's boots? Or, how are we going to defeat the enemy? So, and it's winning without fighting. Sun Tzu talks about that, So that's, anyway.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Clausewitz's famous dictum: war is politics by other means.
Yeah.
When diplomacy doesn't work, when other methods don't work, when trade doesn't work, you might have to resort to warfare, but the goal is to keep it as rare as possible, right? Because it's so darn risky.
And when I teach civil affairs, when I taught civil affairs or civil military ops in all of its 31 flavors of Baskin Robbins around the world, the CIMIC and all that, because I've done it, I've helped actually the UN created stuff. One of the examples I pull out to anybody is pull out a dollar bill and look on the back. Okay, you have the Great Seal of the United States.
Mm-hmm.
Our founding fathers are really freaking smart people. And they drew pictures, by the way, for the Marines.
Had to get in the Marine dig. Good. I was waiting for it.
Yeah, well, I loved working with the Marines the best, more than certainly the Army, because the Marines got it more. Madison and the Marines that I worked with got this stuff more than the Army guys. The Army guys wanted to just, figure out how to bring in kinetics. But anyway, what was I saying?
Dollar bill, the rear of
Dollar
the
bill. If you look at the Great Seal of the United States, right, there's the eagle. The eagle is the state. The eagle is holding in its talons an olive branch and a quiver of arrows. That's the state deciding between war and peace. But it's also deciding between not just war and peace, but are we going to use the military? Or are we going to use diplomacy? Are we going to use civilian power? Or are we going to use military power? Yep, there it is. And the interesting thing, and to me, the key in understanding all this is which way is the eagle looking? The eagle is looking at the olive branch, which tells you everything exactly, Todd, what you were saying is we prefer peace, we prefer diplomacy, we are a nation that prefers peace. And we have the military, we have that quiver of arrows there just in case. It is last resort. And unfortunately, we've used the military in the last, couple of generations more as kind of like a first or, well, kind of sort of 1.5 resort, because we lack that sort of basic civics understanding. But that model I use to describe what civil affairs is, because it's the transition from military to civilian power. It's the transition. It's putting things back in the order that is supposed to be. But it's placing diplomacy ahead of the military and understanding that the military is actually an instrument of diplomacy. It's not separate from diplomacy.
I would observe that a country that is constantly at war is a country that's broken. There's something wrong
James
there.
Madison has a wonderful quote on that, and everybody should read it, because it will be astounding. He wrote this 250 years ago, and no nation that is constantly at war can survive.
Right.
It just can't.
That indicates a failure elsewhere. There's a
It
failure.
is. When going to war is an admission of failure. It is not success. It is an admission of failure.
It's an admission. And it also leads to, and I'm sorry, Colonel, for interrupting so much. It's just I'm thinking about. I'm half delirious. We're going into our 19th hour of our.
I'm so sorry.
But no. But it's bringing back conversations that we had earlier this morning. We had a wonderful, fascinating Ranger Regiment veteran who did 13 combat deployments over the past 20 years. Wow. 13. I mean, the human cost of wars that last so long. You bring it, there's a human cost and then there's a nationwide cost. Colonel, somebody had their hand up. Was it?
Yeah, who was it? I didn't see.
I saw, was it Brett? No, it was Trey. Yes.
Trey, go for it.
Oh, sorry, I muted you again. I muted you, Trey. Sorry about that.
Sorry. Thank you. So one thing I wanted to say is I noticed that that quote about how a nation totally at war is a broken nation. I noticed that has been evidenced throughout history after this person has said this quote. So it's not just a temporary thing. It's a permanent. It's a permanent phrase. Like, let's say Napoleon, right? He was constantly at war. He ended up having pretty much the entire world against him to some extent, and that's probably one of the reasons why a nation constantly at war can't survive, is because the more wars you fight, the more enemies you're going to make, and the more enemies you're going to make, no matter how good of a fighter you are. If you're one person, you're not going to be able to take out 20 other people. It's just a number of logistics. They're all just going to swarm you. And I think that's a very important thing to look at when we're looking at a lot of fallen empires that they did just declare war on everybody, and everybody just teamed up to just attack them.
I just gave you a link to the Madison quote. and let me read it, just because it's really, of all the enemies of true liberty, war is perhaps the most to be dreaded because it comprises and develops the germ of every other. War is the parent of armies. From these proceed debts and tax, and armies and debts and taxes are the known instruments for bringing the many under the domination of the few. In war too, the discretionary power of the executive is extended. Its influence in dealing out offices, honors, and emoluments is multiplied, and all the means of seducing the minds are added to those of subduing the force of the people. The same malignant aspect in republicanism may be traced to the inequality of fortunes and the opportunities of fraud growing out of a state of war and the degeneracy of manner and morals engendered in both. No nation can preserve its freedom in the midst of continual warfare. And there's more, but that is the essence of what Madison was talking about. It's all there, folks. It's not, I'm not making this stuff up. And so the last person who wants to go to war is the soldier or the Marine, because they're the poor guys who have to execute, as Mattis would call it, the last 1,000 meters of the policies that most people blindly support because they're not the ones that have to go do it. So we veterans have an obligation to explain to people that this idea that we need to get back to being the last resort and not the first. So the idea of competition is not necessarily, we have a great opportunity in competition to kind of rewrite things along that model of that, the Great Seal that we have. But if I can I switch gears a little bit because I want to talk about our society?
You bet.
If I can. We're also in a great period of political division, and perhaps nothing like we've seen since the 1850s. And one of the things that I did, when I wrote Travels with Harley, is I came to this conclusion that we have to kind of do this baton passing from generation to generation. But the idea of service, that it's not just for the military. One of the opportunities I think we have to learn from the pandemic is, if you remember during the pandemic, this idea of, this thank you for your service has become somewhat democratized and militarized. Thank you for throwing up the slide. Because, we've gone from saying thank you to your service just to the military, this is Veterans Day. We say it to police, we say it to firefighters, we say it to first responders, we say it to the medical profession and the nurses. My sister just retired from 42 years as a nurse. She's totally burned out. And yet what she has done is vitally important to our country. And we even recognize postal workers and people stocking shelves in stores. So it's the good news here is we're getting a broader understanding of service. And that's kind of what I was talking about in my book. It kind of is a prelude to that. But this project that I have, that, as I said, that we've now started up under the American Legion Riders. And it's a simple idea. Let me just, if you can go to the next slide. This idea of service. There was a commission on this a couple of years ago. And the point that I made to them, by the way, the National Commission on Military, National, and Public Services said you're missing one aspect of service that is actually 85% of the service that's done in this country: community service. Again, people being what they are inside the Beltway in Washington, they forget that this is a bottom-up country, right? It's our communities and not our capital that make us great. And that was, by the way, the thing that I learned after my trip around the United States, going around communities and seeing people and talking to people and seeing the greatness of America is that we are a bottom-up, and we build ourselves up through the bottom, which, by the way, this is exactly what we try to do in civil affairs. We engage communities. We try to make them more resilient. We give them the tools that they need to, and they don't have to depend on their central government. They can as much. They at least can find their way forward. Same idea. I mean, the nation building model of America is the same kind of nation building model we try to employ. Guess what? It worked for us. So service, and my wife is Spanish, right? My wife, one of the things that she's very impressed with about this country is the level of volunteerism, the tremendous number of people in each and every community who do great things, largely unnoticed, that give us, make us what we are. And in my own book, it is only through service to others and personal engagement within and beyond the known worlds of our communities and our nation that we can gain a true sense of ourselves, refresh our own sense of connective national identity, transcendent of social, and I would add political divisions, and keep them both balanced and strong. So this is a project where we just, if you go to the next slide, it's a community-based project. We basically, here's the idea, it's real simple. We go into schools, veterans from all these different walks, not just military veterans, police and fire and all these different people. We go in and we talk to kids about what service is, why it's important to the country, why it's important to the community, and most of all, why it's important to them. In a service, and we've had a service-oriented economy for how many generations, in a service economy, you need to get service skills. Well, how do you get those? You get those by doing community service. One of the things we tell kids is, look, we understand the kind of catch-22 or the conundrum that you're in, that how can I get the job? And it doesn't matter, by the way, where you're going. You're going to get the job, whether you go to the military first or the academy or to a college or trade school or whatever path you take. You got to get someone to hire you at some. Well, how the problem they have starting off is, I can't get the job if I don't have the experience, but I can't get the experience if I don't get the job. Well, you can crack that nut by doing community service, and that is your free training that you get. And it not only says amount of things to you that, not in terms of just the skills that you have, but your character. Employers are starting to figure out that labor is not just a cost, it's an investment, especially with the sort of, the Great Resignation. People don't want to just make more money, they want meaningful jobs, and they want jobs where they feel like they're making a difference. Well, this is how you hope to find that work-life balance. And so this is putting our kids on a better pathway into the future, I believe, and making our country stronger than ever. And more resilient against the kinds of things that are being thrown at us, from both within and without. So anyway, we have this, if you can go to the next slide, we have this, I use the baseball diamond. Okay, let's just go to the baseball diamond. Next one. I explain it by here's, we come riding in, and we have what I call a mindful moment of gratitude. We read off a list of the people in this area who are KIA since 9/11. And we say, the first important message to them is, okay, these people were your neighbors. These just weren't people, on a TV screen. These people were your neighbors. How do we honor their sacrifice? How do we honor the service and sacrifice of veterans? We honor their service and sacrifice by giving them a country worth their sacrifice. How do you do that? You do community service. Again, if you serve your community, you serve your country, because we're bottom-up country, right? So thank you for your service gets broadened. And then we start talking about what is service? Does it require a uniform? Does it require a program? Can it be it's something, and its most basic level is an act of what we call a random act of kindness, opening a door for somebody whose, hands are full or whatever. It's inculcating a culture of service. Not only just doing things that are service, but finding the service in the things that you already do and realizing what you do. And I think that's part of what the pandemic was, right? We saw the service in people like postal workers. It was always there. We just became more aware of it. So this is kind of a value proposition that we do with the kids, So then we do the obvious question we do kind of role models, and And then, from our generation, the veterans and the school teachers and so on. But we also get the kids to stand up and tell their stories about what they do. And one of the great effects of this is I didn't know that they did that sort of thing. Like the young lady that we had at Monroe Woodbury High School here in Orange County, New York. We did one also just in Washingtonville just this week. And it's always a delight when you get some, like the young lady to get up and say, well, I didn't realize I was doing this as a service to my community, but I just made 1,200, protective masks, during the pandemic, and I gave them to people in need. I went around and found the people in my neighborhood, in my community, who were, not as fortunate as I am, and I gave them these handmade masks to protect themselves. I mean, and people were just standing there looking at her in awe. And this is, by the way, this is the program reaches out to the less than usual suspects. It's not just the National Honor Society people and the people with the great grade point averages and the people who are the captains of the football team. It's the guys and gals in the back of the class and not just the front of the class. That is where a lot of your heroes come from, right? So it's highly motivating. And when we go around, we do the kind of third base, what's in it for me? We talk about what's in it for them. Personally as well as professionally, how it gives them self-confidence, self-esteem. It helps them, again, having that in your resume, it's a resume builder. Having that in your resume says volumes about not just who you are, but what you're about. You don't have to say much to a potential employer because they're going to see that you are the kind of person that is their go-to guy or gal, and they want to hire you because, again, you're not just a cost, you're an investment. And then the call to action is the service learning fair, which the schools have decided to do, not at the same time we do what we call the seminar, but the all day at school they have a fair in the gym or whatever. And I'm telling you, the last two fairs, when we did these two fairs, they were mobbed. People were mobbed. And the good news story, folks, is these kids want to do something. These kids want to do something meaningful. They don't just want, because I tell them, hey guys, you can't learn about who you are and be a meaningful person by just looking at, doing it through this. Okay. You got to actually, you want human connectivity. I talk about dopamine, that when you get the likes, right? You get the dopamine with the likes. I said, look, community service is dopamine on steroids. And so anyway, it's a model that we're continuing to adapt and adopt. If anybody's interested, please reach out to me. You can go on the National Service Ride website. I also have a Facebook page. And our goal, by the way, in the American Legion here in Orange County, New York, is to scale it up to what we call District 9, which is the lower Hudson Valley, then to New York State, hopefully get to the New York State level next year. And then beyond that, we're going to go down to the national headquarters in Washington and say, wouldn't this be great if we did this in every state in the union?
Colonel Holshek, I just wish that you had a little bit more passion about these concepts that you've been sharing with us.
I need some coffee. I just don't think I'm juiced up enough.
This is such an inspiring hour. It truly is. In my mind, I'm making connections to other things that we heard today.
Yeah.
We always like to say that we're the Veterans Breakfast Club. We connect, educate, heal, and inspire. And certainly the education and inspiration that we've gotten from you and the urge to connect with one another. I'm looking at some of the people who are just
and it gets the vets connected with their communities. It helps the local charities and organizations recruit. Everybody wins. The schools are actually including this now more and more in their curriculum, a community service requirement. We're on the right side of the wave now. And you should see the looks on the vets' face, because I involve them. I get them to talk. I get them to talk to the kids about their experiences, tell their stories, why it's service, what they get out of a life of service, why they still serve, and the kids are inspired by this, and it makes the vets feel great because they're passing something on. They're passing something on to the next generation that's really valuable.
And this is a great segue to our 7 o'clock hour. We're moving we're in our 7 o'clock hour now.
Yeah, I'm very sorry.
No, don't be sorry. This is perfect. Glenn Flickinger will be our host from 7 to 9. We're going to be doing a number of things. He'll explain what we're doing, certainly around World War II. But I also see joining us Moki Tanoko, who I last saw on a Zoom meeting months ago when she was still with the National Veterans Art Museum. She's now a program director for Kids Rank, a wonderful nonprofit that we're spotlighting in our VBC magazine that will be out later this month. As you were talking, Colonel, I was thinking about the work that Moki does with children of military families. And you know, I think one thing that Kelsey Liverpool and Moki would tell you is that children of military families really have this, they're raised with this commitment to service. And Kids Rank is a nonprofit that harnesses that upbringing and harnesses that urge and gives it direction and nurtures it. And it's another, you know, some great inspiring work that's being done around the country around just what you're talking about, the commitment to service, which I think we absolutely need more of. And speaking of that, we have two kids with us today, a 14-year-old and 11-year-old, Trey Berman and his sister, Kelsey Berman. They came on before they went to school this morning, and they read a couple things that they had prepared for Veterans Day. Trey is the grandson of the very proud Jim and Peggy Wojcik. Hi, Jim and Peggy. Good to see you. My neighbors here in Mount Lebanon, Pennsylvania. Trey is also, don't want to get, you know, his head too big, but the kid's a freaking genius. And he just provides such great educational, he's a backstop. Whenever we have a question, a historical question, he fills in the answer beautifully. Trey, you wrote a wonderful little short piece for Veterans Day. Would you mind reading it for us to start our 7 o'clock hour here?
Oh yeah, I can read it. I am glad to be here. Thank you. My head can be seen for miles. First of all, but as we stand here in 2021, in a time of fragile peace, we look back on the sacrifices that were made to make us free. From the bloodied fields of Yorktown to the ruined streets of Fallujah, veterans have been making the ultimate sacrifice for their country. They fight for freedom, for justice, and for truth, and America owes their life to them. They have looked death in the face and said, "I do not fear you." We owe our lives to them because they gave their lives for us. We must never forget the feats that they completed, whether that be on land, air, or sea. They are the vanguards of freedom and the harbingers of liberty and justice for all. They ride in, tall and proud, in their ships, tanks, planes, on foot, toting 50 pounds of gear, maybe rolling in a 50-ton, 60-ton tank. They will not stop until final victory is achieved, and many sacrifices had to be made along the way to get there. This courageous, outgoing, beautiful thing that says phrase. It's very short. It's 5 words, and I really think it doesn't do justice to what these people did. But I think it's probably the best thing we can say to them, which is just simple 5 words: thank you for your service. And we just talked about that, and I'm really, really glad that we have people to thank for our service. And I just wanted to say thank you for your service. Your sacrifices will not be lost.
What a beautifully written piece for Veterans Day. Thank you so much, Trey. Casey, your sister, 11 years old, has memorized an iconic poem from World War I by John McCrae, a Canadian. Mr. Scott Masters will be happy to have us have that poem read to us today. Casey?
All right, so it's called In Flanders Fields. It's by John McCrae. It's about the Battle of the Somme, and there were many lives lost. And the poem, it talks about a cemetery and about the peace of quiet it is in like comparison to like the bloody battle. So I guess I'll read it. In Flanders fields the poppies blow, between the crosses, row on row, that mark our place, and in the sky the larks still bravely singing fly, scarce heard amid the guns below. We are the dead. Short days ago we lived, felt dawn, saw sunset glow, loved and were loved, and now we lie in Flanders fields. Take up our quarrel with the foe, to you from failing hands we throw. The torch be yours to hold it high. If ye break faith with us who die, we shall not rest though poppies grow in Flanders fields.
Thank you very much, Casey, for that appropriate poem on this Veterans Day 2021. In Great Britain and Canada, it's called Remembrance Day. Originally, it was called Armistice Day. So there are some people here on the call who are old enough to remember when it was called Armistice Day before it was officially changed to Veterans Day in 1954. And did I see Leo West raise his hand that he remembered when it was called Armistice Day? Father, a World War I veteran, Leo West. Armistice Day originally began as a simple commemoration of that moment, the 11th hour, the 11th day of the 11th month, when World War I, the bloody catastrophe that surprised the world, finally shuddered to an end. And it wasn't with a peace. It wasn't even with a surrender. It was simply with an agreement to stop shooting the weapons at each other while they figured out what the conclusion of this war would be, which would only come in the following year. It's a beautiful poem. Thank you so much, Casey. Thank you, Trey. We are now in our 19th hour. Are we in our 20th hour of our 24-hour Vet-A-Thon? I'm about to take a break. I'm going to hand it over to Glenn Flickinger. But before I do, I want to do a couple things. I want to let people know who have joined us recently to be on for the 7 o'clock hour. I'm the director of the Veterans Breakfast Club. Oh, and I've got to thank Hughes Turner. Thank you, Hughes, for hosting our 7 o'clock hour and for bringing Christopher Holshek on. Absolutely another wonderful. So it's the 19th hour. Thank you, Sean. I don't know how to count. I want to let people know I'm the director of the Veterans Breakfast Club. This is a 24-hour program designed to showcase what we do with the Veterans Breakfast Club, which is have veterans share stories, share their perspectives. We invite all non-veterans to participate. This hour that we have coming up, there's 2 or 3 hour block here with Glenn Flickinger, is brought to you by some really important sponsors that are helping to support our efforts to bring our programming nationwide. And that's part of what we've been doing with this Vet-A-Thon is trying to reach a match that the Pritzker Military Foundation has offered to expand Veteran Breakfast Club programming beyond Pittsburgh. That's virtually and also in person. We have Plager Plastics Company, which is sponsoring this hour. We have the Alternative Board, Tab Pittsburgh, sponsoring, and Casco USA. And we'll have a few more words to say about them in a little bit. Before I turn it over to Glenn, do I see Kelsey Liverpool here in the room? I know that she was trying to come on. Hey, Kelsey, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. We were just talking about you and your wonderful organization, Kids Rank. I want to let people know that Kelsey very generously offered a piece in our next magazine that will be delivered and is available for free. It's a BBC magazine. Let me know if you want a copy. She had just this great little story about how she created Kids Rank, why she created it, what it does in the world, and what Colonel Holshak was saying, I think reminded me a lot of the importance of your mission of supporting military families, especially children.
Thank you for having me. Thank you. I'm really excited about the article.
Well, and I'm happy that this is like, when you work with veterans, this day it's not an easy day to get somebody. I'm glad you joined us. Thank you so much. This is like the high holidays, I'm sure you had a busy day today, right? In Chicago?
I did, but Hughes is here, so I had to be here.
Oh, great. This is another great reason why Hughes is with us. Glenn Flickinger is another board member of the Veterans Breakfast Club. Glenn has been a mentor, an advisor, a coach to me, and he is taking over and he's also a wonderful historian, and I absolutely have to call him a historian in his own right, expert on World War II, just an incredible reader. Glenn, thank you for hosting this hour.
My pleasure. It's been a pleasure for the whole past year since you asked me to start doing this, and a lot of fun. Finally get a chance to use all that minutia that's been stored in my head for all these years. So it's thank you, Todd, for everything you do, and thank you for including me in this. Great. Okay, so I get to give Todd a break. I've been listening off and on for the past couple hours, and certainly the last half hour or so. So some tough acts to follow there, but we'll do our best. Let me mention a little bit about the sponsors that we recruited for my couple of hours. Todd mentioned them by name. I'm going to give a little bit more. The Alternative Board Pittsburgh, TAB Pittsburgh, we call it for short, is an executive coaching company. It's actually something I started 15 years ago. I still work in it, but I sold it to somebody else, CG Loya. I just wonder if CG, are you on right now? I don't think he is. I looked for him in the gallery and I didn't see him. CG's the current owner. We work with all types of private businesses as their executive coaches, basically, okay? And two of them that I work with agreed to sponsor tonight. One is called Pliger USA. It's a plastics manufacturing company located down in Washington, Pennsylvania. 55 or 60 employees. Just a wonderful company. And I know they employ quite a few veterans. The other is Casco USA, also located in Washington, just by chance, actually in the Meadowlands area of Washington County. And they actually gave me a little something to read here to recognize the veterans that work for them. So if you give me just 30 seconds, please let me read this. I hope some of them are on the program. We sent them all the information about this, and I hope they're listening. Casco USA, a distributor and service provider of air compressors, industrial chillers, and related equipment, is based in Washington, Pennsylvania. Has a long history of employing and supporting veterans across its 30-year history. Today, they'd like to recognize a few of those veterans. The following veterans are currently employed or retired from Casco USA. Bruce Bailey, U.S. Navy Petty Officer, First Class from 82 to 91. David Sayer, U.S. Marine Corps Sergeant from 85 to 93. Mark DeBow, U.S. Air Force Airman First Class, 76 to 80. Gary Silansky, U.S. Marine Corps Lance Corporal, 87 to 91. Matthew Hess, U.S. Marine Corps Corporal, 04 to 2011. Gregory A. Partridge, U.S. Navy Seabee, 2.5 tours in Vietnam, 67 to 70. He's retired from Casco USA. And then they actually have several members, several people related to employees who are serving in the military currently. James Miller, son of Jim and Pam Miller, who actually serves in the U.S. Space Force, which is pretty cool. Just the sound of it sounds pretty cool. U.S. Space Force. Rebecca Schaup, daughter of Casco USA service technician Eric Schaup, and also Noah Schaup, son of Casco USA service technician Eric Schaup. So we want to recognize all of those men and women who are veterans or are currently serving and are connected with Casco USA. And thank you, Casco USA, very much. So that's a shout out to our sponsors. We thank you very much. The specific sponsors for these couple of hours. So we've got two programs tonight. The first program, I'm going to call it 45 minutes with a couple of combat pilots. How's that to whet your appetite? We got one, Lieutenant Colonel Jay Stout. And Jay, I see you on the screen now. Jay is a 20-year veteran of the Marine Corps Aviation. Flew 37 combat missions in Desert Storm. Do I have that right, Jay?
You bet. And in addition, he's written several books. Jay is a historian as well, and has written several books on World War II and the 8th Air Force.
and some other books as well. So Jay, welcome.
Thanks so much. Great to be here.
Okay. Tell us a little bit about the books you've written. I've got one right here. When I knew we were going to have Jay, I searched and I found this one, Vanished Hero. I have to admit, I'm only about 3/4 through it, but it's a great read about a P-51 pilot in World War II who had a very sad ending because he vanished without being seen just in the last few days of the war. So Jay, how did you get started writing history?
Well, I was one of those kids who, ever since I recognized what an airplane was, wanted to grow up and be a fighter pilot. And I grew up reading everything I could about being a fighter pilot. And through a great deal of luck, serendipity, a small amount of talent, and good timing, I actually was able to realize that dream. After flying in the Gulf War, I realized that no one had written any of those firsthand accounts about air combat that I had read about World War II and Korea. Nobody had done that about the Gulf War. And of course, it was not World War II or Korea, but I thought it was interesting. And so I thought I'd give it a shot. I put together a manuscript, sent it to a bunch of publishers, and the responses I got was, hey, this is interesting, but we do home and gardening publishing. Hey, this is interesting, but no thanks, or hey, don't ever bother us again. But I had a couple of publishers interested, and luckily I was published by Naval Institute Press, my first book, Hornets over Kuwait. And once you get published, you're no longer plagued by that catch-22 of you can't be published because you've never been published before. So long story longer, that's how that happened.
Yeah, yeah. And you've written how many books now?
You've only got 12 more to go after that one, Glenn.
Okay, I'll get on Amazon right away. Okay, and then also with us, and I'm pleased to see his picture pop up there, is Colonel Joe Peterburs. Joe, please say hello.
Hey, how you doing?
Okay, Colonel, good to see you again.
You too.
So Colonel Peterburs was a 19-year-old P-51 pilot in World War II in Europe. He also went on to fly P-51s, modified P-51s at that point in Korea. He also was a lifelong military experience. He also was in Vietnam, although at that point not flying combat aircraft. I think, as I recall, the Vietnam story, you were more in the air control side of things. And then was also, a veteran of the Cold War. So we have a real warrior on our hand in Colonel Joe Peterburs. And we had the Colonel on earlier this year, I think about 5 or 6 months ago it was, and went through in great detail the Colonel's story. My part was about World War I and a little bit of Korea. And then I think Todd had him on later about his Vietnam and Cold War experience. So we're very pleased to have you on again, Colonel. Thank you for joining us.
My pleasure.
Okay. 96 years young, about to turn 97, as I recall.
Yeah, I'll be 97 on Thanksgiving.
You're looking awful good for 97. Awful good. So what I'd like to do here is recount the Colonel's World War II experience. Now, we spent better part of an hour the first time. This time, Colonel, we're going to do it in about 10 minutes or so, if you don't mind. Okay, I know it's not easy. There's a lot of content there, and oddly enough, Jay Stout actually included part of Colonel Peterburs' experience in one of his World War II books. Do I have that right, Jay?
That is correct. It was a very interesting event where Colonel Peters excelled, and I thought that was great. Had never met him before, and included it in Hell's Angels was the name of the book.
Okay. Okay. So let me see if the technology is going to work here. I'm going to bring up the PowerPoint that the Colonel has shared with us last year, and show you about 5 or 6 of the slides that are related to World War II. Okay. Now, Ellie or Todd or somebody, do I have the ability to share the screen at this point?
Take a look, Glenn. Hold on one sec. Let's see here. I am unfortunate. We made this joke earlier, apropos to being on a military call. I do not have the authority to make you co-host, but there you go. You're good to go.
There, is it? Did it show up?
It is show up.
Okay, let me expand this a little bit here. Okay. I don't know. Oh,
yeah,
well.
that's
We'll
it.
just, we'll just leave it there. Yeah,
that looks
okay.
good.
Okay. So, Joe, let's walk through your story a little bit. And what I'd like to have happen here is, as we walk through this story of the Colonel's World War II experience, Jay, if you have questions, being a professional historian and a combat experienced pilot in slightly faster airplanes, but still the combat experience is there. If you have questions of the Colonel, please jump in if you would. Okay.
Will do.
Okay. Okay. So Colonel, this is you on the upper left side at 19 years old, a second lieutenant. I know you grew up in California.
No, I grew up in Wisconsin, and I joined the Air Force on the 25th of November, the Air Corps on the 25th of November, 1942.
Right.
And after a lot of training, I graduated as a second lieutenant fighter pilot on the 15th of April, 44, and was sent over to Europe and joined the 20th Fighter Group, the 55th Fighter Squadron, 5 P-51s. I had not had time in a P-51, I flew P-40s. And checked out and started flying combat in about 15 hours.
When did you arrive in England to start?
I arrived in England on the, I think it was the 5th of November, 1944.
1944. Okay. Yeah, you're fading out a little bit. So well after D-Day. And by this time, Jay, as our official historian for this evening on World War II, the Air War is very different. The Luftwaffe has been marginalized by this point. The missions are changing. Is that right?
That's correct.
Yeah.
The emphasis of course, they had to achieve air supremacy over those beaches, or the invasion wasn't going to happen. They had to maintain that supremacy, but also a good portion of the effort began to be focused on ground attack and helping the fellows on the ground deal with the Wehrmacht, the German army.
Now, lest we think the Luftwaffe was already defeated, the Colonel on his 11th mission, this is a rendering of it. He has some wonderful artist depictions of him personally. Runs into how many 109s and 190s, Colonel?
In excess of 200 109s and 190s. The German tactic was the 109s would come through the bomber formation and hit and run, hoping to draw the escort fighters away from the bombers. And then after they went through, then the 190s would come in and chew up the bombers.
Now,
and I had, in this particular instance, I had a head-on with a 190.
Hey, Colonel?
Yes.
Yeah, in a fight that big, how do you figure out where to start? You just throw yourself in there headlong, or?
Yeah, it was just bedlam, you know. Wings were falling, parachutes were in the sky. You worried as much about hitting some debris as you did the enemy fighters. If something came, you know, if something came in front of you, like just like this one did, you take at it. And this was a head-on chicken sort of thing, and I passed about 50 feet below the 190, and then my flight leader in the background there was following him. He didn't want to fire until I went underneath. As soon as I went underneath, he zapped that 190. But it was bedlam, really, like the Keystone Cops or something.
Yeah.
How long did this action take place? Was this a matter of a couple minutes and it's over?
This is probably a 15, 20 minute episode.
Yeah, I can imagine that people hanging out at the periphery of that fight were picking up the spitters as they came out, and then individual actions after that for probably 20 minutes, half hour, an hour.
Yeah, there were dog fights in action from 30,000 feet, from Berlin all the way down back to Magdeburg, down to the deck. So it was, I mean, there were close to 2,000 bombers and 900 fighters of ours in the air, and then a couple hundred Luftwaffe had in those. It was quite a melee.
When the colonel, I had the privilege of speaking with the colonel and Jay the other night to prepare for this, and I told them about, you know, as I've lectured around the area on the 8th Air Force, I made the statement one time in a lecture, and I was challenged that there'll never be, I said something like, never be another air war like this again, right? So trying to imply and make people understand the thousands of aircraft in the air at the same time, all different types of aircraft, fighters, bombers, Luftwaffe, American, etc. And I was challenged a little bit by this person. No, I'm sure there'll be, you know, more wars. No, I don't think so. The technology has just changed so dramatically, which is what we're going to illustrate when we get Jay's story up a little bit. So I don't know, any comments on that, Jay? I can't imagine that we'll ever have another air war, anything like this.
I really don't think there's a country in the world that has the resources to put that many modern aircraft in the air that quickly. I think in a big fight, in a major power versus major power fight, people are going to come with what they have, and that war is going to be over before a manufacturing effort can be mounted to get those kinds of aircraft, those numbers of aircraft in the sky.
Right. And obviously at this time, although there was the V1 and V2, it was pre-ballistic missile, pre-cruise missile, pre-all the modern technology that we have.
Yeah.
Yet what we have to remember, and when I speak to people like the colonel, you know, at the time, him getting in that P-51 or one of the bomber pilots getting in that B-17 or B-24 was the height of technology at the time. It might as well have been a rocket ship to the moon from their perspective in 1944. Is that right, Colonel?
Yeah, that's about right. Yeah, completely different. And I agree with you. There's not, you know,
as old as that technology is, there's not a modern day fighter pilot who wouldn't love to fly a P-51.
Yeah,
that's correct.
So the next slide here, Colonel, shows you in a strafing attack against a train, which as the war wore on and there were less opportunities to have those air battles, more and more your outfit and other fighter outfits were tasked with going down to the deck and strafing up, whatever opportunities they found.
Yeah. We hit the whole transportation system. infrastructure.
So all this stuff is dangerous, but I just can't quite imagine the danger or the thrill of flying at that speed. What speed are you going in this picture?
Well, that I'd probably doing 450. Not really, but I mean, about 400.
450 miles an hour, 50 feet off the deck.
Yeah.
And were they shooting back?
Oh, absolutely. In fact, I lost my flight internet day. Shortly after we hit the train, we were strafing a factory and some switching towers and stuff. And he got something in the coolant. And got up out to 10,000 feet and went into a spin into the clouds and recovered and bailed out of about 500-600 feet. He ended up as a POW. So out of the 4-ship formation, we lost one.
Yeah. Okay. And then the part I think, Jay, that is in that Hell's Angels, was that it?
Yes.
Book is this part about the colonel being one of not too many P-51 pilots who were able to shoot down a 262, a jet engine German bomber fighter. So how did this happen, Colonel?
Well, we were escorting about 450 plus B-17s to Oranienburg. We had about 90 fighters, and I was flying top cover at about 28,000, and the bombers were around 23,000. And I saw a swarm of, after the bombers dropped their load, I saw a swarm of 262s entering the formation. I mean, hitting the formation of bombers. And I latched onto one and rolled over and started after him. And he had blown up a B-17. That's the first time I saw him. And by the time I pulled into a 6, he had blown up a second B-17. And then I was in range and I started firing and I got some hits on his left engine. He started smoking and on a little fire. And so he rolled over and started down to the deck. And I chased him down to the deck, but I was losing my speed advantage at that time. I was doing 420 indicated at 20,000 feet. So that equates to about 500 and plus ground speed. But anyway, he disappeared into the clouds, and I said, sayonara. I wasn't going to follow him into the clouds. So I didn't know what kind of, how severe the damage was that I infected. So I saw an airfield. I started strafing in the airfield and made too many passes.
Well, before we leave the 262 story, Colonel, I mean, how fast could these 262 jets go? How could
they're right up to the speed of sound. I mean, they're right up to compressibility. As in fact, another 262 pilot who almost hit compressibility, and we lost a couple pilots in training that were lost through compressibility. But that's right around 600, something like that, in a dive. That was about.
So you weren't going to keep up with them for very long.
Oh no! They were 100 knots faster than we were on a normal speed cruise.
I'd like to make the point that if the colonel is not the last one amongst us who's shot down an ME-262, he is part of a very, very, very small fraternity. So weren't a lot of them even at the time, and certainly 70 some years later, there are very few left.
Right.
Yeah, whereas a completely different situation with the fighting with the 262. There were very few aerial combat destructions of 262, and none that I know of that were dog fights. It was, if you had the speed advantage, you could get it when it's in the air. But most of the kills were on takeoff and landing when the 260 was most vulnerable.
Right. Yeah. It's one of those counterfactuals of any war that are fascinating. What if the 262s had made an appearance a year earlier in greater numbers? We'll never know, but thank the Lord they didn't, because I'm sure it'd have been a lot tougher. So, Colonel, let's continue this same incident, if you will. You leave that 262, you don't follow it, but you go down and you see an airfield and you begin strafing the airfield.
Yeah, I made about 4 or 5 passes. I can't remember, but I destroyed 4 on the ground and so far, and damaged the hangar, started it afire. And then I saw this big FW-200 Condor, one of Hitler's fleet, and I came around and hit. As I was coming in, I got hit by a large missile of some kind, probably a 20 millimeter anyway. And then as I was coming off, I felt another thud. And it was in the engine. I started smoking. I got up to 10,000 feet. I was able to make it back to Berg, about 80 miles, and then had to bail out.
And then this happens to you.
Yeah. And then just before I was bailing out, I was attacked by a FW-190. I was getting ready to bail out at about 1,000 feet, and I saw my 3 o'clock position. I saw 190 coming at me, so I turned into the 190, and he has carried rockets. He fired rockets and missed, fortunately, and just kept going. And by the time I got around and leveled off, I was down to 500 feet, and I thought, hell, that's too low to bail out. So I was looking for a place to belly in, but then I remembered I'd done my shoulder harness, and so I went anyway. I went over the side at about 350, 400 feet, something like that, and hit the ground pretty hard when I hit the tail when I bailed out, and with my knee, and pulled the cord, and swung once, and I hit.
So you're lucky the chute deployed in time for you to not have a lot harder landing, I suppose.
Yeah.
And then I know, Colonel, there's another whole story here, which we're going to put aside for a bit right now, okay? Where you land and you're taken prisoner. You're taken to a prisoner of war camp, which actually was a prisoner of war camp. You're able to escape. And as this picture in the middle shows, you spend some time, you and a few of your friends that were with you in that camp where you escaped, spend some time with a Russian tank regiment, as I recall. This is at the very end of the war when things are just chaotic everywhere.
They were just coming out of Berlin and headed toward Wittenberg, and joined them
there. All right. And
I'd like to make the point that here the colonel's flown 47 combat missions. On his last mission, he shoots down an Me-262, gets attacked by a Focke-Wulf 190, bails out, gets captured by the Germans, escapes, joins a Russian tank unit, and by the end of the war, he still isn't old enough to vote.
Yeah. I wasn't old enough to get married. I had to get my mom's permission when I got home to get married because I hadn't turned 20.
Still a teenager, still 19 years old at that point.
No,
right,
I was 21. I mean, 20. I
21.
wasn't 21 yet.
I wasn't 21. Okay.
I turned 20 during the war, and then anyway,
it's an incredible story, Colonel. And if we have some more time here, we'll delve into what happens at the end of the war and the incredible circumstances that come about with you finding the Me-262 pilot that you shot down, which is another whole interesting story. So, but we've got limited time. So let me get to Jay now. I have some of these photos, Jay, that you had sent me. Jay, tell us who this young man is, where he is, and what he's doing.
Yeah, that's that young fella who, when he grew up, wanted to be just like Colonel Peter Burrs. Ends up there in an F-18 at Sheikh Issa, Bahrain. This was probably taken in September of 1990. Desert Storm kicked off several months later in January of 1991. I had flown the F-4 before. It was great to have said I flew the F-4, but I love the F-18. It was a great airplane then. It's a great airplane now. I missed virtually nothing about the F-4 when I went to the F-18.
And here you are.
Yeah. Hero picture. Again, this was on the flight line at Sheikh Issa. The war has already started at this point. So this is probably January or February of 1991. Those are Mark 84s. Each one of those is a 2,000-pound bomb. A tremendous piece of ordnance. I can recall the first time I dropped one. It was from 8,000 feet. And as I pulled out of my dive and started climbing, the concussion from those bombs hitting the target caught up to me as I climbed, and I thought that I had been hit. I thought my aircraft was going to get knocked out of the sky. So pretty powerful bombs.
So let's think about that. That F-18, here, I'll give you another shot of it here, is carrying, are those the bombs right there again?
No, those are 1,000 pounders, I believe. So those were half the size. But you can see airplane's pretty big relative to the size of the bombs.
Yeah. But the amount of firepower on this F-18 exceeded what a B-17 or B-24 would have had in World War II?
The B-17 or B-24, depending on how far they were going to go and what the mission was, could carry more than that. We typically carried 5 1,000-pound bombs. But the difference was, they might have a target missed distance on average of a half a mile, where we, and this was before guided bombs, these were just unguided bombs. We typically would have a circular error probable of anywhere from 25 to 50 feet. So when one of those bombs goes off 25 feet away, it's going to do some damage.
Yeah. And let's emphasize again to the audience, you were Marine Corps aviation, right? In a fighter, a bomber fighter group, I guess it would be called. Is that right?
Yeah, it was called a fighter attack group.
Fighter attack group, which meant your missions were all tactical in nature in support of the Marine Corps ground troops.
Yeah, everybody in the Marine Corps, be there a clerk or a pilot or a firefighter, they all really exist to support that Marine rifleman on the ground. That's what we're there for. In this instance, this was during Desert Shield. Prior to the war, we would fly combat air patrol just off the coast of Kuwait, you see there, and hope to goodness that some Iraqis would come out to play. Sadly, they never did. But typically for that mission, we were armed with a pair of sidewinders you see there on the wingtips, maybe a couple more on a pylon, and then at least 2 AIM-7 Sparrows. And normally what we'd do is we'd fly 200 miles, maybe 150 miles up to the tanker, get some gas, fly off the coast of Kuwait for another 45, 50 minutes or so, go back to the tanker, go back out to our cap, taunt the Iraqis again without any success, and then go back home. So our typical mission on the cap was 2.5 hours or so.
And Colonel, how long were your missions during World War II?
Well, they averaged, I flew 49 missions and they averaged about 5.5 hours. However, I had many 7-hour missions. The longest was 7 hours and 20 minutes. My longest combat day was 9 hours and 45 minutes. I flew 2 missions. On that day, we were doing cover for the crossing of the Remagen Bridgehead. And we were down low and dirty, looking for anything we could shoot at on the other that was carrying a swastika or German cross.
You think you might have been a little more comfortable in this F-18?
Oh, absolutely.
Pressurized, air conditioned. What else? Mini bar? Is there a mini bar in there too? No?
Depended on the configuration and what the mission was.
I was wondering how much armor plate do you have in your back seat there, on your headrest? Do you have armor plate or not?
No, there's no armor plate there. However, behind that seat at that time, there was a big old open space. So if you went on a cross country or something, actually, I think when I left and went back to the States, I had 2 great big Persian rugs stuffed back there.
I got a couple of those too.
Yeah.
What sort of speed do these F-18s? What obviously faster than the speed of sound, but how much faster?
Yeah, they're called a Mach 2 class aircraft. I've never heard of anyone going that fast. I think Mach 1.6 was about the quickest you were going to go. Ground speed, one time off the coast of Japan, the jet stream was well over 100 miles an hour, and I got up to about 1,100 knots ground speed in the aircraft. But if you go that fast, you're going to be out of gas within 4 or 5 minutes, so it's not really that practical. Normally, you'd operate. We drop bombs anywhere from 480 to 540 knots, which is getting close to 600 miles an hour. If we were setting up for air-to-air combat, we push it up to about Mach 1.1, 1.2. And then if you got in a dogfight, you might slow down as slow as 80 knots or so, depending on what you were doing. So
I've been at an airfield, air shows, and I've seen planes. I don't think they're F-18s, but whatever planes they were, they'd break the speed of sound, and you get that huge noise, right? That concussion. What's that feel like on the inside while you're sitting in that cockpit?
Well, what you described was probably someone getting transonic. If you were at an air show and they broke the speed of sound, they would do a lot of damage.
Okay.
But going to the speed of sound or through the speed of sound while you're sitting in the cockpit is like going from 55 miles an hour to 56 miles an hour in a car. It just doesn't feel, you don't feel anything.
Interesting.
Do you have to, do you use afterburner to get through, or you can do it with your normal?
Pardon me?
Do you have to use afterburner to get through?
If you go in a dive, you don't. Straight and level, depending on your configuration, if you're dragging around a lot of junk, you do need the afterburner.
Yeah. That takes a lot of fuel.
Yeah.
Colonel, I imagine you would have liked to have flown one of these.
Oh, absolutely. But really, I had my heart set on flying a Corsair. That was one of my favorite aircraft. I really would have liked to have flown that. I did fly one Navy aircraft, an SPD. I flew that for instrument training. I got about 40 hours in it.
Wow.
Let's see what else we got here, Jay. This is a beautiful shot of the air base. What air base was this again?
This was Sheikh Issa Air Base in Bahrain, and this, I think, was about 3 days after we got there. And you can see we just descended on this newly constructed base. The Bahrainis had not even moved on base yet. And within 3 or 4 days, we had well over 100 aircraft there. There wasn't nearly enough room. We were on top of each other. You could see that any sort of commando in a bad mood, if he had gotten into that flight line, could have done a lot of damage very quickly. But happily, that never happened.
They do seem lined up awful close to be.
They sure were.
Yeah, yeah. So Jay, once the war started, let me see what else we have here. Can't remember what else. This might just be you with this. These are sidewinders. Is that right? Or
yeah.
Once the war started, let me take this out of share for a while. Once the war started and you started flying missions, what was the nature of those missions? What happened on these missions?
We started out, the Marine Corps made a drug deal with the Air Force and the Navy that we would hit the big targets first, things like military depots or electric power plants, things of that nature, big targets. And then as the ground war approached, we started shifting to what they called preparation of the battlefield, where the Air Force kind of cut us loose. They were the Joint Forces Air Component Commander, so they owned all the air, but they realized that we had a job to do, and they turned the Marine Corps loose. So all through southern Iraq and Kuwait, we started hitting the things that our guys on the ground would care about, and those would be artillery batteries or tank units or troop concentrations, things of that nature, so that the notion being, when our Marines had to cross the line and start into Kuwait, as much of the bad guy stuff would be destroyed as possible.
Yeah, yeah. Truly tactical air warfare in support of the ground troops.
It was.
Classic,
for a strategic objective.
Yeah, classic definition, I guess, of that, right?
Sure.
Versus the colonel's experience in World War I. Well, he often and did came down to the World War II. I'm sorry.
Not that old.
Oh no, yeah, not. Oh well, it's 7:30, 8 o'clock. In World War II, the P-51s escorting the bombers. Once the bomber mission was over, they came down and strafed targets of opportunity, right? But it helped me understand this, Colonel and Jay, with your history knowledge. It really was the P-47s, the Thunderbolts, who were the truly ground support airplanes in World War II. Is that accurate?
Yeah, it was nine. They were mostly a ninth. Well, not I can't say mostly because they were in England doing the escort role too. But primarily the ground troops were in the 9th Tactical Air Force flying out of Italy, and they did a tremendous amount of, particularly during the bulge and throughout the war. But they could carry twice the load as a P-51, and they had those 850 calibers instead of 6.
850 calibers. Wow.
Yeah, four at each wing.
Wow. Weren't they nicknamed tank busters?
Yeah. It was called a jug, and it was called the jug by its appearance, and then it was called a tank buster.
Yeah.
There's another name. What's it? Jet ground attack aircraft. They have the Warthog, or
the A-10 Warthog.
Yeah. That was the follow-on from the concept of the P-47.
And are those still in service, Jay?
Yeah, they sure are. People, ugly as they are, people love them. They do a great job. Air Force has tried to get shed of them several different times, and Congress and America's citizens won't let it happen. And they're still in service and scheduled to be in service for a long time still. Great airplane for what they were designed to do. There's not a better airplane in the world for that.
Yeah, I've seen pictures. I wish I could bring one up right now, but they're.
One other note about the P-47 is that it was a very tough airplane to bring down. It was just very rugged. That radial engine offered the pilot a lot of protection, and it was hard to stop. There were instances of whole cylinder heads multiple shot out, the aircraft still making it back. P-51 in comparison was a little bit more tender.
Yeah.
And much more attractive.
Yeah. Sexier, I would say.
Well, there you go. I've always said the Spitfire is probably the most beautiful airplane that was ever made, and the P-51 is probably the most handsome aircraft that was ever made.
Very diplomatic.
Very good.
Well, listen, let's pause here and allow our audience to ask any questions. I haven't been monitoring the chat room. Are you still there, Sean?
I am.
Do you see anybody with their hands up, or has anybody put anything in the chat room that we should answer?
Dana Mastro Pietro. Hopefully I'm pronouncing that correctly. She said, can you answer reason for perpendicular Bombay door on D-Day Omaha Beach and not parallel like Utah Beach? Sorry, not Bombay door. Perpendicular bombing on D-Day on Omaha Beach and not parallel like Utah Beach.
Yeah. Jay, do you have any thoughts on that one, or Colonel, any thoughts?
I was hoping you wouldn't ask me, because I don't know. I can guess that maybe the weather or the cloud decks forced them to come in on a perpendicular heading, or perhaps the threat, or could be poor planning, could be reasons I can't think of on the fly here. But it does seem like a parallel flight path would have been more effective than perpendicular.
I have no idea of what went into that. And it's like so many other things during war, probably could have been screwed up someplace.
So I can actually answer this one in my reading of D-Day and the preparations for D-Day. This was actually debated among the very high command. The Army, the U.S. Army ground forces wanted the bombs to come in parallel, right, to allow more time over the target and have a better chance of destroying targets. The U.S. Army Air Force refused, and they won the argument because they felt that was too dangerous, that there wasn't the airspace, right? If there's 5 beaches separated, think east to west by 60 or 70 miles, there wasn't the airspace to go over each beach parallel. They were also very worried about the ground fire and how many planes might be eliminated. It was part of the ongoing argument forever in World War II about the use of strategic airplanes, the B-17, B-24, and the British equivalents in tactical missions, right? So that's what I've read in several different sources as to why it didn't happen. It doesn't answer the question, though, that I've always had, similar to that, whoever asked that question. Well, why didn't they allow the P-47s and the B-25s and 26 to come in there somewhat parallel, not needing as much airspace as the big heavies? So it is one of those elements of D-Day that I think remains kind of a little bit of a mystery.
I'm glad you knew. It shows there's plenty for everybody to know.
Yeah, right. When you got 500 books on your shelf about World War II, there's always something in there. Chad, anything else? I think someone asked, is the F-18, my favorite, still in use today? Oh, that's you.
Yeah, that was me. Why is the F-18 still in use today? It's been quite a long time. And, we have the F-35, some newer aircraft that are sort of more advanced, but the F-18 has just, it's like the A-10, it just keeps on, it stays in theater.
It's F-18's a great aircraft. The aircraft I flew, the F-18, were called the Legacy F-18 now because they have the follow-on, the Super Hornet, which is somewhat larger than the aircraft I flew. In fact, the Marine Corps has, I want to say, 3 or 4 legacy F-18 squadrons still in service. Those will go away pretty quickly. I think there's only one single seat squadron and the rest are 2-seat squadrons. Or actually now they're mixed, but it's still effective. I mean, you throw in modern avionics, they can do the smart bomb stuff. Performance is still good. It's just that they've moved on to different airplanes. So supporting those aircraft with all the necessary parts and things of that nature gets rather difficult. So still in service because it's good, but it is on its way out.
I could probably chime in here too a little bit. I was an aviation maintenance officer in the Marine Corps from 2010 to 2018. Yes, the legacy platforms are getting phased out. We are rolling with Super Hornets more, but you know, when you're doing a side-by-side comparison of the Joint Strike Fighter, the F-35 Lightning II, to the F-18, certainly there are some enhanced capabilities there with precision strike capabilities, but take a look at the actual cost of the aircraft. I mean, you could probably put an entire F-18 squadron together and support it on an annual basis for the cost of 2 or 3 F-35 Joint Strike Fighters, you know. So when you're talking about it, again, it has everything to do with what type of war you're fighting, what kind of capabilities are required, what kind of availability you have for, you know, pilots. But it's still very much a platform that does the job that it was designed to do, and it's relatively versatile. Perfect for Marines.
Thank you very much, Matt Kelly. Thanks for chiming in. That's very interesting.
And I see that Connor's had his hand up for a while. I just want to get his comment in, and then Brad has his hand up as well.
Oh, Mr. Joe, thank you for joining us. And this is a picture of my great-grandfather when he was in the 8th Air Force. So my great-grandfather was also a pilot. Now, I have an important question for Joe. Of your 36-year military career, what was your best experience? And another question, it's your opinion, who do you think was the best officer that you served with in your military career?
Great questions.
Yeah,
Did you
well,
hear those, Colonel?
it'll be the last 10 years of my service is probably the most satisfying of my career. I was commander of several groups in Germany during the Cold War, 72 to 78, and had some 6,000 people under me in the management of those people and the job we had, which was a difficult command and control job, mobile command and control system managing. But the people were the most important thing. And I was fortunate enough that when I left the command, I was affectionately called by 90% of my people as Colonel Pete. So that takes care. Working with people and accomplishing things that made their life easier and their job less difficult was my major objective that I think I achieved. What was the other question?
Who was the best captain that you served under? Was that the other one, Connor?
Officer, yeah.
The best officer.
Oh, the best officer. Oh, I think probably my commander in World War II, Colonel Montgomery. He was 28 years old and commanded a group of average age 22-year-olds. And we did a fantastic job, and through his leadership, we were able to accomplish the mission that we had.
Thank you. Thank you. And who else had a question?
And Brad had his hand up.
Yeah, this is quite an honor to have these two distinguished fighter pilots with us tonight. And Joe, we talked about the best looking airplane, but in my opinion, after going to air shows, there's nothing that can beat the sound of a P-51 Rolls-Royce engine over any other aircraft I heard. It's a sweet sound, and it's something to see and hear, to see a P-51 actually flying. And it's a real honor to have you with us tonight. And for Jay, also known as Guinness, your call sign, after being on the ground and Desert Storm and doing the infiltration attack up through 2 minefields and we saw plenty of destroyed tanks and equipment. So thank you for all the support going up there for us. And the one question I had for you is that we seem to run into some problems up in the one minefield that we were trying to go through at night. We had some planes come back and pickle their bombs on the minefield that we were trying to go through, which was kind of disruptive and disturbing. What is the procedure when you have ordnance on your wings and you're heading back? Do you have the opportunity to drop it anywhere you want, or is there a certain guidelines? It seemed kind of random to get bombed like that unexpectedly, and it kind of messed up our plans for a bit. We had to regroup and do something differently. But this is a great opportunity for me to ask somebody that actually is flying for us. And above all, I just want to say thank you for all the great air support during Desert Storm. It was superb.
It was, number one, it was our pleasure and our job, and happy to do it as part of the whole Marine Corps team. As to your question, first of all, I apologize for you getting bombed. Second of all, unless there's an emergency, there's no reason that those bombs, they can't bring them back. During those couple of missions where I just could not find anything worthwhile to attack, I did bring my bombs back, as did most of my comrades, at least once or twice. And can't imagine why they were dumped there unless they did it purposely because they thought they saw a target, but shouldn't have happened.
It felt like a fuel air explosive bomb because we felt something in the air, some static or something, and then the great concussion that rattled you to the very core of your bones. It was powerful enough for us to say, let's go back a little bit and rethink this. We didn't want to be in the middle of that stuff, but it's not a good feeling to get bombed. I felt a little bit for the enemy forces because it certainly is. It's not very pleasant, but no harm, no foul. Nobody was hurt. It just got our attention very quickly.
Thank you, Brad. That's a fascinating insight that perhaps Jay Stout was flying over top of you at some given moment during that war. You looked up.
What surprised us is I kept looking up trying to see these aircraft, and at night, it was always crystal clear, cold sky, but you could never really, they were up high. We were thinking, well, we see some of our planes down low, and at night you could never, maybe you could see a twinkling of a light up there, but that was about it. And we did find a ejection seat of a Harrier that was shot down over El Jabra airfield. I have a picture of it somewhere, but we had great, later we found out the pilot survived, and that was good news. But we came upon it in the desert and some documents that he was captured. But I was trying to get his name at some point and find out his address so I could send him a picture of his ejection seat. So
Sanford.
Was it?
I think his name was Sanford. Sanford. Not sure. And there were several Harriers shot down, so it may not be the right one.
But if I can ever locate him, I'll send him a picture of his seat. It'd probably make it a good memento for him.
I'm sure he'd be tickled pink to see it.
Thank you for the opportunity to raise some comments here.
Okay, thank you, Brad. Thank you. Listen, it's actually a little past 8 o'clock, 8:10, but we started late. So it's time for us to wrap this one up. And we have a subsequent program that I'm doing. So like a few of our guests have already done, Colonel Peter Burrs, Lieutenant Colonel Stout, thank you very much for being on our program. It's a real honor to have you. And we thank you for here on Veterans Day for being veterans, and we wish you the best.
Thanks again. Thanks for having me. And Colonel, you take care. It was nice working with you.
You too, Steve. And thank you. And it was really a great honor to be able to speak with you and give a little taste of what it was in the past. So.
Colonel, you're one of my heroes. Thank you.
Well, thank you.
Okay. Okay, we're going to move on to our second segment in this 2-hour slot that I've been I have the pleasure to monitor, to bring to you. And I'm hoping by now, I think I see in the chat room, Sean, that Henry Sledge is with us. Henry, would you say hello?
I'm going to ask Henry to unmute. There he is.
Do you read me now?
We read you.
Okay.
Welcome, Henry. Welcome.
Hey, how are you?
I'm excellent. I'm excellent. Henry and I have had the great opportunity to talk now 2 or 3 times leading up to this from, I don't know, 2 or 3 weeks ago when we were first put in touch. I don't even remember how it was that we got in touch with you, Henry, but.
You're right. Right. I think it was through Lars McKee.
That's it. That is it. Correct. Correct. It's often happens with our programs is, one program leads to another. Somebody mentions, why don't you talk to,
right.
As happened with Jay Stout. Why don't you talk to Jay Stout? Somebody else I was talking to, and same way here. So
sure.
I'm actually have been thrilled to talk to you, Henry, for the past couple of weeks about this program and your father's experience in World War II and your experience with your father and his World War II experience.
Sure. Well, I'm happy to be here, Glenn.
Okay. So let me find my PowerPoint here that we developed, and I was very fortunate that Henry sent me some photos that I hadn't seen before, and we're going to show some of those. So a little bit of background here. Now let me share the screen. Okay, that come up okay?
Yes, I see it.
Okay. Okay. So, this is the story of, and I'm going to hold the book up, and it's a well-worn book with lots of markers in it of Private. Do I have that right? Was he a private at the end of the war, or did he make Lance Corporal?
He got another stripe at the very end, Glenn. He was a corporal, actually.
Okay.
But he was a private through the whole, you're correct. It's okay to say that. You're good.
Private Eugene B. Sledge, 1st Marine Division, 5th Marines, 2nd Battalion.
3rd Battalion.
3rd Battalion. What company?
K-35. K Company, 3rd Battalion, 5th Marines.
All right. So he is the author of this book, With the Old Breed at Peleliu and Okinawa. This is a book that was published in 1981. And we're going to get into the story behind the book and the story of Henry's father. As I've read this book 2 or 3 times, back to front. I've lectured on it 2 or 3 times. It is, I believe, undoubtedly one of the top 4 or 5 memoirs ever written, not just about World War II, but about any combat experience in any of our wars. It is that good. It is that moving and that eloquent. And this isn't just me speaking. This is a lot of other people that you'll hear about here in a bit from Henry. I highly recommend this book. All right. Henry Sledge is the son of Eugene B. Sledge. Obviously, he has a great story to tell about his father. So just a little bit of background about Eugene Sledge, born in Mobile, Alabama. Many of you may have seen the miniseries The Pacific, where his story is featured. Played by, give me the name again.
The actor was Joe Mazzello, the young man who played my dad.
Right. Father was a physician, published these memoirs in 81. He had been haunted by the war in many ways that we're going to talk about in a bit with Henry. And this book goes on to become more and more famous as the past few decades have gone on. This is a picture of Eugene Sledge on the left with his good friend Sid Phillips, who also was featured in the World War II documentary, The War by Ken Burns, right? And Sid Phillips subsequently wrote this book. So tell us the story of your father's childhood there in Mobile, Alabama. And tell us a little bit about what's covered in the miniseries about the heart murmur and how that played into his service in World War II.
Sure. So when my dad was really young, he had rheumatic fever, and that left him with a heart murmur. He was sickly as a child, but the story, the way they portrayed it in the miniseries with the heart murmur, that was true, and it was from rheumatic fever. My grandfather, of course, was a physician. My grandmother, her name was Mary Frank. She was a very caring and loving mother. But when war broke out, I remember my dad and my grandfather were on the way back from a hunting trip. I think it was in Mississippi, when they heard on the car radio that Pearl Harbor had gotten bombed or gotten attacked. And, so shortly thereafter, my father wanted to answer the call like so many other young men were doing. But the way it was told to me growing up, the way it was told to my brother and me, was that my grandfather said, well, you've got a heart murmur, you had rheumatic fever, the Marine Corps is not going to take you. And my father implored my grandfather to check him out, to give him a physical exam. So he did, and the heart murmur was indeed gone. Now, of course, it wasn't portrayed exactly like that in the miniseries, but that was a little bit of artistic license. But my grandparents implored my dad to not enlist, but to try to go in as an officer. So he enrolled in a V-12 officer training program at Georgia Tech. And then shortly thereafter, he and like half the class, or it may have even been more, Glenn, I'm honestly would have to go back in the book and look that up, but they flunked themselves out to make sure they didn't miss out on any of the shooting war.
Right. And this is the part I want to draw out a little bit. So here's a young man, 18 at the time, Henry?
Yeah, he graduated Murphy High School, May of 1942.
Okay. Who had the perfect excuse to sit out the war, or at least serve in, some stateside cushy camp, relatively.
Exactly.
Right. And not only did he not do that, he just kept finding ways to get himself into the war. Could have even perhaps been an officer rather than a private at the front lines. Is that?
Well, that is a true statement. I think we should leave that for later because after Peleliu, he was asked twice if he would consider officer training. Right. But for right now, prior to World War II, you're dead on, Glenn. I mean, he, with my grandfather and the people he knew in Mobile, he had a certain amount of influence. And, we always talked about it in the family when my brother and I were growing up, that had my father wanted to, my grandfather could have pulled some strings and secured some type of stateside billet, and it would have been perfectly honorable. He would have been doing his job. A lot of young men did that, and they were serving their country. Nothing wrong with that at all. But my father wanted to get into the war, and his older brother, my Uncle Edward, was a graduate of the Citadel and had gone into the Army, and he was a second lieutenant in the 741st Tank Battalion, and actually was the first lieutenant by the time D-Day hit. So it just was really part of my dad's emotional makeup that he wanted to get into the action. And I've always had a lot of admiration. I mean, I think that's a very compelling aspect of his story, that, he could have taken a much easier path than he did take, but he chose what he chose.
Right. It's part of his DNA, I would suppose, right? That he wanted to serve. And So he joins the Marines in what that would have been 1943, I would think.
Correct. Yeah. By the time he went into boot camp, because his New Testament Bible that I have says 1943. Correct.
Right. And he's assigned to the Fleet Marines, which means the Marines fighting out in the Pacific, 1st Marine Division, which happens to be where his friend Sid is, right?
Correct. Sid was in H Company 2nd Battalion, 1st Marines. And then, of course, my father ended up being assigned to K Company, 3rd Battalion, 5th Marines. But, 1st Marine Division, three regiments, 1st, 5th, and 7th. So, but that was the same division as his buddy Sid.
And Sid had already fought by this point at Guadalcanal.
Correct.
And
Cape Gloucester.
Cape Gloucester, right. And there's the famous scene in the miniseries where they find each other on Pavuvu.
Pavuvu.
Okay.
Pavuvu. And that is the way they shot that in the film was pretty much spot on. He and Sid found each other in the company street and had a big reunion and were rolling around punching each other. And so yeah, that was very accurate.
It's played out very well. A couple of high school buddies who run into each other, right? So your father, like Sid, becomes a motorman.
Right. Sid was an 81 millimeter mortarman, and my dad he was more interested in the 60, and that's what he got.
Yeah. And this is not your father, just a picture I found on the internet, just depicting. I'm pretty sure this is a 60.
It is.
Yeah. And there's quite a couple of scenes in the miniseries where Sid describes himself and your father's being stovepipe boys.
Right.
Which kind of, for an obvious, sort of analogy there, right?
I guess that's, that little bit of vernacular. I never heard my dad use that expression. I'm not saying that it wasn't used, but I never heard him use it. But it certainly makes sense.
Yeah. Okay. So, as Henry knows from our discussions, when we talk about these men, particularly at the ground troops in the foxhole, in the front line, I like to make it clear how it is they got there. What was the grand strategy at the time, right? So I showed this map very quickly. Guadalcanal, Solomon Islands down here, MacArthur now coming up through New Guinea, getting to the Philippines by early 1944. Okay. The U.S. Marines, and these are mostly Army troops after a while coming up through New Guinea and into the Philippines. The Marines and the Navy fighting their way through the Central Pacific. And MacArthur wants to invade the Philippines. He's first going to invade this island right down here called Mindanao, right? In mid 1944. But this little speck right here, I think, is the Pavu island chain.
Palau
Islands. Palau Islands. And one of those islands there is Peleliu, which is this. And this is all about an airfield that the Japanese had at Peleliu. And the grand strategy was such that MacArthur didn't want that airfield on his flank, potentially, causing harm to his efforts here in the Philippines. And therefore the decision is made to take out the airfield. I have that right, more or less, Henry?
Yeah, spot on. I mean, the whole idea was to protect MacArthur's flank as he was advancing in. And the Japanese did have a very active air contingent in the Palau Islands. Glenn, as you and I talked about, it was knocked out. The teeth had been taken out of that by Halsey's carrier raids prior to the battle. Right. And in fact, to the point that he ran a series of raids through there. His carrier pilots did a phenomenal job of knocking down Japanese airplanes. And I mean, by the last series of raids, I mean, he's reporting back to Nimitz, there's no aerial opposition. We don't even really need to hit this island.
Yeah. 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 And as I understand it was kind of just too late to call it off. So they go through with the invasion. It's the 1st Marine Division, and there's a Army division involved in this as well. I don't recall which
the
one.
81st.
81st Army Division.
The Wildcat Division, yes, sir.
Right. And we're not going to go into the tactical details of the battle. That's not our mission here, if you will. But we are going to talk about the experience that your father had there. And what I'd like to get into now, Henry, and this next part, when Henry showed me these photos, I really took my breath away because I've been such a fan of his father's and his father's book, and then the documentary and the movie that came out. I had no idea that Henry has his father's Bible. And what's the significance of this, Henry?
Well, the significance of it was, Marines were forbidden to keep diaries. And so my father, being a very observant individual that he was, he had his Bible with him, kept it in the pocket of his dungaree jacket, and he wrote notes on slips of paper and in the Bible itself on, dates and where they were, and just general observations. You see what you have there, that was written in the Bible. And then there were also slips of paper that, I've never seen one. I think they were range cards from the crates of mortar ammo, because they were little pieces of card stock, I guess. Like I say, I've never actually held one in my hand, but things like that, he would write notes on any kind of piece of paper he could get his hands on and keep it tucked into the Bible.
Yeah, and again, in the miniseries, there's scenes of him scribbling away on something. You can't quite see what it is he's writing on, but so as I understand it, Henry, he began to write in this even, I think, during his training. Is that right?
I have never. I don't think that he did. I think that really started when he got in theater.
In theater, okay.
Mm-hmm.
But he's certainly once he's on Peleliu and going through the horrific, hellish experience that we're going to illustrate here, he's taken notes at that time, right?
Sure, right.
And just to jump ahead a bit, this is jumping ahead, but I think it's interesting. He obviously keeps this after the war, right?
Yes.
And how did it play out that he began to write this memoir from his notes in the Bible and on the range cards?
Well, the first thing he did, and my mother remembers this pretty well, but when he got home, he took those notes and he wrote an outline. And, I don't know if it began immediately after that, or I think it was a very long process, Glenn, like you and I talked about, but it started with an outline based on the notes in the Bible. And then he expanded on the outline and fleshed that out. And then by the time, my brother was born in 1957 and I came along 1965. And, I remember, as I think I told you, he would sit up late at night by the fireplace and be just furiously scribbling away. And he always wrote on yellow legal pads. Always used pencil, and he wrote in yellow legal pads. And, as the years went by, that stack of legal pads just got higher and higher. And at some point, or am I getting ahead of where you wanted to go?
No, just draw this out a bit.
Yeah. Sure. My mother, I don't know if he asked her to type it or if she proffered that idea to him, but by the early 70s, she began to type what he was writing. And that was the nascent stages of the manuscript of what was to become With the Old Breed and then China Marine.
Right. And the book is published in 1981.
Mm-hmm.
Was it widely acclaimed at the time, or did it slowly build in reputation?
I think it slowly built. And to back up just a little bit, I remember he sent, Presidio Press was the third publisher that they were the third ones he sent it to. And of course they accepted it. I remember the first two rejected it. It was either the first or second one. I think my mom I don't know if she still has it. It may be at Auburn, at the Auburn University archives, but we had the letter for a long time, probably still do, where one of the two that rejected it wrote him and said, this is interesting. It's a pretty good story, but we don't think there's any market for it.
Right.
But I remember probably the second one, he would put it, this is before people did things digitally, obviously. And I can remember the stack of the hard copy of the manuscript was huge. It was over 800 pages long, 850 pages long, I think. And he would put it in these huge manila envelopes. And I remember it was either the first or second publisher sending it back. And, we saw the mail being delivered. The mail was just, the mailbox was up the street from our house in Montevallo. And he and I were out in the yard, and he said, well, let's walk up here and get the mail. And so we walked up to the street corner to the driveway corner where the mailbox was. And, we opened it, and there's this huge manila envelope with what he knew was his manuscript. And he said, well, I bet this is a rejection. And it was, he opened the letter. We start walking back down the hill, and he's reading the letter, goes, yeah, well, struck out on that one. But I do remember Presidio Press was the third one. And I remember coming home from school and my mom telling me, your dad's book is going to be published.
Yeah. Someone at the Presidio Press ought to win the Pulitzer Prize for making that decision, right? I mean,
sure.
What do you think? What do you hear from people about why the book is so memorable, so eloquent? What is it about the book that is so that has made it such a great memoir?
I think it's visceral honesty. And you asked a really good question a few minutes ago. Was it widely acclaimed at first, or did it slowly gain traction? Books take a little bit of while to get up to operating temperature, so to speak. It's not like a movie. People go see a movie, and then within 3 days, the whole country's talking about it. The first people to really pay attention was the United States Marine Corps. And the first thing that I really remember, he was asked to participate in a leadership documentary that the Marine Corps filmed, and it was around 1982, and Lee Marvin was in it also. And so in the video, which I've seen snippets of it on YouTube, but it shows my dad walking down a beach. In the background, you see Marine recruits training, going through boot camp, and my dad's talking about things that he remembered in training and how valuable that training was and how it stood them in good stead in combat later on, and also about the essence of good leadership. And then they would splice that in with quotes from Lee Marvin, who actually, there was a scene of Lee Marvin in one of the barracks reading from my dad's book. But that was like one of the first things that really, that where my family began to get an idea that, okay, this thing may get some traction. And then the Marine Corps Gazette asked him to do a series of articles on, it was actually on the Peleliu part. And if I remember correctly, those articles focused on the defense in depth technique that the Japanese really perfected at Peleliu.
Wow. And, by the way, I think I have this right. I believe Lee Marvin was a combat Marine veteran.
Yes, he was a Kwajalein.
Yeah.
In the Central Pacific.
Certainly toughened him up for his movie roles.
Yeah.
Well, so the book, if you've haven't read it, you should. I found a way, I think, and Henry and I talked about this, and we agreed we're going to try this, to illustrate the eloquence of the book, and at the same time, to demonstrate how the producers, directors of the miniseries took Henry's father's book, With the Old Breed, and turned it almost word for word, scene for scene, into many parts of that miniseries. Okay, so I just stumbled on this the other day, and I'm going to hopefully get this correct here. Sean, if I fall on my face technically, I'm going to ask for your help, but I think I got this. Okay.
I'm here. I think I got you. As long as you hit, when you hit the share button, the bottom left, there were optimized for sound and share with sound. So if you press play and we don't hear anything, we just have to reshare.
Okay. This worked the other day with Henry. So let's see if it works. If not, I'll regroup and we'll start again. Okay. So let me see if this, you tell me if you hear this. So maybe I'll preface this. Well, what this is one of my favorite scenes from the miniseries. It's the invasion scene at Peleliu, but it's narrated, which it is not in the original series, of course, okay, which in a way takes away from the scene a bit, but the narration comes word for word from the book. When I first listened to this, I thought, what? Who's that talking? It can't be Eugene Sledge. So I watched it again. I looked that part up in the book, and it is taken word for word. Okay, that's it. Let me make sure we stop this. There we go. So again, the point of that is the words taken from With the Old Breed, written by Eugene B. Sledge, translated by the producers, directors of that miniseries into that scene. Now, is that powerful or not?
Yeah, that was very closely represented in the landing scene. There are little things I recognize as not being exactly, spot on with his telling of it, but it's pretty dadgum close.
And Henry, you went to Peleliu in 1999.
I did. Yeah, I had the opportunity to go to Peleliu for the 55th anniversary, and I did.
No, but not with your father, who was still alive at that time.
Yeah, my dad was still alive. He passed away in March of 2001, but a piece of paper came in the mail, and it was from Military Historical Tours, and they were going to do the 55th anniversary reunion tour to Peleliu. And he said, "Hey, I know you've always been interested in going to Peleliu. You've talked about it. Here's a chance." And I said, "Absolutely. I mean, I definitely want to do that." And I started, when I filled out the application, of course, the people recognized the Sledge name and were super happy to hear from me. And they, a liaison young officer for the Marines called me, and we had a nice chat. And he said, "Well, if your father wants to go, we'd be happy to give him an all expense paid trip." And so I told my dad, I knew what he was going to say. And he said, "You tell them I've already had an all expense paid trip to Peleliu." But he was really happy that I was going. I think it was very edifying to him that, that I was that interested in his legacy, to try to retrace his footsteps.
It must have been a tremendous experience, Henry.
It was one of the coolest things I've ever done. There's so many parts of it that stand out in my mind. I mean, the landing beach, of course, that's always such a visceral connection point for people emotionally, because that's where it all starts, and of course, and it would be on any, like a Guadalcanal or Cape Gloucester, and those landings were unopposed, of course, but that detracts from the viciousness of the fighting on those islands. But the landing at Peleliu, as was portrayed in the miniseries, was horrifically opposed. But so many things I saw on the island. There's so much there, knocked out tanks, rusted Amtraks, weapons still half buried, unexploded grenades. I mean, I think a lot of that's been cleaned up since I was there.
And these Marines and soldiers then fall into pure hell, just a hellacious battle that senior commanders thought they could take the island in 72 days. It ends up taking, I think, 6 or 7 weeks. Is that right?
Yeah, my dad was in combat there 32 days, I believe. And then, of course, everybody really took the brunt of their casualties up in the Brogel, which is the northern part of the island.
Right.
Also known as Bloody Nose Ridge. But the first Marines were the first ones to try to hit that area. They did everything they could and were just shot to pieces. And then the 7th Marines were put into the line up there. And then they were shot to pieces and the 5th Marines were rotated in. So, and then it finally, Corps Commander General Geiger implored General Rupertus to bring in Army reinforcements, and he had refused to do that prior to that. But General Geiger finally said, "Look, these guys are taking horrific casualties. We got to put everything we can in there." And so the 81st Infantry Division was brought in.
Right, right. And these are just a few shots of the fighting in the island. Henry, you knew this particular terrain. What was it called?
Yeah, that's actually 3-5 pushing up into the horseshoe.
Yeah.
And the Five Sisters is going to be over to the left, kind of out of sight of that particular shot. But I think to the north of that is Five Brothers. I'd actually have to go back to a map to know every single hill complex, but those are 710th Tank Battalion Army tanks supporting them right there, which they did for several days. And there's just some of the best combat, in my opinion, infantry and tank footage of World War II, certainly in the Pacific, of right there in that general vicinity of 710th Tank Battalion and guys from the 5th Marines pushing up into the horseshoe.
I mean, when I first saw this black and white picture, I said, "Oh, it looks like it's snow," but it's not snow. It's coral, right? It's blasted coral that's been blasted so heavily and thrown all over the place. It almost looks in a black and white photo like this, like it snowed. It obviously didn't, because it was 100 and some degrees every day and no water anywhere. So
exactly.
And then this picture you shared with me.
Yes.
And your father is in this picture.
My dad always believed, now he's not officially labeled as being in the picture, but where you have your cursor, he believes that's him and Snafu right there to the right of him.
Right.
But that is, he remembered that little rock dump right there. There was an ammunition dump back behind him. That's on Ingusibus, actually, which was a little island across the channel to the north of Peleliu.
Right, right. I think we might have had it on this map here somewhere.
Yeah, Ingusibus is right up there off the northern. No, come up straight up. Yeah, that's going to be Ingusibus. It had a smaller airfield, and they wanted to secure that because of the airfield, but also because that could have been an offloading point for the Japanese bringing reinforcements down from the northern Palau Islands.
Right. And when did that take place in the battle? When did they take that small island?
Ingusibus was D+8, I think.
Okay. Well, again, our purpose wasn't to go into all the tactical moves that occurred. Is to emphasize the hellish nature of this battle, what his father went through, which he goes on to illustrate with great sincerity, eloquence, without pulling a punch at all in the book, which I think is among the many things that makes it such an excellent book. At the end, and I think I have it memorized here, your father recounts the casualties that were taken.
Right.
And I believe, to illustrate this, in his company, K Company, out of 235 men who went into Peleliu, only 85 walked out untouched.
Correct.
Or at least walked out. Some of them probably were wounded and came back, but yeah. And your father was obviously one of them, and he was not wounded to any significant degree. Physically, at least at this point. Okay.
Right.
Okay. So we take Peleliu. The 1st Marines go back to, I can always get the pronunciation of that.
Yeah, 1st Marine Division went back to Pavuvu.
Pavuvu, right? Which was a rest camp just off of Guadalcanal in the Solomon.
About 60 miles north.
Yeah, not exactly a a stop for the Bob Hope parade during the war. It was hot, miserable place. The only thing good about it was they weren't shooting at you
Right.
while they rest and replenish, right? Before we go on to Okinawa, let's go back a little bit to what happened to your father's book. So your father passes away in 2001?
Correct.
Correct. Okay. And then in 2007, Ken Burns's documentary, The War, comes out.
Yes.
Yeah. How did they get a hold? How did they know about your father? Had they read the book? What happened there that your father and then Sid Phillips and the Phillips family gets featured so heavily in the book, in the documentary?
Yeah. Ken Burns, God, that started a few years. I mean, obviously it released in 2007. So the production process would have started a few years prior to that. And my brother was really more involved in the initial communication with Ken and his people. But Ken Burns, and we went down to Mobile and met with him and his team a couple of times as they were getting it closer to release. But I think Ken had heard of the book, had read it, was mightily impressed by it. And when he was fleshing out his concept of doing the war, you know, he wanted a coastal city, and he thought, well, you know, New Orleans, of course, is iconic. Nobody would ever argue that, but I want something a little less center stage, but very much a Gulf Coast city. So I guess he thought of my father. He thought of Mobile. Hey, let's go to Mobile and start something there. So he went to Mobile. He met with the mayor, and I remember, I think my brother told me this story, or Ken himself may have told me this. And the mayor asked him, you know, Ken, we're super happy to have you here and excited about this. What brings you to Mobile? And Ken Burns told him 2 words: Eugene Sledge. And so my brother, you know, my brother works for the city of Mobile as an architectural historian. And so he got wind of this pretty quickly. And so he started talking to Ken and his people. And then my brother said, well, you know, my dad's best friend is still alive just right down the road in Theodore, Sid Phillips. And so that's how that was the connection there with Sid and Catherine Phillips.
Yeah. And from there, obviously, Ken Burns and his people take the story and develop in such a unique way.
Yeah. And I actually think Josh Lucas was the actor who voiced my dad in the war.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. And then we reach another level, of course, which is the miniseries, which we obviously have talked about and shown the one clip from. From your point of view, what happened to get your father's story to be such a big part of the Pacific?
Well, in 2004, my brother was contacted or found out that HBO was making inquiries into the film rights of With the Old Breed. And so I remember him telling me, he said, hey, I thought you'd be interested to know we're you know, there's some phone calls being made and some people from Hollywood are asking about the film rights to With the Old Breed. And so they secured the film rights. And spring of 2004, my mother and my brother did not go, but my mother and I flew out to Hollywood, and we met with Bruce McKenna, Bruce wore several hats. He was one of the writers, one of the co-executive producers, and he'd also been involved in Band of Brothers. But we met with Bruce and Hugh Ambrose, and Bruce told us the story of, and this was 2004. Remember, you know, Band of Brothers had come out in 2001. And he said, well, Tom and Steven are super excited about the way Band of Brothers has done, and they want to do something for the guys in the Pacific. And as Bruce told us, Bruce McKenna said, I told Tom, if you're going to do something on the Pacific, you got to have With the Old Breed. It's that good. You need to involve that. And so that was a very, you know, quick depiction of how the connection was made there.
And what was you told me a story about Richard Frank, the well-known historian who's written quite a bit on the Pacific War. What was his role in this?
Well, Rich is a really good, he was a good friend of my dad's. He's become a good friend of mine through the years. He was hired by HBO to be the chief consultant for this. And, he and I that's when I got to know him. And I'd already read his book on Guadalcanal, and I'd read his other book, Downfall, at that point in time. And so I valued his opinion very highly. And actually, there was another gentleman who I think is a scholar of marine amphibious war. That was a guy named Joseph Alexander, Colonel Joe Alexander. Now, Joe was a Vietnam Marine and was a battalion commander in Vietnam, but Joe had written some excellent work on World War II amphibious warfare. He was not directly involved in the project, but he and Richard Frank were friends. But I remember when Richard was hired, Joe and I were talking on the phone, and Joe said, "Well, I heard HBO hired Richard Frank, so that's a good sign." Just a little sidebar. I don't know if any Marines out there have heard of Joseph Alexander, but he was on the trip to Peleliu with me in 1999. But I ended up naming my son after him.
Wow!
So that just a quick snippet of what I thought of him. But he wrote a book called Storm Landings, which, if is just a good overview of all the amphibious battles the Marines encountered in World War II.
Wow.
But when the Pacific miniseries was nearing completion, I remember Rich Frank and I had a conversation, and I asked him, I said, "Well, how do you think it's coming along? How do you feel about it?" And he said, "The best way I can describe it is it's grimmer but greater than Band of Brothers. It's more underneath the rim of the helmet." And I said, "Well, what do you mean by that?" And he said, "Well, Band of Brothers, you frequently saw the battalion commander, you saw the regimental commander. In the Pacific, if you see the company commander, that's rare. It is the individual Marine in the foxhole. And of course, as we saw in the later episodes of the Pacific, they did explore what we now know as PTSD. They didn't call it that back then.
Right.
But just the emotional toll that those guys suffered from what they had been through and how they dealt with it when they got home. That was explored in the Pacific in ways that they did not explore in Band of Brothers. And Bruce McKenna actually said to me, he said, if we had made the Pacific first and Band of Brothers second, Band of Brothers would have been a lot darker than it was.
Yeah. Well, let's jump now to very quickly the Okinawa, which is the second battle that your father with the 1st Marine Division participates in. We got to go a little bit quicker here on the battle. Again, we're not trying to explain the battle in great detail, but it's a huge invasion. It's an invasion preparatory to invading Japan itself, which we thought at that point we still might have to do. The Marines land here in the center along with Army. The Marines go north. There's really not too much in the way of heavy fighting in the north. The Japanese had concentrated their defenses in the southern part of the island. After a few weeks, the Marines are called back down to fight through the Shuri line, as it was called, with the Army. It's a hellish battle. It's Peleliu all over again, but in a different geography, a different setting. It portrayed so well in the miniseries, the mud, the blood, I think when you and I, this is a picture, I think it actually is somebody that your father knew.
Yeah, that's Paul Eisen. He was actually a demolitions guy. And interestingly enough, he would not have typically carried an M1 Garand, but he picked one up not long before that picture was taken. That's him charging across a part that they call Death Valley. Yeah. But I don't know if my dad knew. Actually, I have a copy of that photograph that Paul Eisen autographed to my dad, in later years, obviously, after With the Old Breed had been published. And I don't think my dad knew Paul Eisen at the time. It's possible he might have, but I do know that they corresponded, after With the Old Breed was out there and being read by a lot of people.
Right. It's become just one of the iconic combat photos of the Pacific fighting. This is another one. I think this is on Okinawa, I believe. I put this one in here because it shows some Marine stretcher bearers. And, just like in the miniseries, it shows your father, who was a motorman, so a little bit behind the guys with the rifles up front, not much, but they were called forward to be stretcher bearers in the middle of these incredibly heavy firefights. And, had to be, did your father ever speak to that?
Yeah, actually, as many of these shows and interviews and things as I've done, I don't know that I've shared this. Little things come to my head all the time because my dad and I talked a lot. But I can remember when I was a teenager, because I really had a lot of curiosity about his experience. Obviously, I read the book, but he and I talked a lot. And he was willing to talk about it. He rarely, we would talk about things about the equipment they carried and things like that. But, the blood and gut stuff, we usually didn't talk about. But I do remember him telling me, and it may have been in the book too, but I believe it was on Okinawa. 2 stretcher bearers came up, a dead Marine. They picked him up, one guy at the head, one guy at the feet. And when they lifted the young man up, his body just broke completely in half.
Oh.
That would have been one of the more macabre things that he would have told me about. But he didn't pull any punches on details. He knew I read the book.
Yeah.
But I knew, with all the talking that he and I did, I learned through the years where not to go. I learned the kinds of questions to not ask him. His buddies who got killed, I knew never to go there. And that was something, writing the book, going through the muster rolls, every name of every guy who was killed, KIA, I have a letter where he talks about it, and to the recipient of the letter, he talks about, I was obsessed with getting the details right. And I went through the muster rolls, and every guy who bought it, I replayed that scene in my head of him. If I was there, if I saw it, I can't get it out of my head, that Marine being killed or wounded. And I know the kind of man that my dad was, and that had to have exacted a toll on him. But, I think he wanted to tell the story and get the book out there, because in 1981, really the only comparable memoir out there was Robert Leckie's Helmet for My Pillow.
Right.
And that's a classic in its own right. I've read that, and that was one of the first war books I ever read.
Kind of the first half of the miniseries.
Yeah.
But what you just went through, your father recounting each death that he saw, results in this, I think, iconic picture of your father. This is taken when, Henry?
That was on a tent camp in northern Okinawa after the fighting.
Yeah.
And that picture really, I was talking to my mom the other night, and that picture just really spoke to her, because, I can remember her showing it to me as a kid, because they would go through photographs and decide what was going to be used in the book. And that one just, because it was an unposed picture, and it depicts what is known as, some people call it the 2,000-yard stare, some people call it the 1,000-yard stare, but it's just that emotionally viscerated, staring into nothingness.
Right. You can just imagine what's behind his eyes, what's in that head, and you see the body, which he probably lost 10 or 15 pounds during the fighting. It's haunting in some ways, right?
Right, very much so.
Yeah. Oh. So let's pause here. I know we're getting a little bit late here, Sean. Questions from the audience. There's one last picture I want to show, but let's take a few questions first, if we could. Sean, anybody have their hand up? Is there anything in the chat room?
Nothing as of yet, but give everyone a minute. If anybody who has a question, if they'd like to raise their hand or just speak up. I know Henry Shepke, I think you'd love to see that signed picture. Not sure if Henry has that.
I do, but it's actually, my wife and I moved a little over about 1.5 years ago, and I haven't got all my World War II stuff back on the walls.
Not a problem.
I have his dungaree jacket and the Japanese flag on the wall, but that's about it.
I'm looking at the Zoom room. This is Todd. I'm back after a brief nap. Got into my evening wear like I do every night. after 5 p.m.
Like Downton Abbey there.
Of course, you don't do that. And I see some new faces, and I also see several Marines. I know that John Barber. John, I mean, have you read With the Old Breed? I'm just curious how Marines. Jay Galbraith, how you doing, Jay? His father was a chaplain, Marine chaplain, Navy chaplain. I'm just wondering how the Marines are receiving this book, have received, what the book means to them, what Eugene Sledge's story means to them. It's wonderful to see John Barber here. John, I know you had a big Marine Corps birthday last night and Veterans Day today. If you want to say anything, just unmute. Go ahead.
He's probably still hungover from last night.
Yeah, too much cake, too much birthday cake for John.
Now, I can say that because most of the audience might know John's my brother.
Ed Cavo asked, how long was Henry on Peleliu?
I was there for when we first got there, we stayed on Karor and boated down to Peleliu. And then I hooked up with some guys that were actually staying on Peleliu, where I was actually on Peleliu itself for probably 3 nights. But I had been in Karor for 2 nights. So not long enough to get everything done that I wanted to do,
Let me, unless there's other comments or questions, let me share again the screen. And there's just one last photo, which Henry and I had discussed a lot. And I think it's an appropriate way to end this conversation about his father. And are we seeing that okay?
Mm-hmm.
And this is Eugene Sledge as an adult man. I'm not quite sure at what age.
That was back in the 80s, mid 80s, the mid 1980s.
Yeah. Yeah. And I think it's important to recognize, not only for Eugene Sledge, but all these men. It's so easy to keep thinking of Eugene Sledge as this guy, right?
Right.
And he became this guy, Henry's dad. But the war had a significant impact on him, as illustrated in the miniseries. And but he eventually overcame, I think, as I understand it, Henry. Is that right?
That's absolutely correct, Glenn. I mean, that's the one thing I want people to, because a lot's been made of it in the war, a lot's been made of it in the miniseries as well. They should have. He had a lot of demons to wrestle with when he got home, as did all those guys. I mean, I don't think anybody came home and just threw it in the trash can and said, I'm getting on with my life, But my dad had a phenomenal sense of humor. He was much loved by his students. I think more so in the early days when he was younger. I know when I was a kid in the 70s, some of his best friends were guys who'd been Marines in Vietnam. And he made some great friendships there. But professionally, he was, I think, held in very high regard. I know he was in the town in the city of Montevallo growing up. He and my mom had a great marriage. We had a happy family growing up. I mean, I know he wrestled with his demons, but it was never the kind of thing. I mean, I saw manifestations of it, Glenn. I think I shared a couple of anecdotes with you, but I never felt like, oh God, stay away from dad. He's in one of those weird moods. It was never like that. My father was, I think he believed it was part of a man's job to be the master of self-control and not put his family through that,
And your father goes on to be a professor at what university? Teaching
University of Montevallo. He got his PhD in biology. He taught zoology.
Right. I think you told me he taught quite a few young men who went on to Vietnam as Marines or soldiers.
Well, they had come home. They were some guys who had been in Vietnam.
Okay. Yeah. Clearly identified with them and them with him.
Yes.
Yeah.
And that was a point in time in the late 60s, early 70s. I remember him telling me a story, that anti-war protests and things like that were very much in vogue. And I remember him. Now he would have been a very young professor at this point, but he had walked out of a building and he saw a guy with really long hair, unshaven, wearing a Marine Corps dress blue blouse, unbuttoned, just wearing it. And my dad said, just not even thinking about it, he made a beeline for the guy. He was going after him. And
Wow.
he, then he realized, he gets almost to him and he realizes this, I don't need to be doing this. I'm a professor. This guy's a student. But he said when he checked up, like from 4 other directions, there were 4 other guys converging on him, on this guy wearing this Marine Corps dress blue blouse. And they were Marines who saw it as blatant disrespect, which it was.
Yeah.
And I think the guy took off at that point. But, my dad he was a Marine till the day he died. I mean, he had an EGA on his belt that he wore every day.
Yeah.
He was tremendously proud of his service, tremendously proud of the Marine Corps. I remember in his office there, he had a bumper sticker on the filing cabinet that said, "It's when you're the finest, it's hard to be humble, United States Marine Corps."
Wow.
So
there must be some Marines on the program that want to comment on that.
well, I know he taught. I mean, I was never in the military. I have a fascination with World War II history, but I never served. But growing up, if I was somewhere and I saw Marines in any kind of, I knew what to look for. I recognized the EGA, the head, the cover. I recognized that. And I always felt, I would just go up and start talking to them. And I just felt very comfortable talking to Marines. It was just in my blood. And it wasn't unheard of as the years went by when I would meet one and I would say, "Have you ever heard of a book called With the Old Breed?" And it was not unheard of that the young man would say, "As a matter of fact, yes, I have."
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I think we've come to the end of our conversation. Unless, Todd, are there any other questions or anything in the chat room that we should address?
No, I'm just so grateful to Henry for sharing his time with us and his memories of his father and his father's story. It's been, he is somebody, he's a name. I mentioned to you in an email, he's somebody that we talk about often. The book comes up often on our programs, and it just is such a privilege to speak to you. Thank you, Henry.
Well, thank you for allowing me to be a part of this. It's a great thing that you're doing, and I'm always profoundly grateful for the interest.
We'd love to have you back anytime at all.
Well,
because I do have other questions, but we do have to move on. But I have questions. How, I would love to know what makes somebody like your father go through what he did and be able to be a father and a citizen and a professor and not be destroyed by what he experienced. I'm so curious about that. But I think that's probably a conversation for another time.
Sure. Well, I tell you what, the next time might be, Todd, and something I heard one time but never focused on is that Eugene Sledge wrote a second book called China Marines.
Yes.
And it's about the 1st Marine Division in China post World War II, in occupation, if you will.
Correct.
Which I'm doing some reading on in other ways and other places. So I may grab that book here soon, Henry, and come back at you and maybe talk about that at some future program.
Yeah, I'd be happy to.
Okay. Thank you very much, Henry, for your time.
Yes.
It's been fascinating with your, inside, if you will, personal view of your father's experience. And we thank you. And we thank, obviously, your father for everything he did for our country.
You're very welcome. And thank you for having me on.
Okay. Todd, it's your show.
We are in our 21st hour of our 24-hour Vet-A-Thon. We have coming up, finishing us off here, we have David Way coming in from Melbourne, Australia, who's going to talk to us about the mining of Bass Strait, something I'd never heard about before he told me. And it's significant. The first American to die in World War II was killed in the mining of Bass Strait in 1940. I asked Dave if he would come on. What time is it where you are, Dave?
It's 17 past 1 p.m. on Friday the 12th.
So it's Friday where you are.
Yeah, that's right. But for you, I'm wearing my poppy.
Okay, very good. And in Australia, you call it Remembrance Day.
Yeah, we called it Remembrance Day. Just like with the British tradition, it started off as Armistice Day, but it's now Remembrance Day.
And
because it's used to remember all who've fallen.
Right. Yeah. And then we have Sharon George. Hello, Sharon. How are you? Sponsor with Shanini George Foundation of this block of time, this final block of time here. You're going to share a story having to do with the Titanic and some family history. Then we have Colonel John Pippy coming on, doing an hour at 10 p.m. And then we are, Ray Emilio is going to bring us home. Hello, Ray. Good to see you here. Ray Emilio, Navy Corpsman, Marine from Vietnam, a friend of mine. And he's going to round out the 24-hour period with an hour of military humor. And we're all going to contribute to that. I see Ehab has joined us. Hello, Ehab. Good to see you. Thank you very much. He is our cover story of our VBC magazine. He's going to share his story later this evening. Connor, Richie, I see your hand is up. I know that this is an important date for you. This is your great-grandfather's birthday, and November 11th. He was a very important, although you never got to meet him, he's an important influence on your life and inspired you to interview World War II veterans. Is that correct?
That's absolutely true. He's no longer with us anymore. He's passed away 16 years ago. He would have turned 103 years old. Now he's told us about his experiences. A couple of them are pretty funny experiences. Might tell one of them if that's okay.
Sure, go ahead.
Okay, so I have his picture right here. 1 second. As you can see, this is a photo of him. He was 23 when he joined the Army Air Force, and he was a captain when he retired. So when he was in Germany, he was with the 303rd Bombardment Group, 60th Squadron, and one of his Baltic gunners, in his crew, had to go to the bathroom pretty bad because my grandfather would not let him, because Germans were fighting us. We were fighting back. So the Baltic gunner accidentally wet his pants, wet his uniform, and got the Purple Heart from frostbite because of how cold Germany was at that time. And another story is that he met Jimmy Doolittle, who was his commanding general of the 8th Air Force at that time. My great-grandmother, who's also deceased, he wanted to know why Jimmy Doolittle changed the missions. And so he introduced Jimmy Doolittle to his wife, and my great-grandmother was introduced with Jimmy Doolittle. And she says, well, my name is Grace Kelly. Now get back in the taxi. That was it. My great-grandfather lived a very long life. They had a great life, actually. Raised 2 kids and very successful. After the war, he put 30 years in the oil field company as the owner of the Wilson Oil Drilling Company, and sold that and then worked for Wilson Management after the war. So he will be loved, he'll be missed, and he may rest in peace. Thank you.
And I think it's wonderful that he continues to inspire you, and it's wonderful that you've joined us, Connor. And Henry Shepke, hi, Henry, our other teenager here from Madison, Wisconsin, is with us tonight. And I see some Jeannie Slater, I believe, is on here. Hi, Jeannie. I haven't seen you on one of our programs before. Jay Galbraith, I'm glad you're here. Let me throw it to Dave Way. Dave, thank you so much for teaching me a little bit about the mining of Bass Strait, and for being willing to come on and talk about it. This is near where you live, right? You live near Melbourne, Australia?
Yeah, I live about 60 miles north of Melbourne. I grew up in Melbourne, and we used to holiday along Bass Strait when I was a child back in the 50s and 60s as well. So I'm familiar with the area, quite so, yep.
And I'm sorry, Ehab asked in the chat, are we streaming now? I believe we are. I think we had to start it again. I think on Facebook you have to start it every 8 hours. Facebook only allows you to stream for 8 hours. I think Ellie has should have restarted it. If not, I'll go check that. Dave, wait, let me put in the chat here for everybody a PDF of what you sent me of this information that people would be interested, I think, in perhaps reading on their own. And then I'm going to start a PowerPoint that will just accompany your remarks. So
Yeah.
let me.
Yeah, I'm cognizant of time, and I'm impressed with the record set by Greg earlier on, where we went through about 43 slides in half an hour.
So oh my gosh! Yes, you were there for that. Greg Yost's history of World War I that started with
starting from about 5000 BC.
Right.
Okay, I'll get started. First of all, I'd like to thank Todd for inviting me on. I'd like to thank Dave Holland as well, who put me on to the Veterans Breakfast Club, and also the sponsors for this time, FedEx Grand, the Pritzker Military Foundation, and the Shanini George Foundation as well, for the opportunity to speak today. And I'm not going to be reading slides or anything. I'll just chat because, as I said, we're getting a bit short of time now. But I became interested in this looking at an album my father had. My father was a sailor on a minesweeper that swept Bass Strait back in 1940, and the mining of Bass Strait was quite significant. It was the first enemy action against Australia itself in the Second World War. The first Australians killed on Australian soil in the Second World War, and also the first US ship to be lost to hostile action, and the first US sailor to be lost to hostile action in the Second World War as well. So this is going to be a very broad brush of the strategic situation, and then the very broad brush of the German raiders, the armed merchant cruisers that we used in a campaign against the British Empire, and then we'll just focus on that very specific incident as well. Can you move on? I'll just say next, Todd. So here's a photograph of the mining of Bass Strait, 1940, and that's a photograph taken in Bass Strait of a mine which had been swept, brought to the surface, and there's an auxiliary minesweeper in the background. Next. Right, Bass Strait. It's at the bottom of the mainland of Australia. You can see the smaller map there, and it's a stretch of water that goes between Victoria and Hobart. The boundaries go from Gaybo Island up the top there. They just follow the dotted or the dashed line down to the Furneaux Group, Banks Strait. That's a shipping route between Hobart and Melbourne, and you'll see Wilson's Promontory, the lowest piece of land on mainland Australia, and the ships travelling there would hug the coast because, if you look over the left, there's a line of islands from the Wilson's Prom over to Furneaux Group, and so the ships are forced into a very narrow passage very close to the coast. But if you look on the west there, you'll see Cape Otway, and there's a little village of Apollo Bay, and I want everybody to remember Apollo Bay. But Cape Otway, that's where the ships coming from the west they have to go very close to the coast to access Port Phillip Bay into Melbourne. In 1940, up to 250 vessels a month transited Bass Strait. And it's a place where three oceans meet, the Pacific Ocean, the Southern Ocean, and the Indian Ocean. Okay, next. Right, just a bit of background. There. Up to from about 1880 to 1914, we have touched in this in some of the previous presentations. Germany had a Pacific colonial empire there, which covered places such as German New Guinea, the Bismarck Archipelago, and these will be familiar to people who are familiar with US military history. The Marshalls, the Carolines, the Marianas, and all those islands which were fought against the Japanese in the Pacific campaign as well. And in 1914, the British, along with the Australians, New Zealanders, and the Japanese, swept the Germans from the Pacific and swept them right out. And after the First World War, the League of Nations, this is a map from 1921, after the First World War, the German possessions were mandated to the victors. And The Marshalls, the Marianas, the Carolinas, which is in the Japanese area, were mandated to Japan on the condition they didn't militarize them. Ho, ho, ho. And but also leading up to that, from about 1900 on, the Germans had already been thinking about a war against the British Empire in the Pacific. So they'd already reconned around Australia and other possessions. So they were quite familiar with it. And the Japanese mandate area becomes very useful for the German Raider campaign, because during the Raider campaign of the Second World War, they have access to facilities in the Japanese mandate area, even before Japan's in the war. They can go in for resupply, repairs, and so on. Next. Right. The Raider Wolf. The Raider Wolf was a First World War raider. It was probably the most successful German armed merchant cruiser raider of the First World War. And the Germans, with the loss of their Pacific colonies, decided they wanted to, one of the best ways to get at the British Empire was to attack remote shipping routes, and that would be in places such as the Pacific. So with an armed merchant cruiser raider, it's not as obvious as sending in a warship. It can disguise itself as other ships, and it can go around very quietly attacking remote shipping routes and lone vessels and so on. This one was very successful. It was at sea for 451 days, which was the record. It mined 13 ships, including the British freighter called the Cumberland, off Gabo Island in Bass Strait. And so what was interesting about that was when that happened, Australia, because Australia was, the Australian Navy was basically a squadron of the Royal Navy, was working for the Royal Navy in the Middle East and in the Atlantic. And so there was very little naval presence in Australian waters, except for one cruiser, the Encounter, and a Japanese cruiser. The Wolf mined and then disappeared. But initially, for about the first 3 months after the Cumberland was sunk, the Australian government thought it was German saboteurs or double agents or whatever, and there was a big wave of German hysteria. It wasn't only after about 3 months that the penny dropped. It was a mine. They didn't know where the minefield came from, and it was removed. Yeah, yes, thanks, Todd. And there's another picture of the Cumberland there. It was beached once it was mined, and when they tried to salvage it, it fell apart and it was lost. Thanks, Todd. Right, and I'll just show this. The reason I'm showing this is I'm soon to be dwelling on the Cumberland. This is a map, a German map of the minefields, and I wanted to show two things. I wanted to show the precision of the coastal routes. They're not random where a vessel goes where it likes. They are precise, which means that they are easy to mine if you have the charts, which the Germans had collected before the war. And so you can see the two minefields, there are only 15 mines, and they're very precise where they can attack a shipping route. Thanks, Todd. Right, so we got to get to the Second World War, and applying the lessons from the First World War, the Germans decided to have yet another attack to attack the shipping routes of the British Empire in the remote parts of the empire as a way of helping to bring down the British Empire or make it hard for the British Empire. And they used U-boats, but they were mainly the Atlantic, warships, but warships are quite obvious, and they'll be attacked by the Royal Navy, and merchant raiders. And they applied the lessons from the First World War. And these are two of the most important lessons. The first one was, in the First World War, they just got any old ship. They had sailing ships and other ships and made them into merchant cruisers, and that wasn't very successful. They weren't very reliable. Most of them were lost, except for the Wolf and a couple of others. The other lesson was the use of aircraft. The Wolf was the first to use aircraft. An aircraft could be used to attack a victim. It could be used to bluff a victim. And another trick they learnt was with an aircraft was to trail a cable along behind the aircraft with a hook on the end, and just fly over the victim and rip the wireless wires off, and thus disable its radio. The Germans are already familiar with the Pacific as well in the Indian Ocean, particularly with the Pacific, because they had just recently, only 25 years, lost their colonies, and they were developing ties with Japan. So, as I said earlier, there were several instances of raiders going up into the Marshalls for repairs, resupply, and refueling. But also a little bit later, after the period we're talking about, when Japan was in the war, they would actually, with the crews that they had captured from ships, from Allied ships or cargo ships, they could just hand over those prisoners to the Japanese. So that was very handy. When the ships got, the raider ships could get very crowded with hundreds of prisoners in them. So here we are. We can just go and give them to the Japanese. There was an instance beforehand where they just dumped them on a Pacific island, but this was handy. Next, thanks, Todd. German raiders in the Pacific. Here's an overview, but just very, very quickly, the campaign, the one that we're focusing on, was the Orion and the Comet. There, they caused chaos in the Pacific when they got into the Pacific, particularly in the Tasman Sea, which is that stretch of water between New Zealand and Australia. They caused havoc around there, attacking Allied or at that stage Commonwealth or British Empire and Commonwealth ships, and to show you how audacious they were and how weak the local navies were, they actually attacked the island of Nauru. Nauru was just north of the Solomons, and it's a superphosphate deposit, and it was actually used by the British Empire to supply superphosphate to Britain, Australia, and New Zealand. They actually attacked it. They sunk ships waiting to be loaded, and they came back later and they bombarded on Nauru and destroyed the loading facilities there. They could do that with almost with impunity, and there's a little photo down there of Nauru being bombed. There was a bit of a downside to this, because one of the major customers of the superphosphate was actually Japan, and that affected their rice crop for the next 3 years. Just a couple of other points. The Penguin, which is the one we're going to be talking about, that focused on the Indian Ocean. That was actually sunk by the HMS Cornwall at the end there, 8th of May 41. And you'll see that's the most successful. Sunk 12, mined 4, captured 16 ships. And the Atlantis, which also operated in the Indian Ocean, sunk by the HMS Devonshire. And then later, a bit side out, but this is of interest, is the Cormoran. The Cormoran concept was after what we're looking at, but that was sunk by the HMAS Sydney. But the Cormoran destroyed the HMAS Sydney in that fight, and the Sydney was disappeared of all hands, and no one knew what happened to the Sydney or where it was until 2007 when it was finally discovered. One of the great mysteries. And the Michael was also a bit later, but what's interesting was it operated in the Pacific, actually went and based itself in Japan, operated from Japan, and was sunk by a US submarine in 1942, the Tarpon. Next, thanks, Todd. Right, a little bit on the Penguin. There's a picture, the Penguin. There's a picture of the Penguin, and there's a diagram of its armament. So as you can see, it's got the armament of the light cruiser. Now that's all hidden. That's all behind panels, drop-down panels. And just a few characteristics of it. It's a modified merchant ship. The newer, the better, for two reasons. The first reason is that's more reliable and it will last longer. The other reason is if you get them brand new before they're even registered on the International Register, no one will recognise it as its true identity. So that means it can disguise itself as other ships. So it's not on the internet, on Lloyd's of London International Register or anything like that. If someone sees it, they haven't got a photograph in their register to look at it. Very long range. Could travel up to 60 or 70,000 miles without refueling. For resupply, reprovisioning, relies on the supply vessels, unarmed cargo ships with RV with it, and also capturing enemy merchant ships as well for supplies. It carries torpedoes and mines. An aircraft, as I mentioned before. Now, with the aircraft, another trick with the aircraft, particularly done by the Penguin, was it was painted in British colours. with British colour scheme and British markings as well. A very large crew, about 400 on this one. And the reason for that is that it's got to be completely self-contained for such a long period, right down to it has its own dentist. It's got everybody it needs. It's a little community. But also the other thing is it needs to be able to supply crew for prize crews for ships that are captures so they can be sailed back to occupied Europe. It had a SIG-INT and cryptanalyst capability on board, which meant that it could intercept enemy wireless traffic and decrypt them if they're encrypted. And so it knew what the intention of the enemy, in this case the British, was. It had a corridor under the deck, the entire length of the ship, so the crew could move around concealed and could move very quickly to the weapon stations. Remote and silent operation, operate in very remote areas, picking on lone victims, and silent, radio silence most of the time. Use of deception, as I said before, would be disguise itself as an existing ship. And another type of deception was if it was when it came near a victim, it would transmit the British code that I'm being attacked by a merchant cruiser. So the victim will say, "Oh, hang on, they think we're the bad guy," and they relax their guard. Always worked. And the other thing is it's very economic because it's only got a crew of 400. A pocket battleship probably has a crew of about 1,200 or more. So you can be operating more ships. Thanks, Todd. Okay, just some strategic factors around Australia during this period. The first one is everybody's in the Pacific are worried about Japan. With the fall of Holland earlier that year, the Japanese actually considered striking towards the oil fields of the Netherlands, East Indies, modern day Indonesia, but they were worried about the response of the Japanese. They occupied, in September 1940, they occupied French Indochina. Germany, Japan they'd signed up in the Tripartite Pact as well. So the powers with interest in the Pacific were worried about the Japanese. That's the first one. The second one is the US were worried, but they were more focused on Europe and Atlantic, and they said so the others will only become involved if we're attacked. Britain had and this is the British Empire here in red. Britain's view was imperial defence, a big picture defence. Their priorities were home because the Battle of Britain was still going on, Europe, the Atlantic, and the Mediterranean because Italy had just come into the war. Down here, right down the bottom of the list of priorities here, so there's very little presence there. Italy had come into the war and had occupied British Somaliland and could possibly control access to the Suez Canal. So they were some of the factors there. Another one is that Vichy France were the colonies. What were the colonies going to be doing? And New Caledonia, which is over here about level of Brisbane, had thrown its lot in with Vichy France, sympathetic to the Germans. And it had a huge deposit of nickel, and Vichy France had directed that New Caledonia sell that to the Japanese. So that was quite a worry as well. And it could possibly become a base for the Japanese, just as Indochina did, but also as a base for the Germans as well. So there's a worry. And actually what happened in that time period was the Australian government facilitated a bloodless coup in New Caledonia, and the Vichy government was overthrown and a General de Gaulle sympathetic government installed. And just imagine if that didn't happen when we got to the time of Guadalcanal and they didn't, and the Japanese or whoever had occupied that. So that was a big impact. And so we started to see evidence of, during that period, of German raiders in the Atlantic moving into the Indian Ocean and then on into the Pacific around this area here. There's evidence. And I'll just, as an aside, the SS Niagara was hit a minefield off Auckland laid by a raider, and it was carrying half of New Zealand's stock of small arms ammunition, which the New Zealanders were donating to Britain. and also about £5 million in gold bullion, which was a payment from the British government to the American government for weapons as well. And the Royal Australian Navy was focused in the Mediterranean, in the Atlantic, and also in escorting convoys to the Middle East of Australian and New Zealand troops. Next, thanks, Todd. The mine laying mission. We'll talk about that now. Captain Kruder, who was the captain of the Penguin, the one we were interested in, he planned to mine Australian ports, and while he was up in September, up in the area of the Netherlands East Indies, and he decided the best way to do it would be 2 ships simultaneously at multiple ports. So his ship found a suitable victim, which was this one, a Norwegian tanker called the Storstad, and they captured it. It was fitted out as a mine layer, and between the 27th of October and 7th of November, both the Storstad, which had now been commissioned into the German Navy, the Kriegsmarine, as the Passat, and the Penguin, they carried out a mine-laying mission against Australia. The Passat mined Bass Strait and Bank Strait, there off Wilson's Promontory and off Cape Otway. And what's interesting is it actually carried out its mission in broad daylight through Bass Strait. It was actually challenged off Wilson's Promontory by the Wilson's Promontory Lighthouse, but the Passat said, "Oh, it's all right, we're the Storstad, and you're expecting us." "Oh, yeah, that's okay. Yeah, we were expecting you," and it was allowed to go on its way. The Penguin mined off Newcastle, Sydney, and Hobart. Newcastle and Sydney in New South Wales on the east coast. Hobart, capital of Tasmania, and Investigator Strait. The Investigator Strait is an approach to Adelaide. It's the main channel through to Adelaide there. And but in contrast to the Passat, the Penguin, being a true raider, hid offshore, well offshore during the day, came in at night to lay its mines, and then withdrew back out to far into the open sea. And on the 15th of November, the 2 ships rendezvoused way out in the Indian Ocean. And they put a total of about 230 mines. Thanks, Todd. Right, just very quickly, here's just a quick diagram here of where the mines were laid. The Penguin in red, so it would have come right under Australia, come into Newcastle, Sydney, down to Hobart, under, and then across out the Indian Ocean. The Passat just did a circuit around Tasmania, and this minefield here would affect the traffic from Hobart to Melbourne. This minefield here would affect your coast, anything going east from Melbourne and anything going west from Melbourne, so it'd be local anywhere in the world. And they're the numbers of the mines. But also, just as an aside, the Penguin actually had its aircraft overfly Adelaide in broad daylight, and nothing happened there. Okay, thanks, Todd. Just a bit about moored contact mines. There's quite a few types of mines, pressure, acoustic, magnetic, and some, but the type of mines laid were moored contact mines. And here we are, there's some being laid there in this picture. You see that they've got horns, and they contain the detonators. And the mines are used for disrupting shipping, such as the mere presence you've got mines there is enough to disrupt. Block sea lanes, you can lock ships into ports, or as you do with a minefield on a battlefield, you use it to direct the enemy into where you want him to go, say into a beaten zone from a machine gun. But the main thing is it's very disruptive to the enemy because they've got to divert resources to sweep the mines, and they don't know where the mines are, so they've got to sweep everywhere where they suspect there are mines. The mines detonate on contact, and normally with these types of mines used by the Germans, the horns at each carry a glass tube of hydrochloric acid. On contact, the tube would break, the acid would flow down into a battery, activate the battery, detonate it, and that would be something like about 180 pounds of high explosive against the hull of a ship. Moored by a steel cable, and that steel cable can vary and anchors it to the seabed, but the buoyancy is set so that it's always at a set distance beneath the surface. So as the tide varies, the mine is actually moving is actually moving up and down there. So, and you set the depth depending on the target. Obviously, if you're going for we only want to go for battleships for argument's sake. Well, then you set it at a further depth, deeper than you would for general traffic. And also delayed arming, and this is what the two German raiders did. They delayed the arming for 48 hours, so they could be well out of the area before anyone discovered the mines or through a contact. They could also be sterilised so that you can set it up that it's going to disarm itself after a certain amount of time. So you could use it, for argument's sake, to mine an area. They all disarm automatically, you hope, and then you can, say, land, do an amphibious landing or whatever. The sweeping, usually done with a paravane. So it's a device like this. This is dropped into the water. It's attached to the bow of a ship by a cable. The paravane will travel at a course parallel to the ship, and keeping the cable taut. The cable strikes the mooring cable. Mine slides to the paravane, where a cutting device will cut the cable, or alternatively, it will detonate it. The mine, and these are not very cheap. If you look on a World War II ship, a battleship especially, you'd see lots of these on the deck as well. And once the mine comes up to the surface, sunk by gunfire, and I remember seeing photos from one of my father's albums of the cooks coming up from the galley. That would be their big thrill. Break from cooking, come up, they'd be issued with 303 rifles, and they'd fire at the mine to hold it and then sink it. Next, thanks, Todd. Right, ships lost to the Penguin and Passart's mining effort in Australian waters. The first one was the SS Cambridge, a British ship. 7th of November, 1 crew lost. Now, this was the day after the Melbourne Cup, which is the biggest horse race in Australia. And the crewman had done very well at the Cup. He won a lot of money. Got into the lifeboat, realised he left his money in his cabin, ran down to his cabin, and it was too late. He went down with the ship. What's ironic was the SS Cambridge was originally a German ship, which had been seized by the British at the end of the First World War as reparations, as war reparations. The next ship sunk was the City of Rayville, USA, and this is one we've mentioned before, which was the first American ship sunk by hostile action in the Second World War off Cape Otway. There, 9th of November 1940, 1 crew lost, and it was a fellow called third engineer Mac B. Bryan, and he was the first American seaman lost in the Second World War II hostile action. And it's about 6,000 tonnes, 38 crew. It was owned by the US Maritime Commission, captained by A.P. Cronin. And I just like to add a little bit more. I said earlier on to keep Apollo Bay there in the back of your mind. Apollo Bay, Cape Otway Lighthouse saw the City of Rayville in trouble, informed Apollo Bay, and some fishing boats came out and helped rescue the crew from the City of Rayville, towed the lifeboats into Apollo Bay. And the people of Apollo Bay and the City of Rayville, the crew, they formed a very close bond. And to this day, there's a museum in Apollo Bay to the sinking of the City of Rayville, which I've seen. And there's also a little holiday village. Each of the little holiday units there, the holiday shacks, is named after one of the fishermen who actually went out and rescued them. And that's there to this day. So it means a lot to the people of Apollo Bay that they're involved in this. And 2 others was off New South Wales. Nora Head has approached to Sydney. There was the Nimbin, which was Australian freighter, and also a fishing vessel, which was the Millamoomul there as well. But that was lost next year, the following year. Thanks, Todd. Some other casualties. 20th of November 1940, the auxiliary minesweeper, HMAS Gurungai, that was working down in Wilson's Promontory, involved in some minesweeping operations, returned into Port Phillip Bay for the night. It was dark. It collided with a liner, the motor vessel Duntroon, and the ship was lost with, the Gurungai was lost with all hands. The 19 crew went down in about less than 2 minutes. They were all lost. The 7th of December 1940, the SS Hertford, a British freighter, was hit by a mine in the Spencer Gulf area. The mine was from the Investigator Strait area, an approach to Adelaide. It was beached and then towed to Adelaide for repairs. It was fixed in on its way and it was lost later in the war to enemy action. And finally, in July 1940, 2 members of a mine disposal team were called down to Beachport in South Australia. A mine had floated ashore, and they came down to disarm it and get rid of it. And they were just towing it ashore when a freak wave dumped it on the sand, landed on a horn, exploded, and they were killed. And they're the first 2 Australians killed on Australian soil in the Second World War. Next, thanks, Todd. Immediate response was reactive because we just didn't have the resources. We had the 20th Minesweeper Flotilla that was deployed straight away. They were told to go straight to Wilson's Promontory to sweep, which they did. The first 2 reached there, and first 2 ships, the Aurora and the Darraween, which are there, the Aurora and the Darraween, started working. Aircraft were deployed. The Warrego and the Swan, the other 2 ships in the flotilla, they were on their way from Adelaide, which was in a way was lucky because we had City of Rayville was mined, and so they were on the scene almost immediately to sweep it. There were searches, nothing was found because the 2 raiders were well out in the Indian Ocean, and the Naval Board closed Bass Strait for a week while they swept Bass Strait. The British flag officer for the East Indies, he ordered all possible assets available in the East Indies to form a hunting group to hunt the raiders, which meant that Australian cruisers were taken off convoy duties, and whatever resources the British had were there looked to start hunting for them. They never found them. They weren't successful there. And as I said, the Bass Strait reopened. And what's amazing is at this stage, penguins fields which are off New South Wales aren't suspected. They're not aware of them until the 5th of December, when the Nimbin, as I said earlier, was sunk there. And the port of Newcastle, which is probably one of the most busiest ports in Australia, had to be shut down while the field was swept. So, and just as an aside, my father on the Warrego, they were sent down to Hobart to sweep just in case there were mines there. And they did discover the minefield when they deployed the paravane and exploded the mine almost immediately, almost off the bow of the Warrego. And my uncle said to me that that convinced my father to convince him not to join the Navy. It was too dangerous. Next, thanks, Todd. Some other responses very quickly. This is just a few. Australian ships are ordered to concentrate in Australian waters to deter further raiders. And the Sydney, which is the pride of Australia, returns from the Mediterranean to help against the raider menace. And sadly, it was in November 1941 that the Sydney was lost to all hands in its confrontation with the Cormoran. Australia had a combined intelligence operations centre, which only ran, it was staffed by people on a part-time basis and as required. And so it was never being used. But from that day, it was fully staffed and had daily intelligence briefings and summaries. Censorship was reviewed in Australia until this time. Whatever was said in the Parliament was reported in the press. And so if the appropriate minister was asked something about the German raiders and he responded, well, then that would be reported in the press or reported on the radio, which so censorship was reviewed and became very strict censorship. These 2 radio stations here are owned by Jehovah's Witnesses, who were pacifists, and the Jehovah's Witnesses used to have religious programs, very religious, which a lot of people didn't understand. So they were suspected of being German agents, and that they were actually transmitting instructions and information in code to the German raiders. So they were shut down. The Jehovah's Witnesses were rounded up. Their properties were seized, and they ended up with a huge court action, which the Australian Commonwealth lost, and a lot of compensation there. Build up of minesweeping assets. And another interesting one is the compulsory fitting of paravanes to Australian merchant ships of over 800 tons. So every Australian merchant ship of over 800 tons becomes a minesweeper. Next, thanks, Todd. Right, just the fate of the two ships. They rendezvoused successfully in the Indian Ocean. The Passat was decommissioned and reverted back to being the Storstad, and the two ships continued on with the Storstad acting as a scout and really as a decoy or a part of the deception plan for the Penguin. 21st of November, Penguin becomes of the Canberra looking for it, the HMAS Canberra, which was a light cruiser. And the story that's in the official history is written by George Gill, is that a radio station in Perth broadcast that in the news that the Canberra just left Perth looking for the Penguin. However, that's now been discredited, and what's believed now that was the Penguin's signals intelligence capability, which made it become aware of the HMAS Canberra instead. But at the time, straight after the Second World War, the time of the writing of the history, well, obviously they didn't want anyone to, they didn't want people to, whoever, potential enemies such as the Soviets or anything, to understand that they were capable of doing that. So the Penguin of the Storstad roamed the Indian Ocean. Then 8th of December, the Penguin rendezvoused with the Atlantis and Storstad with a prize crew with prisoners from sea ships and with whatever other booty, and with the remains of its fuel, that being a tanker it was carrying, departed for Europe and arrived safely in occupied Europe. The 14th January, 1941, the Penguin Atlantis travelled to the South Atlantic and captured the entire Norwegian whaling fleet and all its whale product as well. Now, Norway had been occupied by the Germans in April that year, of 1940, and the entire Norwegian whaling fleet had been placed at the disposal of the British. So the ships were full of whaling product, and so the two German ships seized them, captured them, crewed them with prize crews, and sent them off to Europe. Most of them got there safely. And then finally, the 8th of May 1941, Penguin was destroyed by the Cornwall off the Seychelles. The Seychelles was up here. It was destroyed with the loss of about 323 of its crew, and it was carrying about 240 prisoners, and 200 of those were lost because the Penguin took a direct hit in its stock of mines and just exploded. And for those who, with the Shenandoah, I had a picture of the Shenandoah there at the very start, which was the very first armed merchant cruiser to come to Melbourne in 1865. It came into Melbourne for refitting and to also recruit extra crew as well. And then the Shenandoah, which was the most successful of the Confederates' armed merchant cruisers, then left Melbourne, travelled up through the Pacific into the Arctic, and seized the Yankee whaling fleet up there. So there's a bit of a parallel here between the Penguin and the Shenandoah there. And yes, thanks, Todd. Finally, just a bit about my father. He was in the regular Navy prior to the war. He was a signalman visual with semaphore flags and lamps. And he joined the Warrego in August 1940, involved in the sweeping of Bass Strait. They did go over to New Zealand to sweep the minefield that brought down the Niagara, sunk the Niagara. He was then posted to the cruise of the Canberra, and he just joined. He was only on it for less than 2 weeks because as the Canberra was sailing across the Great Australian Bight to Perth, word came down from the captain that a signalman was wanted to join the convoys to Russia, to travel from the UK through the Arctic Ocean to Russia, and they wanted to volunteer. Of course, no one volunteered, so he was the new guy, so he was volunteered. So they arrived in Fremantle, which is the port for Perth, and the job really was was a shore job in the flag office. which he was there for a while. But it was during that time that Sydney came back. His best friend Eric Redmond and his cousin Len Way were on the Sydney, and he went down to the dock with them to farewell them, and they planned to paint the town red when they came back because they hadn't seen each other for a while. And of course, the Sydney disappeared. And so my father never got over that. The other thing that he bore for the rest of his days was survivor guilt from the Canberra, because his station was on the bridge. The Canberra was sunk in the Battle of Savo Island off Guadalcanal in 1942, and the bridge took a direct hit, which killed nearly everyone on the bridge. So he had survivor's guilt from that. And he was mainly on escort duties for the rest of the war. Towards the end, he was actually spent time up in Darwin. He was in the regular Navy, but as a signalman, but he wanted to become a teletypewriter operator. The real sailors only use flags and lamps, and so it was only the war service ones who would operate teletypewriters. So he was transferred to the reserve to learn to do that, which meant that in 1946, the end of the war, he was demobilised. And that was a photo of the Bingra. So that's it. That's it, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Dave Way. That was a comprehensive history of the binding of Bass Harbor, a little bit about your father's service, Jeffrey Way. I did put a PDF that you prepared of the presentation in the chat. If anybody doesn't see it there, it's probably because you joined the meeting after I uploaded it. I can send it to you again. Just let me know. I'll put it in the chat. Thank you so much for joining us tomorrow at 1 o'clock. Amazing how you're able to come back through time and do that. Thank you, David.
Okay, well, thank you very much. And if anybody has any questions, maybe they could just email them to you, Todd, or maybe you could give them my email address or something like that.
Oh, absolutely. I'll pass on any questions people have.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Thank you, Dave.
Okay.
Sharon George is a longtime board member of the Veterans Breakfast Club. She's also the founder of the Shanini George Foundation. Hello, Sharon. Thank you for joining us.
Hello,
and I'm grateful you're a sponsor of this hour, of this couple of hours. And I see that we've reached the 10 o'clock hour. I know we're running behind. John Pippy, this is Colonel Pippy's hour. He's another board member who is going to host. Let's just go to you and what you want to present here, Sharon. Thank you.
Okay, so I'm going to talk about a story between my great-grandmother and my father, who was a Marine. And this story involving my great-grandmother and my father took place during World War II and centers around a German soldier. But before I tell you that story, I want to just give you a little sense of my great-grandmother and who she was. It'll help you to appreciate the story better. My great-grandmother came to this country on the Titanic in 3rd class. She barely survived. She barely got off the Titanic. By the time they got to the 3rd class passengers, there was sheer and utter chaos. The Titanic was listing so severely that where it normally would take a lifeboat to travel 75 feet to touch the top of the water, she only had to travel 10 to 15 feet. So the Titanic was in an active state of sinking when she got on it. And this is a picture of my great-grandmother. Can you see this?
Let's see.
Can you see it, Todd, what I'm doing?
Yes, yes.
My great-grandmother here, she's sitting down. And this little girl is my Aunt Rose, who lived to 98. And this little girl is my Aunt Mary, who lived to be 105 years old.
Oh, my.
Yes, she was amazing. And I'm going to show you another picture of my great-grandmother when she got off the Titanic. At any rate, she was saved only because the first-class male passengers, knowing that they were going to their deaths, came down into the steerage compartments and pushed and pulled her up to the deck. We know this because she was interviewed and she talked about it. She was incredulous that these men sacrificed their life for her. And she didn't realize that that's what was happening until she got into the lifeboat And she was in the second to the last lifeboat on the starboard side. The last lifeboat left on the port side. And she would never have gotten over. It left only 5 minutes later. So for her and everybody in my family, it was the last lifeboat. And she realized that as she was pulling away from the Titanic, she looked up onto the deck and she saw all those men standing there. And she saw that they were going down with the ship. And it was crushing. The other thing that was crushing to her and to all Titanic survivors was the sounds of the people going into the water when the Titanic sunk. It was excruciatingly painful because the water was so cold. And this is a picture of my great-grandmother when she was picked up in the New York call. You can see her right here. Can you see what I'm pointing to?
Yes.
Look at her. She's 38 years old. You can see her hair is starting to gray. She actually had a stunning head of hair. She was really known for this. But in those days, 38 was very old for a woman, and she had already started to go gray. The next picture I'm going to show you is her with white hair. Now, this is a picture of her in her old age, but 9 months after the Titanic, her hair went from a little bit of gray to completely white. This is how traumatizing it was for the people who were on the Titanic. So this is her in old age, but her hair was like this 9 months later. So this, of course, followed her, for the rest of her life. And I wanted to give you a taste of that to set up this story with her and my father during World War II. And again, my dad was a Marine in 1958. So my father was around 7 years old, and he was obsessed with World War II because this was, just huge, huge. And in his 7-year-old mind, he thought Germans weren't quite human. I mean, he thought they were kind of demons, and that maybe even perhaps he visualized them having horns. This is how he visualized them because they were so demonized day in and day out on the radio and in the paper. And one day, one of his relatives who was in World War II brought home a German soldier's uniform. And my father was just fascinated by this. He was obsessed with it. And all day long, he kept playing with it. In particular, this soldier's helmet. And at one point, while he's playing with it, he looks up into the other room and he sees my great-grandmother staring out the window. And there are just tears falling down her face. I mean, really crying. And my father says to her, Siti, and Siti means grandmother in Arabic. He said, why are you crying? Why are you crying? And she turned to him and she said, is that a German soldier's helmet? And my dad said, yeah. And she said, dead? And he said, yeah, of course. And she said, that's why I'm crying. And he said, what? What are you talking about? Why are you crying? He's a German. He's a German. Why would you cry? And she said to him, Joe, he's a German, but he's a boy just like you. He has a mother and a father just like you, and they will never see him again. And maybe he has a sister and brothers just like you, and they will never see him again. He's a German, Joe, but he's a boy just like you. And that's why I'm crying. So my father is just stunned by this. If you're called when you're young, you're constantly having these light bulb moments, right? Because you just don't know much. For him, this was huge. This was staggering. This is a whole new way to look at the world and look at humans. And he couldn't wrap himself around it. He's like 7, 8 years old. And sometime later, he walked into the bathroom when my grandfather, his father, was shaving. And he walked up to him and he said, Dad, if I saw a German walking down the street, would I know they were German? And my grandfather laughed and said, of course not, Joe. They look just like us. And then my grandfather laughed and said, actually, Joe, they're blonde-haired and blue-eyed. They're probably more American looking than us. And my grandfather said, Joe, Germans are fighting in the war. And my father said, what? Why would you ever let them fight? And my grandfather says, Joe, Eisenhower is a German. And my father says, what? How do we know he's not telling them things? How do we know he's not giving away secrets? And my grandfather looked at him and said, because Joe, he's an American, just like us. And so are all of us.
That's a wonderful story. Thank you, Sharon.
Thank you for letting me tell it.
Especially because you lost your dad over the summer.
Yeah, I was cracking there, as you saw.
Yeah.
I had a hard time telling that story. It's pretty powerful to me. It's quiet, but it's very powerful. But yeah, of course, it's much more powerful. It is much more poignant because we lost him before we should have, last year, and
right.
Big in every which way. I don't know if you have time, but if you do, I have like a 3-minute story about him.
Yeah, please do.
It is utterly hilarious, and maybe we should go out on something funny because we've heard a lot of heavy things. So this is a little bit outrageous, this story, but it is very funny. And my father would regale us with all kinds of Marine stories. And he wasn't in a war, so all his stories are funny, right? They're not really tragic. But he was in the military in 1958. And of course, you're in the South. And he would, set it up by saying, they were constantly beating you down emotionally, but also physically. They smacked you. And today they don't, but in those days they would smack you. They would beat the hell out of you. And what they were particularly looking for is who you were. Like if you were some rich guy, then they would go at you for that. If you were some country bumpkin, then at you for that. They were always trying to find out secrets about you so they could just tear you down. Well, my father had a secret and he did not want them to know because he knew that they would just annihilate him for it. But one day they would come out, the DA, and they would do mail call. And they would call your name and you go up and get your mail. And so the DA says, Private George. And that's how they would talk a lot. And my father goes up to get the mail and he says, oh no. He said, you come to my office tomorrow and you pick up this piece of mail, Private George. So my father's like, oh my gosh, what the heck is going on? So he walks into the office and you have to picture he and all of his guys are sitting there laughing, smirking and everything. And he shakes the letter in my father's face and says, Private George, what is this letter? What is this? And my father says, he knows, oh gosh, he sees what it is. He knows, uh-oh. He said, I think it's a bill, sir. And the DA says, what? What kind of irresponsible jerk are you? You don't pay your bills, Private George? No Marine doesn't pay his bills. Oh, well, no, sir. I left too early to pay that bill. Where did you leave early from? Oh, I don't remember, sir. Well, what is this? Well, it's a club. Can I join this club? I don't think so, sir. Why? Am I not good enough to join this club, Private George? No, sir. Are you think you're better than me? No, sir. Well, you might be better than me, Private George, but you're not allowed to think you're better than me. Do you hear me? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I want to join this club, Private George. Can I join this club? Well, no, you can't, sir. Why not? Well, it's a private club. Oh, it's a private club. Where is it from? What's the name of it? The Hasty Pudding Club, sir. Oh, where is this club? I want to join it. Well, you can't. Why not? Well, you have to go to Harvard University. What? You went to Harvard University? Yes, sir. No way. And they all started laughing. So, Private George, I've seen a lot of people come through here, and I've seen Harvard boys, and I've seen stupid Pennsylvania coal miners like you. But you want to know what I've never seen until now? What, sir? I have never seen the two of them wrapped together in the ugliest package I've ever seen in my life. And threw the letter at him and said, get the hell out of here.
I love it. I love it. And man, I heard that story from your dad. And just had me laughing so hard. He had so many like that. Oh my gosh. Thank you so much, Sharon. And thank you for sponsoring this block of time here on our 24-hour Vet-A-Thon. I see we have John Pippy with us. He's another board member. Hello, Colonel Pippy. He is the
Hi, Todd. It's Sharon. Thank you. I love your voice on that. The meetings will be more interesting now. You have to do more of those impersonations of military people. I have a couple movies I'd like you to watch, and You can do some Clint Eastwood, some stuff. So.
Well, I'm very excited to hear your story. Thank you for the compliment.
Oh.
Well, John, as a brigade commander, have you ever used that voice on people?
No, I have people that I'm just kidding. It's interesting as you get older and spend more time in the military, you do less yelling and more thinking, and that's probably a good thing in life in general. No pun intended with it, but it's I don't yell very often as a brigade commander. As a lieutenant, I probably yelled a bunch. Company commander, definitely, but I've been real fortunate during my career to have some really good non-commissioned officers, soldiers, and younger officers that everyone tried to work hard. So we didn't have to do that. Now, during some training events, we were screaming, but it was more to motivate and inspire as we're trudging through mud and those type of things.
John, you're a graduate of the Naval, not the Naval.
Oh no! Did you
Mac?
say,
I know. I'm sorry. Oh my gosh.
Oh, you think I'm Mac's a Marine too? Which happy birthday.
There's only one real
Marine
academy.
Friends, but that's all right. West Point, it's that college up there on the Hudson River.
United States Military Academy, we'll call it. Yes.
Never heard of her.
Yeah. Oh, Mac, thanks for being on. Hey, that's great. Did you guys have a wonderful dance yesterday? Your anniversary when you guys joined the Navy officially, I think is that what yesterday was, right?
Certainly, you're talking about the Marine Corps birthday, where we celebrate the illustrious history of our Corps.
Yep, no, it's great. Started at a tavern in Eastern Pennsylvania, which a lot of good things started that way.
Oh boy, I feel like a referee here. This is great. This is great. Now, John, you are also sponsoring this block
Right.
along with Sharon. And I was going to talk a little bit about that, but did you have a plan for what you wanted to do this hour?
No plan at all. Actually, so it's interesting. We've talked a lot about everyone's stories and stuff. So I had to give a presentation to the Swickley Men's Club a few years ago when I came back from my deployment. And so what I did is I pulled that old presentation out, like a good military guy, it was a PowerPoint, and added a couple things so that depending on which way you'd like this to go. I also sent some messages out to people to see if they'd like to dial in, but we're at 2,200 hours or 2,220 now, so it's a little late. But yeah, love to talk a little bit about the benefits I've had of being in the military. It's not a unique story because I think it's told a lot. But I was a war baby. I was born during the Vietnam War in Ubon, Thailand. My father was Air Force and served and joined after high school. I believe it was a tech sergeant. Worked on the planes, the electronic anti-jamming stuff. Stationed in Ubon, which is right near Cambodia. And was one of our larger bases in northeastern Thailand. And he had a Marine level type of deployment. I call it an Air Force deployment because he came back with a young kid and a wife 2 years after his deployment. So I was very fortunate. Grew up in the projects for a little while up there in Boston, and then I was fortunate to go to West Point. So the military for me the last 29 years has been tremendous, and I love it. You can see some of the stuff in the back, but it's happy to talk about the Guard, some of my experiences or however you'd like.
Yeah, let's go. Let's talk about what you do now with the Guard, with the 55th Maneuver Enhancement Brigade that is under your command. What is the mission of your brigade? What is life like in the Pennsylvania National Guard?
You know what? Can I share a screen with you?
Yeah. I believe you can do that. If you can't,
I think I can. So why don't I? Because there's what's interesting about the PA Guard, and pictures always help, especially who's controlling that? Is that me or you? All right, there we go.
I think Ellie, we just made you co-host, so you should be able to.
Okay, awesome. Let me pull this up real quick because I like pictures. As you get older, too, pictures help. And let me see. Let me share my screen here. Okay. You would think after a year and a half of COVID, I'd be decent at running Zoom.
There we go.
Yeah. There we go. So, let me put it up. Yeah, I know. You had to.
Oh, cute.
Yeah. So, yeah, seriously. So that was my dad, Air Force, good deployment. That's the Asian, the young Asian kid. My nickname was GA back then because they used to call me Giant Asian. But I was real fortunate that I Mac, don't say anything, okay? This is Military Veterans Day, so be nice, all right? But I can see Ray laughing. But you know what? For me, the military shaped my life and where I am. I met my wife at the academy. This Letterman's jacket is actually not mine. She's the better athlete. So she was a Letterman, I wasn't. I just played football and was on the honor guard. But I share these pictures because, it's one of the great stories is at the military, and I was at a veterans breakfast this morning at Robert Morris, and they announced, by the way, a new scholarship program where veterans will be able to go to Robert Morris for free. So it's tremendous. But one of the keynote speakers said, the great thing about the military is that it doesn't matter where you're from. You come together, men, women, rural, urban, accents, wealthy, poor, Harvard grads or coal miners or combined. And we don't care about anything other than, are you going to help the team and can we make it better? And so, I love what I'm doing. I've been doing it 29 years now. But before I'm in uniform because it's Veterans Day, but these are my own opinions. They don't represent the Army, the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, the National Guard. So if I get in trouble, it's only John Pippy. And I'm not even a politician anymore. But so what a lot of people don't realize is that you probably know this, Todd, but Benjamin Franklin started the Pennsylvania National Guard. And the Associators, which is one of our infantry battalions, still out of Philadelphia, it was established in 1747. And that coat of arms there, the rampant line with the shield is still part of our crest. So those guys were set up to defend the colonies, and we've been doing that ever since. So what's kind of neat about us, we're the second largest, about 15,000. We're all over the state, and we have been in every major war, and we have we earned our name, Men of Iron, the Iron Division, by General Pershing, the commander of the Expeditionary Forces, when he declared us the Men of Iron for the work we did repelling German forces and defeating the enemy. And it's so we're very proud of that. And that's this is a famous photo of us marching through the Champs-Élysées in Paris in 29 August. So, I'm real proud. That little badge right there, or the unit crest, I command, as you mentioned, a Maneuver Enhancement Brigade, which is a little different. We have 3 maneuver brigade or 2 maneuver brigades and an infantry aviation brigade. And then I have maneuver enhancement, which includes MPs, combat engineers, chemical. In my brigade too, I also have a cavalry, had a cavalry squadron. We just transitioned that to Texas. Also have a field artillery battalion, which isn't usually part of a brigade, but because of the history of Pennsylvania, we have it. So I'm just real proud to be representing all those people and doing that. So I'm going to stop sharing, but that's, what we do here is the Guard's really neat because not only do we, I'm going to show this, do we do the military mission, but we are also Pennsylvania's militia. And so during storms, during floods, during civil unrest, when people are concerned, you can call the Pennsylvania National Guard and the governor can activate us. And we have different regions. I command Task Force Northeast, which covers all those areas, but we are tied in with every county and we work to support our citizens. And one of the probably most powerful things I experienced was during COVID last year, and we even do CBRN response and all that type of stuff. But during COVID, I was a what's called dual status commander. So we have about 450 airmen, Marines, Navy, active duty, reserve component, and National Guard in Philadelphia. And we were doing the vaccination mission. We were trying to get people vaccinated. And one of the challenges is in Northern Philly, which is a predominantly Hispanic area. They had the lowest vaccination rates. So we were called up to set up another vaccination site at Esperanza Charter School. And Esperanza means hope. And it brought tears to my eyes. So one of my chemical companies is based just out of Philadelphia, just north of Philadelphia. So I had about 45 or so volunteers, and that's a great thing. They volunteered to do this mission. And I got to watch the pride when a family member was able to come through our vaccination site and their daughter and granddaughter gave them their shot. And like the pride for those soldiers to come back to help the health in their own community. It brought tears to my eyes. And these were young soldiers who were looking for a lot of different great opportunities. And very rarely do you ever get to help your own community like that. And that was just a real powerful mission. But I wanted to share these pictures. We do everything. Everything from science to mathematics to supply, logistics, munitions. We fly UAVs, we fly helicopters, we do aviation, you can do admin relations. It's just a wonderful thing. So yeah, that's a little bit about my brigade and the type of stuff we do. And if you want, we can get into, I could tell you a little bit about a recent deployment in the Middle East, but I'll stop there. I've been talking a lot.
Well, no, let's have people ask questions if they like.
Sure.
Leo West, your father served in the 28th Infantry Division in World War I.
Yep.
I'm looking at you, and you see the line connecting John Pippy to your father. And by the way, Leo, I want to talk to you about maybe publishing his story in our magazine sometime. Okay.
Leo, do we know what unit he was in? Because the 55th Brigade, which I command right now, back then was a maneuver brigade, and we had forces there.
Leo, do you want to unmute yourself? I'll ask you to unmute here.
You can also hold down the space bar, Leo.
Mac, that's impressive.
That's better.
I knew you were a tech guy.
Yeah, my dad was in Company K of the 111th Infantry Regiment.
Yeah, the associate. Yes, 100%. Leo, storied unit.
Yeah.
Very, very much. It's interesting. The history of Pennsylvania Guard and our different regiments is tremendous. So yeah, we're proud of them.
He was wounded in the Argonne.
Yep. So my call sign's Argonne 6. That is my, about 2 years ago, our division commander, who was a very big history buff, wanted us to change or have our call signs associated with historical events that our unit were involved in. So the 5.5 Brigade was heavily involved in the Meuse Argonne battles or region. And so we did a bunch of research, and that was one of the first times that our brigade was managing different maneuver battalions. And so my call sign is Argonne 6. It used to be Stallion 6 because we had a picture. Probably it was made by a Marine, but now it's Argonne 6 because it has some historical connotation. So yes, that is the history and the strength of the Pennsylvania 28th Infantry Division in particular was a lot of blood, sweat, and tears in that forest.
John, does giant Asian and stallion kind of go together?
Hey, you know what? I'm just trying to do my job, man.
I'll
tell you that story sometime. There's a story behind the GA, but we don't have time. It's not military related. It's a political related. Well, heck, I'll tell you. I was a state rep years ago, and I was riding my bike up on the Montour Trail and stuff, and it was a campaign year, so I put my Pippy stickers on my bike, and now I'm in Harrisburg and riding it, and someone said to me, "Well, why don't you have why do you have, your campaign stickers on your bike? I said, well, if I'm riding my bike, at least they know who's riding by them on the Montour Trail, which I love. And they said, yeah, how many giant Asians are riding bikes on the Montour? And this was in the 90s. So I picked up that nickname. But anyways, it's something. Leo, thank you. Appreciate the service. That is, we have a great museum too. If you ever get up to Fort Indian Town Gap, we have a wonderful history that tells the whole story of the 28th Infantry Division in particular, and the Pennsylvania National Guard as a whole. So.
Oh, I'll have to get there. I've never seen that one.
Oh yeah, Todd. Tell me when you want to come up. Well, maybe we can even do an event. I can help. We can put that together now that we can hopefully start doing events again.
Yes, wonderful. That'd be terrific. Tell me about your service in Operation Iraqi Freedom.
So this is just a quick one because it's I've had two deployments. One as a company commander, and then one as a battalion headquarters commander and the senior engineer for Special Forces. But the first one, so 332nd, which is out of Katanning, Pennsylvania, we spent most of our time right here in Talil Air Base. And Mac may know of that because we were there in April. I actually got up to Talil in May, but we were in Kuwait helping build out the port, and then we were on the border. Then we moved up to Talil Air Base, which is right near Al Nazariya. But also we were following the Marines because we had to fix everything that they were blowing up. But what was the reason I share this is anyone who knows the Old Testament, this is actually out of the Bible. So Ur the Chaldeans is where Abraham was born, and when he did his trek. So I share this because it's very rarely do you get to do a mission where you're in a place where that's mentioned in the Bible. But even the irony is that my second deployment with Sojitif Special Operations put me in this area there, and it was a pretty unique opportunity. But so with the Sojitif, our job was to fight ISIS. And now I can share this because everything I'm taking is now all. I couldn't talk about this a couple of years ago, but now the PAOs it's all on Facebook. So now you can talk about it. But that's me in the back, because the old days they would put all the tall people up front, but now they put us all in the back, which it's okay. But we had the mission to fight ISIS, and mostly in the Middle East was our area. So it's Iraq, Syria, northern Syria, Syria in general, and then some other areas. But this is what it looked like back in January 2015. So back then ISIS had control of all these areas to include Mosul, Raqqa, Al-Qaim. It was a pretty big area. There was, even back then, they were talking about potentially them being able to establish their own state. I mean, that's how bad it was. And I'm not going to show the videos, but here, I'll get out of that. But so we had the mission to support and support our partner forces as well as the special forces elements out there. And it was a tremendous mission. I spent a lot of time in northern Syria. The general, to deal with the counter IED or vehicle-borne IEDs, which is vehicle-borne improvised explosive devices, one technique was to stop the access points. Well, the problem is when you blow up the bridges, eventually we're going to want to go there. So the general said to me, Pippi, we need to have a bridging capability, and that wasn't it, by the way. That was a bulldozer pushing some stuff, and this is just north of Raqqa, an area north of Raqqa. So I said, well, sir, do we know where we're going? Now, remember, we're working with partner forces. This isn't a traditional conventional army. And I said, well, do we know like what's our route, or what's our plan, axis of advance? Well, our partner forces will determine that. So it could be from the west, from the east. I say, okay, well, I know where we're going. I just don't know when we're going there, and I don't know which direction we're going to take. So we end up saying, well, I don't have traditional military bridging assets, but I do know the type of vehicles that we're going to be working with. So we worked with some engineers and came up with a concept. These are old 40-foot containers that we had I-beams welded on. And this is my, and I mean this very lovingly, this is this is my redneck bridge. And I mean that because rednecks are innovative. And so my friends, I say that proudly, but we actually, we did some testing because I wasn't going to put my career or people's lives on. So we did some testing, and we cut up connexes and put some timber trestle bracing underneath it. And then we actually figured out the flex, and then this is us doing it. And those connexes are 8 feet tall. Those are the 20-foot that we use as bracing. And it was and this is just north of Rocca as we're working. But speaking of that, you got to have a terrible towel though.
Absolutely.
So that guy was from Pennsylvania, and I carried a terrible towel everywhere. So that was a proud one that day. But so we did our bridge. You see that, and we were able to roll. I can't show the pictures of what we rolled over, but we were able to roll military vehicles and partner force vehicles over it. But I also realized that at some point, that bridge is not long term. And so we actually spent a bunch, and they replaced a lot of our bridges with what we call these acro bridges, which we ended up buying 14 of them while I was there. So I was very happy to see a press release. But those are the type of innovative things you're dealing with. This is their artillery that they were using, so we had to deal with that. Some other IEDs. So this wasn't the traditional deployment where you're in a tent. We're sleeping in foxholes, and actually I was with Marines at this one. So it was a very challenging, very interesting deployment. Where some military humor. We didn't have porta johns, so luckily I had engineers. And but anyways, but we there was a pretty neat, well, not neat in that you had to be real innovative. And so we had a wonderful team of engineers from all over. We had CBs, we had the Puerto Rican engineers were some of the best I ever worked with. And what's neat is this weekend I'm flying down to Fort Bliss and gonna see off one of my units. And a lieutenant that was in that picture from 2003, he's now the battalion commander of that engineer battalion that is going overseas to do the mission. He was my lieutenant. And so it's a small world. But people say, well, why was this such a rewarding mission right there? I mean, seeing these young kids and the hope and the opportunity in that region, and just the great work that was being done. And I share this with you. So this is January 15. I got there, our team. I shouldn't say I, because this is all about team. But this is what it looked like in October when we were in country. And then, a lot of those pictures I sent to you were from here. We also were heavily involved in a lot of stuff going on in northern Iraq. So, you could see, and then everyone did even more. What a tremendous. And so in a really, frankly, 3 years, not even 2.5 years, a tremendous difference. And so that was one of probably the most interesting deployments I ever had, just because of the great people I got to work with from all different branches. I learned about East Coast and West Coast Marines. I didn't know that was a thing, but Mac can tell you what that means. Yep. Okay. So I shut off my share.
I did. Yeah, I did that.
Good,
I'm sorry.
good. I was trying to do
Hollywood
that.
Marines versus Paris Island Marines.
Oh yeah, it's a real thing, and they're both great. But yeah, it was it was a real thing. And Mac, I have a story that I can't share on public, but it was an interesting Marine. It's all good stuff, but I'm going to be careful. I don't want us to lose our FAA license. So.
And you showed the picture of the kids in Iraq. You showed the city of Nasiriyah, where Abraham was born. We have somebody here on the Zoom call, Ihab Al-Akari, who was not only in the National Guard, Pennsylvania National Guard, born in Nasiriyah, and was a kid who was an Iraqi interpreter. An older kid, 16-year-old. And I know he has young children. He may be putting them to sleep now, but I will invite him to come on. I asked him if he would come on and share a story of how he became an Iraqi interpreter and tell us.
Yeah, that's impressive. I'll tell you, the Marines and the fight and the challenges they had right there in late March and early April was something. And That's the Jessica Lynch show. That's one area where that's where that occurred. Actually, they took a wrong turn right by that. I can't remember the name of the exit, but I know exactly where it was. So, oh yeah, you have. Oh yeah. Do you remember what unit from PA Guard was in Ramadi in 06? Ramadi in 06. That probably was 2nd Brigade. General Bronsky. In the 2nd Brigade, I think they were in 06. So we had them. I wasn't with them at that. I wasn't on that mission, so I wouldn't know.
Ehab, you want to unmute yourself?
Hey, how's it going?
Good. How are you? I want to introduce people to you. Let me see here. I thought I had. I want to show you because I don't think I've shown you our magazine cover, Hob, of our next issue.
Well, that's good. If I get picked up by Calvin Klein for jeans modeling, I'll donate that to Veteran Breakfast Club.
You might.
The profits.
Yeah. Oh, okay. I'm going to hold you to that. Let's see here. Let's see. I've got it here. Oh, hold on. Here it is. Let's see.
Where is Ehab from?
I'm from Nasiriyah. Actually, I was born. I
yeah.
grew up in Baghdad. I was born in Nasiriyah.
So you know where Ur is then?
Yeah.
Yeah. Have you ever gone to that ziggurat?
Yeah, maybe a couple times. It's been a long time. Maybe when I was a kid.
It's a tourist thing. It's interesting, Todd. So the ziggurat of Ur.
The Pope actually visited that place recently.
But so I didn't know that, but that would make sense because that's really you would argue the birthplace of 3 religions. Because from Abraham, but I'm not. I won't confirm or deny that there may be some soil that was the people. The less soil once we left that mission, because I mean that's pretty holy area. But the interesting thing is, all the chaplains would come and do tours on this airbase because Saddam put a brigade headquarters right beside an airfield, right beside this 3,000-year-old cultural temple. Ziggurat.
What an idea.
So, but we had some precision. I have a lot of pictures on, but we had precision munitions took care of that issue. But then we had to fix up the taxiways and build up the base security.
Look at
that's great.
Look at this great magazine cover that we have planned for. It should be out at the end of this month. It's at the printer. How I became an Army interpreter in Iraq. This is Ahab. Age, well, I don't know how old you are in this picture, Ahab. Are you 18, 19? Do we lose Ahab?
Do we lose him?
Oh, no, he's muted. You're muted.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, this was in 2008, so I must be 21.
Okay. Yeah, you look a little bit more mature than you did when you first joined, when you first approached.
I had a rough life, man. I grew up in Iraq, so it's pretty rough to grow up there during the 90s, especially. So,
what unit are you with in the PA brigade?
So I got out the guards in 2018 August. So I was in Delta 110th.
Yeah, 2nd Brigade. That's
yeah.
Yep, the Panthers.
Yeah. It was fun. One time we had to
2018. So you would have been there from 14 to 18?
Yeah.
So we were
12.
in the same,
2012 with 18.
Okay, yeah. So Todd, Colonel Caldwell was his battalion commander probably during a lot of that time, and a friend of mine just retired, but I was the brigade operations officer for Ehab's battalion. So I spent a lot of time with the 110th.
We might seen each other. I don't know.
Yeah, we probably did. You probably ignored me. You didn't want to, hang out, with an officer. Mac would have told you that's a bad idea. So.
No, we have saying, Colonel. If you see a colonel, just disappear. Like
I know, yeah.
In the guard.
they don't. Yeah, I know. I did the same thing. especially when I was a major.
Actually, I'm not like that. I always talk to higher ranking officers because when I was interpreter, I've just never got to use this. This guy is a brigade commander. So like I just had that kind of. I guess I had the confidence, and they were nice many times. Actually, I remember when we had to shoot. They have some they're about to expire tow missiles, and we're like the heavy weapon company for the brigade. So we were the guys who drive around with tows. Yeah, so that was nice. Like we were shooting tow missiles like all day long. So, and the picture of my shot was good. So they recorded and they said the brigade commander saw the video and complimented our company.
Well, that's great. That's really good stuff.
Yeah.
Hey, Hob, why don't you tell the story? I know it's 10:45 here. Why don't you go ahead? I know we're a little bit before 11 o'clock before Ray Emilio's comedy hour. And we're very grateful that Ray is joining us because he is a very in-demand TikTok celebrity. So we're just very grateful that we got him here. He's the only person I know with almost 2 million views on TikTok. So Thank you, Ray. Yeah. Pretty
talking about his underwear, by the way. So let's, I mean, let's, and Ray, he was also on Rob Pratt recently, right after I had the pleasure of being on Rob Pratt, KDK Radio. I was followed by Ray. So I was like,
I didn't know that you were followed by Ray. I thought you were followed by Tony Accomando.
Was it Tony? Oh, okay. I'm sorry. You're
Two
right.
Italian guys.
Yeah, no, you're right. It wasn't. It wasn't.
They all
Ray.
have those flowing names. You kind of get mixed
They're
up.
all board members. It's all one big.
I love it. I'll tell people, KDK Radio is the big radio station here in Pittsburgh. And I was driving to Greensburg last night and driving back for a program on war in the media, a panel discussion. And it was great because I'm listening to KDK. I'm listening to Bob Dvorak, one of our Veterans Breakfast Club guys. Wrote a wonderful book on the 82nd Airborne. Then next up is John Pippi, and I'm listening to him, and you were so great. And then after him was Tony Accomando and Service Dogs for Veterans. So pretty cool. I just thought, like, what a trifecta of, VBC people who have shared stories at our events.
I just remember it was a VBC board member, and I'm sorry, I didn't listen in, so don't tell Tony I didn't listen in. I had to go. Sorry,
Karen,
Ray.
you're going to say something?
Hey, John, before you end up, would you take a moment and talk about your childhood? Because you were going to tell me one day more about it, but I remember you said that you grew up in Boston in a very tough neighborhood. Am I right about that?
I wouldn't say tough. It was. I like to say I literally have lived the American dream. Blue collar family. My father came back from Vietnam War with a wife and a child. My mom didn't speak much English, so but she learned to speak English. She went through naturalization. But I just remember as a young kid living in the projects. I got a go-kart for my birthday and it was stolen the next day. But it was a little different. The projects was a little different back then. But my mother, because she could speak Laos, Thai, and then English, started working for what was the International Institute of Boston, which helped refugees come in. So she would go with refugees, mostly Thai and Laotian, to their doctor's appointments, government appointments, medical appointments, and interpret. So we became the only, my mom was the only person they could call if something went wrong. And so I just remember it many cold winter nights, she would get a call and someone's heating oil, they used heating oil back then. And you just learn, growing up in the projects for a while and living in a blue collar neighborhood, you'll learn about a lot of things in life. And it just really helped shape how I just viewed the world. And then I fell in love with the military and wanted to go to the military academy. But I don't say it was tough because it was blue collar, and I had to come home when the lights, the street lights went on. So I don't know if you guys remember that. And if I got in trouble, I got hit with a spoon or a shoe or a leather belt, which was okay back then.
And how about
Sounds like an Italian mother.
Yeah, exactly. Yo, well, because my mom's like 5'4". By then I was like 5'10", and her hand wasn't enough. Once I became a young kid, so that spoon, those wooden spoons give good welts.
An
They break the
Italian
wooden spoon on you, Ray.
an Italian mother can hit her son out in the middle of his head from 50 feet with a shoe.
Exactly. Yeah, and that's a whole different other thing when you start throwing shoes, but we won't get into that. So we're just taking over. Sorry, we're.
No, this is good. We're kind of slipping into the comedy hour, slipping toward our last hour of 20. Believe me, I could use some sleep. Beth Ruschel, how are you? Hi, Beth. Good to see you. Thank you for joining us. Beth, can you unmute yourself before we continue on with our nonsense here? Beth Ruschel, you're with Honor Flight. I know that you were giving a talk to a group in Bethel Park, PA, for Veterans Day. How did that go?
Thanks, Todd.
Uh-oh. You can see why I didn't want to do it.
I gave that talk they wanted Todd DiPastino, and I got to hear when I got there all about how they love Todd DiPastino. And actually they were mispronouncing the name.
Of course.
But I said, I'm so sorry, I'm not Todd. It went good though. There were 12 veterans there. There was a Korean War veteran who gave me I had heard of how Vietnam veterans are treated when they come back, but he was telling me that that's exactly how he was treated as a Korean War veteran. And I guess I didn't know that. And so that was interesting, but yeah, it was a good day. And I got done with the parade this morning, which I actually had to leave the parade because it was so long. I had to get up to Bethel Park, and they had a lot of participation, which was nice, it seemed.
That's very nice. Pittsburgh has, I believe, the oldest continual Veterans Day parade in the country. I think this is the 102nd year, maybe.
Yes.
Something like that. And so that's wonderful that you were there. I got a few notes from people who were a part of it, and they said it was great. Great weather, great parade.
I've been wanting to get on your program, your 24-hour program, and I'm just here now in the last hour. And were you at a tux for 24 hours?
No, what am I, a barbarian? No, you only wear a tux after 5 p.m. I mean, come on. Am I right, John Pippi?
You're right, because that's when we can wear our dress uniform, but not have to wear a hat. So we could, keep our hair good. But you're right, 5 p.m.
Well, that reminds me, that's like the prom then, Todd, right? You've had your tuxedo on. It's time to go to,
I think that was
after prom.
I think that was probably the last time I wore this tuxedo. In fact, I actually know I'm reaching into the pockets, and I'm reaching into the pockets to find out when the last time I wore this. And it's a wedding invitation from 2006, and there's a yarmulke in the pocket. So it must have been a Jewish wedding. I do know that. So yeah, it's not something that comes out very often, but I thought the Vet-A-Thon, what a great way to round out the evening,
Todd, have there been many people from Chicago on the program?
We did have some people in Chicago. Yeah, we had the Pritzker represented earlier today at 10 a.m. I think. And nice. Yeah, we've had a few people from Chicago. And
that's awesome.
I do want you to say a few words about Honor Flight, which is so wonderful. Can you tell people a little bit of what Honor Flight does and what you're up to now?
Yes. So Honor Flight was started in 2005 by a gentleman named Earl Morse, who was very passionate about getting the World War II veterans down to Washington, D.C. to see their memorial once it was built. And he started doing that by flying tiny little planes of 2 veterans at a time. And then it grew because somebody else wanted to, charter entire flights. But anyhow, we've only been around since about 2016, and we just had our 8th mission on October 2nd. And we had a board meeting last week, and we picked our dates for this upcoming year. And I think we might do a couple extra things this year. We've talked about doing a couple day, like a 2 or 3 day trip for Korean and World War II veterans, because sometimes it's too quick of a trip sometimes for them, because we go in one day. You know, we leave here at about 4:30 in the morning, and we get back at about 11 o'clock at night. And it is a whirlwind trip, but it's just wonderful. I mean, it's a great way to get them down there, and we do some special things for them along the way. You know, I was my best marketing tool when she says, I've been on lots of trips to DC, but nothing was like my honor flight.
And it's so true. I mean, the veterans who go on the honor flight trip are just treated like royalty. And, you know, I've seen video clips of when you return and the receiving crowd that is there for you, and just fantastic.
We have a reunion coming up next week. So all the people that have gone on our first 8 trips, we're all, and I think I told you my email to a gentleman from Ohio that came on our trip in October of 2019. He just turned 101 on October 2nd, and he's coming. He just RSVP'd. So I'm delighted that he's coming.
Oh, that's so great. That's so fun. We're about to reach 11 p.m., our final hour of Vet-A-Thon. And this is our military humor hour. I do want Hob to start us off with his story, a story that will be featured in our next VBC magazine, which should hit mailboxes by the end of the month. The electronic version, Ellie, is on our website, correct? Yep.
That's correct, yes.
Very good. How tired are you, Ellie?
I'm managing to stay awake, but I'll probably hit the hay right after this. But unless I'm staying up laughing from all of Ray's hilarious stories, we'll see.
Well, let's start off by playing, just so that people can be reminded of Ray's viral TikTok, and then we'll have Hob share his story. So here we go. This will take 1 minute.
Underwear is white, and I got my orders to go to Vietnam. And they said, you need to have your underwear tinted green, because if you have white underwear, you become a target, just like a cigarette. So I told my mother, you need to tint my underwear. So I went down and I looked, and it was stacked up in the laundry room. And my underwear was the color of lime jello. I got to Vietnam, and the airplane came down, he dropped the tail, I ran off. All of a sudden, all hell broke loose. Well, I dropped my bag, and all of the green underwear flew out, went down the runway. The battalion aid station came out to greet me, and they said, hey, Doc, what's that stuff that was flying down the runway? I said, don't even ask. And so for the rest of the year, I had no underwear to wear. In the Navy, your underwear is white.
That's it. And that's the video that went viral. And we're grateful for that, Ray. We got some really good publicity. I think military.com did an article on that. That was last year. So thank you, Ray. And I should also, this will be the last time I say this. This is our last hour. I've been doing this at the top of the hour. This is our Veterans Breakfast Club. Veterans
underwear is white.
Oh, jeez.
And I got my orders to go to Vietnam.
Hold on a second. I've got to turn that off. Once is enough there. Okay. So this is our Veterans Breakfast Club 24-hour Vet-A-Thon. And I do want to thank our sponsors, FedEx Ground, which has sponsored the entire 24 hours. I have to say that as we were approaching sponsors about the Vet-A-Thon, Matt Kelly warned me that this might be a little hard to explain. I didn't understand what he meant, but then I figured out quickly that the sponsors didn't really get it. They were asking, do we have to be on all 24 hours? Do you want us to present, to talk for 24 hours? So we assured them that no, that wasn't the case. They came forward to be our title sponsor of this whole 24-hour event. FedEx Ground. Hob is an employee of FedEx Ground, although just like John Pippy, we have to give a disclaimer. Nothing he says is he saying on behalf of FedEx Ground. This is his personal story. So we're very grateful to FedEx Ground for supporting this event. We're also grateful to Shanini George Foundation and Sharon George for supporting this block of time. She's been she's in her second term as a board member. She's been a wonderful supporter of the Veterans Breakfast Club, encourager, counselor, advisor, and supporter, just especially with her Shanini George Foundation. And also John Pippy's company, PGS Tech, is a sponsor of this hour of programming. We're very grateful to John for coming on, not only co-hosting, but also sponsoring. And then Ray Emilio is sponsoring this comedy hour. Thank you very much, Ray. And let's begin with Ahab's story, because I know Ahab will have to get moving. He has a young family. Ahab, you are our cover story for our next BBC magazine. And the story, I remember hearing the story of how you approached the army soldiers in Iraq. You want to tell us about that first encounter with Americans in your country?
Oh, so hi everyone. So I'm Ihab. Yeah, I'm a project manager. I'm industrial engineer Robert Morris. I'm a project manager at FedEx. So I want to thank my company for sponsoring this, and thanks to Todd for hosting this, and being 24 hours. So I give you a very big admiration that you can take that. You can do missions as well. So Todd, you can stay that long like we did. So you look nice with the tuxedo. So in 2003, I think it was March 2003, we live in Baghdad, but we have a farm like about 60 miles south of Baghdad. No, 100. So it's 160 kilometers. So it's about 100 miles south Baghdad in a place called Najaf. It's a holy place. There is a shrine there. We have a farm that we inherited from our grandfather. So in 1991, we survived in that farm. So we said, hey, let's go do it again. So in 2003, we went to the farm because we live north Baghdad. It's close to Camp Taji. And Camp Taji seems like it got hammered really bad in 1991 because it was like the army depot supply kind of Iraq. And Iraq has the fourth largest army in the world. So you can imagine how big is Camp Taji. And we're like live right next to it. And now you have to worry about the Allies bombardment, but the Iraqi air defense missile that most of the time they just fall on like nearby neighborhoods. So that was a really kind of a concern. So we went there, and Najaf was liberated by the Allies. I think it was sometime in March. So April 9th, Baghdad, Saddam was pretty much out of power. But I think somewhere like late March, when the Americans came in and they took Najaf, and we built the tents and all that stuff, and they assaulted our camp because when we settled there, all of our relatives started coming in. There's no phones; they just show up, and we start build tents. Then little we know, we went to abandoned military posts. We got their tents and we started building tents. But then, or like off of highway, people like, oh, that's a great camp. So we'll wake up in the morning, we find like dozens of other families they're just in our farm, and we couldn't tell them to go nowhere. So we just kind of laughed and about it. But anyhow, so little I could imagine our camp looked like a military kind of post. I don't know. It has like tents and stuff like that. Some people didn't have cars, so they brought military trucks to use them, abandoned military trucks. But then like we got assaulted, and we were sleeping at night, and it was that dusty storm during the invasion, what actually helped the invasion for like 2 days. But anyhow, it was like very bad sandstorm, and just started cleared off. We have helicopters just kind of landed, and there were people, I guess they propelled or however they did it. But they were basically air assault unit. And they came to us and pretty much woke us all up. And I started chit chat with them just little, and they figured out there's just families and all that stuff. Then they're gone. Back in May, so we couldn't go back to Baghdad because all the bridges were knocked off. So we had to wait until they built a kind of military bridge on the Euphrates. So that took up like maybe mid-May or something. So we had to go back to Baghdad, But when I got there, Baghdad was, it looked nice, although the bombardments that took the government's buildings, but it looks like because you first time felt freedom, and there wasn't any like when you think here that there's no government, the first thing you think is about looting and crimes. It wasn't like that in Baghdad for some reason. There wasn't any crimes or anything. There was a lot of looting for government facilities, but by the time we got there, it was completely gone. So we started going to, as a young kid, I was only 15. I started go to, with my friend to go to, military posts and military bases and all that stuff. We went to Camp Taji, we played with the tanks and all that stuff. And then we ended up going to Mansour district, where the Saddam has the palaces of like a complex of palaces. The most famous one, the one has like a big head, a statue of every corner of the main building of the palace. So we were trying to go there, but the Americans were occupying. But we were kind of around that neighborhood, and we saw a checkpoint, and I was like, "Whoa, hey, let's go talk to these guys." And we were kind of scared, but I went because I have a passion for American cars. And I think I told this many times that I like the Marlboro Man. So I used to cut the magazines and make pictures in my room, and I bought the cars and all that stuff. So I was thinking like asking those guys maybe about cars to start conversation. But then I got there and I said hi, and they're like, "Hey," and they were like, "You speak English?" And we were like, "Yeah, a little." But then I was like, "Hey, so what kind of car do you have?" And this guy pulls up a wallet and showed me a picture of his car. It was Honda Civic. So I was really thinking about he's going to show me like a 65 Mustang or some like 79 Chevelle or something, but none of that stuff. But anyhow, 69 Chevelle. So I was really kind of confused.
I'm sorry to interrupt, Ohad, but I'm a little curious about the soldier who carried a picture of his Honda Civic in his wallet.
Yeah, there were no smartphones, I would think back then. But it's a typical American style. Carry a picture of your wife, your kid, and your car.
And your car.
That's what I mean. Like when I further work.
Usually it's Camaros, Chevy Camaros. You get at 18% interest rate.
Yeah,
I did have a Chevy Camaro when I went on my first deployment.
Well, I have to say, I never carried a picture of my car. Because I didn't have one. That's why.
but then this guy went and shows me, says it has exhaust, and I'm like, yeah, it is like lowered and all that stuff. And I'm like thinking back in my head, yeah, it still sounds like weed whacker. Anyhow, so after that, there were people coming to the checkpoint, and they were kind of a little bit confused, and a lot of people, they weren't necessarily going somewhere, but they kind of started gathering because they were also interested, to see Americans. But then we started kind of translate, hey, what's your name and all that. And they're like, oh, look, we're now talking with the people because we have these guys are helping us. It got dark, so we stayed there for a couple hours. And this guy, he was like, hey, do you guys want to come with us? And we're like, sure. So we rode back in the back of the Humvee, but it was like the most joyful ride I've ever had. The Humvees were not armored. They were those Humvees like you see in the movies. They have no doors, none of that stuff. So we sat back on their luggage, and we drove through the town. So we went to the market. But like when we got to the market, like everybody's just looking at us like, who are these two young boys that with the Americans? Like, what is this? So we're like kind of celebrities there. So we liked that, as teenagers. So we went back to the palace, and they took us in, and they told us to basically take whatever you want. We went there, and I went inside the palace that we were intended to go, but there were Americans in it. So they give us food and MREs and all that stuff. And when we looked around, we found golden stalls. We didn't take that. Instead, there were like a fishing pond, and has like fish, like it was like size of my leg. I swear, it was like the biggest fish I've ever seen. and the water was, I guess, the water was shallow. It was drying up, so like you can literally just stick your hand and pull one. So we ripped out a goal nets. There was like a soccer kind of mini soccer field inside the palace, and so we ripped that and we just threw it, and like we picked up 3. So we thought like, this is great. We're gonna go and eat it and give it to our families and whatnot.
No, I'm sorry to interrupt again, Hob, but I just want to clarify. So they said you go to Saddam's palace, you can take anything you want. You looked at a gold toilet.
Yeah, I didn't take it.
Said no, we're not going to take the gold toilet.
Yeah.
We're gonna take 3 fish.
We're going to take
the goldfish. They took the goldfish.
They took the
I took the goldfish.
I'm picturing big carp or something.
I don't know if it's a real gold or not, but I assume it is. Actually, it was like sold on the internet for black markets for like millions of dollars like years later. I don't know if that one or there are any other like copies of it. But long story short, no, there were Mercedes as well. They were like really nice Mercedeses in there too. And there was other stuff. There was like very expensive chandeliers. Wow. There is like the chair that Saddam used to sit on, I recognized it because he was on TV all the time.
Was that the one near the airport, or was that somewhere different?
No, that was the green zone.
The green zone, okay.
It's it's like in a green zone, but it's like toward the airport because there's like a main road, like a highway between the airport. I think it's only like 7 miles between the airport and that. But anyhow, so.
Wow.
Yeah, that's the one. That's the one by the airport. Yeah, I've been to that, but after I became an interpreter.
Wow.
I think I was the one I was in. I think it was the Republican Palace, called. I think that's what they call it.
The Republican
But anyhow,
Palace. Okay.
so I got there, and this guy came into me and says, "Hey, my name is Sergeant so and so." I'm like, "Yeah," and he's like, "Do you guys want to work for us? Come back tomorrow?" And we're like, I said no. My friend Omar was like, kind of like, "Stop it!" But he like told me in Arabic. He goes, and I was like, "What's going on?" He's like, "We have no job. There's no school. By the way, we don't know when we're coming." He says, "These Americans have a lot of money. We can take their money, man." And I was like, "Well, I don't know what do I tell my parents?" He's like, "Just don't say anything. We have been hanging around all day long, and we get to come here and hang out with these guys and all that stuff." So, and he goes like, and I was like, "Well, I don't know how much they're going to pay us." He's like, "They're going to pay us good. Let me just talk to them. Don't worry about it." And my friend was like, "Yeah, we'll work for you. But here's what we want." He said, my friend Amon was like, "We don't want hourly. We want some like a flat rate. Daily." And the sergeant was like, and how much do you want? And he goes like, "Well, flat rate, $5 a day, $5 a day." And the sergeant said, "That's it?" And we're like, "Yeah," and he's like, "I think you got a job." And he shook our hands. But back then I thought like, damn, like he could have said 7, because seems like the sergeant was like, just like 5 is good, he accepted right away. We did not know. We thought $5 was a lot of money. In fact, it was a lot of money. It would have been more than if my father would make, and my father has tons of experience in a day, because Iraq was sanctioned since 1991. The Iraqi dinar, the currency, was really, really low. So $5 was a lot of money. And actually thinking back in my head, I was like, well, I'm going to hide this. Because like, what if my parents see that? I mean, it's a lot of money. It isn't something that, and I kept thinking like, I'm going to get this every day. But anyhow, so we're like, yeah, we'll come up next day. So we started going in there, and that lasted for about several weeks actually. But then one day he came back to us and said, I have good news and bad news. And we're like, well, shoot the good news. And he goes, I can't like, so he said, I can hire you to work for me. I can't have you to be like, I pay you cash from my soldiers' pockets or from my pocket. We have kind of like a new program where we can hire interpreters, and you be official employee for us, for Department of Defense. And we're like, yeah, that's great. What's the bad news? He's like, well, you're only like 15. And I was like, I am 18. And he says, you need to be 18 to do that. I was like, I am 18. He's like, what, you told me the other day you're 15. So I pulled my ID, which is Arabic, and I said, here's my ID. Can you read it? And he goes, no. I was like, well, it says 18. And he laughed at me and says, I think you are. Yeah, I think it says 18. That's what he said. But anyhow, so he knew I was not 18. We were not 18, but he just didn't really care. He just kind of wanted to hear it from us, because otherwise, how would he know? I mean, like, nobody likes read Arabic at that time, at that unit. So we went back at that day after finish. We went down to the market and we made fake IDs. Amar and I made fake IDs for 18 years old. Because in Iraq, there was a lot of market where you can really fake any document you want. And that's like in a place called Sadr City. And Sadr City is like really the what do you call it? The gangster city kind of Baghdad, where like all the really bad things going on there. But there's a special market. There's black market for guns, and there's also black market for documents. You can literally make American passport there. It would be really hard. Like, if there's no technology where like the scanning, like the way the passport looks, it's exactly like the original. So like, unless you put it in a computer, then it will evaluate the numbers. Then that's will probably get caught. But anyhow, so we went back, but really nobody asked us, so we didn't have to show it to anyone. But then we went back. We took back truck. Then we went to Camp Victory, which is the airport where that pictures you guys saw us. We got recruited, and I failed the test, the grammar test, and like it was like written test, and I could not, like I couldn't, like, I don't know. It was really fast. It sounded like it's not like the way we do tests in English. So I was really confused. So I fell, and the soldier told the American contract, like, who cares if he knows how to read? He can talk. And he's like, do you know him? He's like, yeah, it's been working for me for weeks now. So I kind of did a waiver, so I didn't care about the test. But anyhow, so I stayed there. I worked in Camp Ramadi for a while, not Camp Ramadi, sorry, Camp Victory for a while until 2005, and I stopped until like I think mid 2004. Yeah, then I stopped, and in like beginning of 2005, I went back, and during early 2006. I worked with various units and various stuff, but early 2006 February, where that was like a like turning point in my life, in my career for being an interpreter. Really, there was a big explosion took place in Baghdad, which really didn't resonate a lot in the media. There was one of North Baghdad. There was one of these golden shrines. It's a very holy place for Shia Muslim that was knocked off by Zarqawi. So that pissed off the Shia, and instead they retaliate against Sunnis, and you got the sectarian civil war sparked right away. So I live in a Shia neighborhood. However, we're like surrounded by Sunni neighborhoods. So that was really, really bad. And the airport where I live, where I work, is all like Sunni neighborhoods. So, and then what I'm saying, it's like, if you get captured and you get caught and you're like from that area, they're just going to kill you right away. It doesn't matter if you're an interpreter or not. Besides being an interpreter, like if you're just an innocent person, you just go in there and you're just going to get killed. So I wasn't scared from being an interpreter and why the violence started going on. I was more concerned about, how do I get to work? That's the problem. And I get to sleep in the military base, which I can stay as much as I can there. I have actually a kind of a place where I can stay. But man, like once it get dark, you're gonna start thinking about your friends and all that stuff, and because home like you're close to home, you just kind of like, yeah, I'm gonna go, and every day is like that. And I was like, I need to go to a place where it's far for me, so I don't have to kind of come back every day. So I went back to the green zone where they have the headquarters, where they all assign all the interpreters. And I said to the guy, I was like, I need somewhere where I can come back here by a car. I have to drive really far. I want something like outside Baghdad. And the guy, he's like, oh yeah, I could take you to Ramadi. And I'm like, really? Ramadi? And if I can't go to the airport and it's only like 10 miles, how do you want me to go to about 70 miles where it's all like Sydney places? Like, how do I get there? And he goes like, no, you don't drive. And I'm like, what? And he's like, we take you and put you on a helicopter back and forth. And I was like, are you serious? And he goes like, oh yeah, but I tell you why. Because that place was really, really, really bad. And the minute they get interpreters, next day they turn around and come back and quit. So what they do, they kind of spoil them. So he's like, yeah, we take you. You just give us a call. We arrange a helicopter for you, pick you up. And I'm like, man, I would just want to get on a helicopter. So, and when I was there were interpreters at that headquarters. They told me, man, be careful. This is very bad and all that stuff. And I was like, yeah, but I really want to try this. But anyhow, so I ended up going February 22nd, 2006. I went to Camp Ramadi, which I landed.
Just so you know, the 110th was there. I just
yeah. That's what I went to.
Brigade, at that time, Colonel Gronsky. So you were interpreting for the unit you would later join. The 110th Brigade was there from 05 to 06.
Yeah. So I got there, but then it was really dark. I couldn't see anything. Then the helicopter landed. Like in Baghdad, there's like lights in the military. Once you're in a military base, it's pretty safe. But I got there. Camp Ramadi is huge. Like you can drive miles to get from end to end. But there was like, I couldn't see any light anywhere, like in the further distance, any of that stuff. Like it was not allowed to, even like do some sort of like, if you have your own flashlights and all that stuff. So they landed me, and there was like a Humvee with like about 3 soldiers waiting for me in a really just a open zone somewhere. I would assume it's inside the military base. But then they got me, and they were like, "Are you the interpreter?" And I'm like, "Yeah." And they were like, "That's so cool." And I'm like, "Why is these guys are all like surprised?" Like, I guess they don't have interpreters. It's very hard for them to kind of go outside to the mission. So they were really, really happy that they got an interpreter. And so they were like, they carried my luggage, and I'm like, what is this 5-star service? Like, so they carried my stuff, and they were like, have a seat here, man. And they took me in, and next day I walked outside, and they put me in some sort of tent. Not tent, it's like we call them small huts. They're built like a wood, like a plywood and all that stuff, and trusses and all that good stuff. So I stayed in one of that. I couldn't see anything. And there was a guy next to me, and they told me this guy, he works for the like kind of admins for the interpreter if you need anything. So I knocked his door, and I said, man, I can't see anything here. I need to go to the restrooms. And he goes, the restrooms are over here. So he came and showed me, and he's like, make sure you know where you're going, because it's really dark. You can't see anything. I've never seen anything dark like that. So he showed me you had to kind of go around a little bit, but it's like, hey, there's a female, there's male. But then I went to the restrooms, and I came back. Then I took sleep, and next day I woke up and went to the guy, and I said, hey, I need to get ID. And he's like, what do you need it for? I'm like, well, I know in the military bases you need to get ID to go everywhere, kind of like a badge, to go like to the chow hall or something like that. He says, you don't need that here. And I'm like, really? I was like, yeah. Then I just walked to the a place called like MWR, which is kind of like a cafe, or like you play video games and use the internet and all that stuff. And there's like a whole like tables in there. So I got there, but then there was this interpreter had a grenade in his hand, and he was like playing with it, like, which really like interpreters in back that like they don't have no guns, like they get searched when they get in there. I'm like, what is this? And he was like, is that a fake one? He's like, no, it's real, man. And he just put it back in his pocket. And I was like, ain't you like are you allowed to do this? He's like, man, there's no rules here. If you're an interpreter, you can do whatever you want. Nobody's gonna tell you anything. So I got there. I worked a lot first with Pennsylvania National Guard, but then I worked with Third ID came in, and we started going outside, and I built relationships with the tribal leaders. And I do that because I'm very talented in social skills, I guess. And I'm like kind of knowledgeable about the tribes and culture and all that stuff. So when I was going there, I was really like, when I went to Ramadi, I just wanted to explore. Like, I did not want to go because of the money. The money was great. But like for me, I wasn't just going, like, I wasn't just an interpreter, I guess. I wanted to kind of help people and all that stuff. So there was like and I don't know, which I can't feel it, but there was unknown kind of motive for me to do this, maybe exploration and all that stuff, but I really don't know. It's not clear to me why, but I was trying to help people. But then Third ID came in, and General David Petraeus had what's called the surge, which when I looked at it, basically the doctrine of the surge, when I read it, it sounds like exactly what I want to do here. So I loved it. And we started going and negotiated with many tribes. And we end up, I established the first tribal council. It's called the Al Jazeera Tribal Council, which basically from that sparked the Al Sahwa movement, the Sons of Iraq militia that defeated Al Qaeda. The day they had a board when they have like ops meetings and all that stuff, and they had boards like who's gonna go talk to the big sheikhs, the Talib Arisha, and all those guys. And I saw my name there. I was really surprised. I was only like 20 and maybe 21, and there were a lot of interpreters that came from the United States that have PhDs and all those guys. And I was really surprised why they picked me. So I was like, this is my name. And they were like, yeah, that's your name. You're going to do this. And I'm like, why me? Like, because you're the best. You know how to do this. And we noticed this. And they started telling me, like, they noticed things about me that I've been trying. And they told me, hey, here's what they told us. The previous units, the Pennsylvania National Guard, told us about you. And I'm like, so I'm working on this program that goes to the White House. They're like, yeah. I was like, great. But it was a passion of mine, and it's something I really wanted to do, but then it just like happened. So we did this. We established the Sunni militias that fought with the Americans against Al Qaeda, and we killed al-Zarqawi. We killed all of his groups, and I was with the unit that drove them to their last stronghold, which it's called Abu Bali. We literally killed the last one of them. Some of them maybe got somewhere, but we gained over 18 months. We were able to gain Al-Anbar province back. But during that time, I had the privilege of serving with great people. I learned it made me mature. It gave me the it made me the man who I am today. I'm much more mature than my folks in my age, and it's probably because of that. It gave me the skill to deal with different people from different backgrounds, different thoughts, and all that stuff. And I use that skills every day in my job. So it's a very helpful, and it's like never ending really benefits from my experience.
Ihab, thank you so much for sharing this story. I see it's 11:30, and I know that you've got to get going.
You can continue.
Actually, I was going to hit you up for a part 2 of your story for the magazine too. And I think the Sons of Iraq especially are that's such an important story. It's such an important turning point in that war. and then how you got to the United States. I was going to talk to you about maybe getting a follow-up article for our next BBC magazine that would continue the story. But I know that Ray Emilio, as the host of this hour, also wanted to invite other people on the program to share any funny stories they might have that they might want to share. And I think that, and I love that story of you becoming an interpreter, but I also want to invite other people on the call. Well, Ray, why don't you put out the...
Yeah, what I wanted to do, I find that in combat, there's always been humor, and everybody has funny stories to tell. The other one that I've always liked to tell, I spent 16 months with the Navy and 20 months with the Marine Corps in my time in the service. And I've always told the green underwear story, but there's also one that happened to me in the Navy. Todd, you know that one. And we were in the Caribbean, and we dropped anchor in this crystal blue water because they were going to take pictures of the propellers because we were going into dry dock. Because we went into dry dock, that's when everybody on ship's company got their orders. That's when I ended up with the Fleet Marine Force at Camp Lejeune. So anyway, they decided to have a man overboard drill. And when there's a man overboard drill, they have a little dinghy where they drop a group of sailors down to retrieve the man overboard. And one of the people on the boat, on the little dinghy, is a corpsman. And that happened to be me that day. And so we dropped the dinghy into the water, and they put a dummy out, and then you go retrieve the dummy, and then you come back and they hook you on and they pull you back up. That's the way it used to. That was the way it always went. This time they swung around to the fantail of the ship. And I says, hey, what's going on here? And they said, well, we have some photographers who are going to come down and swim and take the pictures of the propellers, and they're going to put their equipment in this little dinghy, and some of you have to get out. And I said, well, how do you propose us to get out? And by that time, we were at the back of the ship, and there's the Jacob's ladder swinging back and forth. And bottom line is, if you're familiar with an I was on the USS Wasp, by the way, which was a smaller carrier, but it was gigantic. And here's this Jacob ladder swinging back and forth. And it's like 35 feet to go up. And I don't like heights. And I said, do you want me to go up that ladder? And they said, it's the only way you're going to get out of here, and we need the space. I said, okay. So 2 guys before me went up. And so I'm going, I started going up, and I kept on telling myself, do not look down. And it's rocking and swinging. And I got about, maybe 20 feet up, and I passed out. I let go, and I fell right into the water. So I became the man overboard drill, and there were a bunch of sailors watching this whole operation on the fantail. And it was my understanding that the executive officer was up there, and he was jumping up and down, and he was saying, get that son of a bitch out of the water. So I was the man overboard drill. So they got me out, and I guess I stayed in the boat because I was in my undress blues. I had my wallet in my pocket. So they got me up there, and I snuck back into my quarters, and I didn't go to eat in the mess decks for 3 days because I was so embarrassed. And finally, when I had the nerve, and I had guys bring me some food, so finally when I had the nerve to go down to the mess decks, I was walking past a group at table, and they were going, that's him. He's the one that fell overboard. And I said,
yeah.
So, but I I'd like to have some of you folks share some of your funny stories, because I've always had a desire, and I've told Todd this, to gather those stories from folks in combat and put it together in a book, because I think that there's so many stories that people have to tell. John, you must have a funny story you want to share.
I since it is the joke hour or the comedy hour, I will share this one. It's interesting. So I mentioned we were expeditionary, and we used to call undisclosed location, but now I can say it was northern Syria. And I'm going to share, because I think you need to see what I'm talking about. I'm going to share a picture with you guys real quick, because this is a funny engineer story. We're expeditionary, and we really don't have a lot of, there's no porta-john. We're literally in the middle of this area. You can see we're burning it up. And I showed you guys some pictures of, where we were sleeping on the flat ground. We started getting shot at with artillery and rockets. So we moved some of our stuff so we're on the reverse slope. And being a good engineer officer, I had some of the CBs built these. And and that's a thing of lime, and we would use a backhoe and dig a really deep trench, but we have ventilation, because ventilation is important in life and very important when you talk about these type of events. Well, so we would put these away from, I'll call them the porta-johns, away from the Marines and airmen and soldiers, because for sanitary, a whole bunch of reasons. Well, we had a bunch of Marines on the high ground, looking south into where we anticipated. They were pulling security, and I had one of the gunnies come up to me and say, "Hey, sir, it's kind of not fair that my Marines have to walk, half a mile to use that, and otherwise they're digging with their entrenching tools." So I'm like, and at that point the weather wasn't bad, so I was like, "Yeah, Gunny, we'll do something. Let's go put one up on the hill." So we put a nice facility up on the hill. About 2 weeks later, we start having some really bad windstorms. Well, there's no screening over that trench. And so now you can picture like a tornado, like you see in the deserts, but instead of dust and Todd knows where I'm going with this. Instead of dust flying around, there's used toilet paper all flying around the Marine section of the perimeter. So that was the next morning, the guy said, "Hey, sir, can you do something?" So we ended up putting some screening over there, because they got comfortable using those facilities, but we didn't want them being in their foxhole and getting hit in the face, which was happening by used tissue paper, is what I'll call it. So yeah, that was one of the funnier things I'd ever I'd seen on my last deployment.
That's funny. Where's Mac? I wanted to see if Mac had a story to tell. He's off camera. And
He said he'll be back. I think he's putting a kid to bed. Leo West.
Yeah, I've got one. We came over from Camp Gordon, Georgia, to Austria, and there were about 6 of us came over together. And the first week, we were in Salzburg. We were quartered with the 63rd Signal Company in their attic. That became our barracks. And so this one guy came in one night, having been in town, and came in after lights out. He's stumbling down the middle of the floor and gets to his bunk and he gets undressed. And when he was in Camp Gordon, he was right next to the latrine, and he would walk over to the latrine. What he did, he went over and turned the corner and
I know this.
let things go. So we had a famous saying in the 541 was, don't get pissed off, and don't get pissed on, get pissed off. Ask Charlie Waite, he knows.
That's funny.
That is, you know, it's a trend here, Todd, underwear and
potty
you know,
humor. Potty humor.
Potty
Well,
humor.
Yeah.
Come on, you're young guys. What else is there? You know, talking about you mentioned about the chaplains, John, and I have a chaplain story. When we were after I was got wounded the second time, I was out of the field, and I joined the 3rd Medical Battalion, and when I was in Vietnam, even though I was 23, so I was like an older guy compared to the majority of Marines are 18 and 19. I apologize. I've been sick all week, and if I start to cough, I apologize. So anyway, there was the chaplain at the battalion. I'll never forget him. His name was Father Greco, and I really liked Father. He was cool, but he swore like a trooper. And so the young guys, which I was surprised, they came up and they says, "Hey, Doc, will you do us a favor?" And I said, "What?" They said, "You know, we really like Father Greco. He's built this nice little chapel, and when he has mass, you know, he has a good message and everything. But why does he have to swear like that?" I said, "You know, I guess he doesn't see anything wrong with it." And so they said, "Would you talk to him?" And I said, "All right, I'll go talk to him and see." So I went and I went to Father. I said, "Hey, Father, the guys really like you and they like the mass that you conduct and everything, but you know, they're really put off by how much you swear." I mean, he dropped the F-bomb left and right. He was a Franciscan. And he looked at me and he says, "Well, Ray," he said, "Blank them, I'm not changing." So I said, "Okay, Father." So I went back and I called the guys together. I said, "I talked to Father. He ain't changing. Done." And I remember that. I just said, I knew he wasn't going to change. I knew it. He said, "There's no way." He just was a military chaplain, and that's the way he was. So I laughed. I just said, I knew that was going to be for naught. So who else? Go ahead, Todd.
No, what were we going to? Somebody else was going to say something.
Oh,
Mike Sheriff gotta have a good story.
Hey, Ray, when you talked about man overboard, you know, we a couple instances on ship, but you know, the Navy takes man overboard pretty seriously for all the right reasons.
Oh, for sure.
And we were on LHA 5, Paolu. We had a sergeant major. His name was McGurk, and he was really full of himself.
Was he from Pittsburgh?
McGurk, Sergeant Major McGurk.
Oh, okay, because I went to school with a fellow by the name of McGurk.
Well, he would introduce himself, you know, with his chest puffed out as the next Sergeant Major of the Marine Corps. You know, he was really, you know, into himself, and he liked to take naps in the afternoon. And he came up, I guess the Navy was conducting a man overboard drill, and everybody knew it except him. And of course, they throw overboard a dummy when the ship does the calculations and everything.
Yeah, that's what you cover.
Yeah, and the Marines were up on the flight deck PT, and he came up from, you know, sleepy-eyed and everything, and he noticed this person in the water, which was the dummy, and he, you know, was saying, "There's a man overboard," and he couldn't understand why nobody was doing anything. And I guess he saw the opportunity to, you know, maybe get a medal or do something. So he ran over to the life raft in those containers, and he kicked that silver ball, and off went the life raft. Of course, every Marine he went up to, they just thought he was joking, and that only fueled the fire. Like they got to be serious. There's a man overboard, and he disappeared for the rest of the deployment. And they made a brass plaque for his rack with the new name Lifeboat McGurk. Was his new name. And we had another instance, another deployment where we stopped off in Mombasa, Kenya. Of course, everybody bought souvenirs, carvings and whatnot. And this one Marine bought a statue of a hunter with a shield and a spear, you know, with his arm up like that. He brought it back to the ship. And I guess during the middle of the night, well, sometime he noticed it was crawling with insects. And he says, I'm just going to go up and throw it overboard. You know, on the ship, you have these watches that you have a guy at the back of the ship, you know, with the headphones on, who's leaning back, and you think he's asleep. But that night, after that statue made the splash, all he saw was his hand bobbing in the water going by, and signaled man overboard. And after everybody got assembled, he kind of raised his hand and said, you know, I think I know what happened. Of course, he disappeared for a while too, out of embarrassment. But there seems to be a lot of weird things that happen with man overboard drills.
For sure. So who else has a story, a funny story to tell? I know everybody does, and a lot of times they do revolve around potty humor. But anybody else have a story?
Not a story, but a line I heard earlier today when Ryan All was hosting. He had some of his buddies on, and they were remembering things that they had stolen from other units, and Ryan asked his buddies, did you ever steal anything from another branch of service or unit or whatever? And one said, no, there's only one thief in the Army. Everybody else is just taking back their shit.
Oh, you know, it's funny, Ray. I have a Seabee story, because we're in Talil, Iraq, and we're in there early in May, and I'm a gung-ho company commander, and we get this mission with fixing these taxiways and fixing that base up, and I got a bunch of gravel so we could do some of the work we needed. And you know, I roll in. Well, actually, two stories. So first time we get to air base, I see this SF Special Security Forces Air Force, and there's remember now, we were burning our poop. We were living in tents. We were sweating. I mean, it was just dirty early in the war. And I see this air-conditioned area. So I'm thinking, oh, that must be the medical unit. You know, that has to be a medical unit, because that's the only thing we would waste air conditioning on at this point in the war. So I said to the SF, security forces, hey, is that the medical complex? You know, just in case I get someone gets hurt or something. He's like, oh no, that's the Air Force mess hall. Now I've been eating MREs for a month, you know, and burning poop in a 55-gallon can. So we do the gravel. I get a big thing of gravel. We negotiate some people in Al-Nazariya, some Iraqis, get some gravel, and I go to bed thinking, oh great, we'll do this mission. The next morning I go back, my gravel's gone. Like, I mean, this was a mountain. This was like a PennDOT site. Now, who steals gravel? Like, I didn't think I need to so I start, I jump in my Humvee, I start driving around. I noticed the marine area all of a sudden has these nice gravel walkways now, because we've all been walking in mud. So that's what I learned from the Marines. You know, that was my buddies, the Seabees, they're good when they're on your side, but you better bolt everything down.
There you go.
Not like the government gives us gravel. We got to get it from somewhere.
Oh, you know how much I negotiated? I had gave up bayonet. I mean, we had to negotiate to get that gravel, and then I had to tell
you really appreciated it.
Yeah, I'm glad you and the Air Force have a good life.
You have to guard your gravel.
Well, you know, it was interesting because I was at Quezon during the siege, and you know, in the middle of Quezon, there was the Air Force command center that would call in and I happened to be able to, I walked by it and I saw somebody I knew and I says, what's that? And they said, that's the Air Force Command Center. I went down, it was like 20 feet down. It was all reinforced concrete. And it was air conditioned.
Well, they need it though. It's good.
I said, what? This is air conditioned. And they had a refrigerator and there was beer and they were not, you know, I said, and they says, well, they're the ones calling in all the airplanes. And I said, oh. I said, could I have a beer? And they says, yeah, Doc, you can have a beer.
This is a joke you may have heard before, but the order is given to secure a building. The Army posts guards around the building. The Navy turns out the lights and locks the doors. The Marines kill everybody inside and sends up headquarters. And the Air Force takes out a 5-year lease with an option to buy.
There you go. There you go. Hey, Mac, you must have a humorous story.
I don't have any humorous stories. I just piggyback on all of yours.
You don't have any humorous stories from your.
Oh man, I don't know. I'd have to really think about it.
Really?
One story I remember early on in the Veterans Breakfast Club, that and it still sticks with me, because with the ruse with which it was told. Joe Capone, who ended up seeing a lot of combat in the 104th Timberwolf Division in Europe, he died earlier this year. He came to the breakfast, and it was the first time I met him, had him stand up and talk, and he got drafted into the Army. He was a high school trumpet player, and he had a dream. He said, I had it in my mind that I was going to be playing the Army band. That's what I wanted to do. And he was, for a while, he connived to get into the Army band. He also knew that was a good way to not get into a combat position. So in boot camp or basic training, drill sergeant, lines everybody up and says, who here is a musician? And he very eagerly raises his hand, as do 4 other guys. He said, okay, come with me, and had him move a piano.
That's funny.
And he didn't tell it as a joke. He told it as like, oh, my dream of being a military band.
Funny. That's funny. Hey, Todd, back before there was I wanted to, somebody said they had a letter to read.
Yeah, Carol Popchak has a letter.
And I thought,
hey, Carol.
Something that we'd like to hear.
Absolutely. Carol, how are you?
Long time no see. I thought I'd wear the test pattern for the end of the show tonight. For anybody who's feeling bleary-eyed, you can look at the test pattern and maybe stay awake for 5 more minutes.
It's so great to see you again.
I've been a little scarce. It's been a little crazy around here. I became a grandmother on Sunday.
Congratulations.
For the first time.
Yay.
Little girl, she's a preemie, so she's still in the intensive care unit, but everything's looking pretty good. She just needs some time to herself. She wasn't ready to come out yet.
Yeah. Give the kid a break. Absolutely.
Yeah. So we're giving her a break. So it's been a little bit crazy. But I did have a letter when I read that you were doing a Vet-A-Thon for 24 hours. I thought only Todd, but it reminded me of letters I was reading. I've been spending considerable time with a second cousin, my father's first cousin, who was a pilot in the 15th Air Force in the Balkan campaign and the Mediterranean campaign. And before my mother was engaged to my father, she was also friends with this cousin's family, the Latisic family. So it turned out that my mother was one of 16 people that cousin Frank was corresponding with. And fortunately, my mother had saved his letters. And Glenn and I are working on possibly doing a story about the 15th, as you know, Todd. But here's one letter from his training. So Frank entered the Army on April 10th in 1942. Then he went to his basic training and pre-flight school in San Antonio, Texas, flight training in Pine Bluff, Arkansas, basic training in Waco, Texas. And then his pilot's training, the more advanced pilot's training, took him to Tucson, Orlando, McCook, Nebraska, and the brand new McCook Air Base, Charleston, South Carolina. And then he ended up in New York before he embarked for his flight over to the Mediterranean theater of war. And he landed in Italy with the 15th. kid from the north side of Pittsburgh, who had never been any place but Slippery Rock, where he was in college when he got drafted. And he's been to all these places. But on June 10th, 1943, he wrote this letter to my mother. And so this would have been towards the beginning of his advanced pilot training. He had made it through all the cuts up to this point, much to his surprise. And now it was getting down to pretty serious stuff. So this is his letter to my mother. Dear Anne, received your airmail letter, and it did get here faster, all right. But you needn't go to that extra expense, 6 cents for the airmail stamp. I'm happy just to get mail from you. What do you mean, stricken off my list of friends? Don't be silly. It's only my schedule that slows down my writing, that's all. For example, let's take my schedule of yesterday. Here comes the 24 hours. Well, I got up at 5 a.m., dressed and ate before going to ground school at 6. At 11:30, I had just finished physical training, and it was after 12 when I ate lunch. Around 1 p.m., I went to the operations office and checked my flight schedule and a few other details. Then to the post office to check my mail, and from there to the scattered corners of the camp to pick up my laundry, some cleaning, and repaired shoes. Are you still with me? There's still more. At 4 p.m., I had to be on the flight line. Our crew had a gunnery mission from then until 9 p.m. Landed and serviced the plane for the next crew. At 10 p.m., I ate my supper, or do you prefer to call it dinner? And believe it or not, at 12 a.m. that same night, I had a flight again. And this time it was a bombing mission at 20,000 feet. An oxygen flight lasting till 5 a.m. P.S. The temperature was 5 below zero. At about 5:45, I ate breakfast and then went to bed. Up at 11 a.m. to check my schedule again, and I find a little time, so I'm writing this letter. That's an idea of my life here as a lieutenant. Some fun, hey? When I first came here, the schedule wasn't quite so bad. Guess that was to give us time to get registered, etc. Well, I only have a few more minutes, so I'll have to call a halt to this scribbling. Hope you aren't too mad and that you keep writing. My regards to all. Love, Frank. So however arduous it was today, at least you weren't 20,000 feet up and 5 below.
Amen.
That's
Absolutely.
It's so that the way people wrote letters is just, it was like a diary of their day or a diary of their life. It was, I remember getting letters like that when I was in Vietnam from my mother and my buddy's mother. My good friend David's mother would write me really long letters, detailing stuff. I always remember at the end, she always said, stay alert.
Mm-hmm. Well, since you were telling funny stories, I must tell you one funny story from the collection of letters. These are all from World War II. And I forget at which post it was that Frank sent my mother the program from a mass. At one of their posts, they had a chapel, and periodically they would do the Catholic Mass. And the program had the entire homily that the priest delivered at that Mass. Now, we are in the middle of war, folks, and the priest's homily centered on how they were not genuflecting properly, how they were not kneeling properly in their pews, and how they were not coming up to communion properly. And I thought, I wonder how many people went to church after that. If that was the best the chaplain could come up with. It didn't strike me that this was a chaplain that did much swearing, but he might have thought about it a lot.
Carol, thank you. It is so good to see you again, and I look forward to our program on the 15th Air Force. Glenn and I were talking about it, and yeah, that's going to be a good one.
It's going to be interesting, yeah.
I noticed that it is now November 12th,
We were
12 a.m.
Do we
We
have
made it.
You made it.
Do we have a total, Todd?
I don't have an exact total. No, I do notice in my emails that we got a number of donations.
Okay.
We're probably it fell short of our $25,000 goal, but pretty darn close. Pretty darn close. Absolutely.
Well, then we'll have to solicit to bring up the $25,000 so we can get the match. Right?
Absolutely.
Yeah,
Yes. I want to thank all of you who made this possible, especially our board members who are here tonight and who helped with planning all this. Lamont Mack, Ray Emilio, who was our former board president, Sharon George, of course, Sean and Ellie, Brad Washabaugh. Good to see all of you. Thank you for Mike Chirac. I see he's here, laying low. Thank you for helping us get through this day. And hey, I'll see you down the road. I think I'm going to go to bed.
I think that's a good
Don't forget to
idea.
take off the tux.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Congrats, everyone. Fantastic
Congrats.
job.
Yeah, good
Wonderful
job.